Broken Links, Infinity's End, Book 7, by Eric Warren. Narrated by Larry Gorman. Prologue.
I'm hearing disturbing reports, Admiral.
Fleet Admiral Arden Dix glanced up, just as the lanky form of Zir Fax strode into his office, as if it were her own, taking a seat without invitation, and staring at him with her 6 bulbous, speckled eyes. Because she ran the Coalition's media division, he was used to her brashness. But the way she could command the attention of a room just by walking into it never surprised him. Dix returned his attention to the latest reports scrolling across his screen. Sure, they were the very same reports she was speaking of. "Pleasure to see you as always, Zir. How's the family?" She clicked her small tongue in what he'd come to understand a form of amusement by the Yaxinax. She folded 2 of her arms across her chest, while the other 2 brushed errant particles of dirt off her long skirt.
Very funny. Less than an hour before the biggest story of the season is about to run, and I received notice it's been pulled due to executive order. Care to tell me why?
A grin pulled at the edge of Dix's mouth. "I don't owe you an explanation, or anyone else for that matter. You are not to run any stories on the reported loss of the USCS Tempest, and that's the end of it." She made the imitation of a chuckle, but it died in her throat.
I don't think you understand. That ship and her mission has become the stuff of legend. People have built their lives around our news releases. There are fan groups, meetups, conferences, conspiracy theories, all of it. At the head, me and my team feeding the public a well-crafted and carefully moderated set of facts every single day, to give them something to feast upon. Do you know what's going to happen when we run the dailies without mentioning the ship?
Let me guess. Dix turned his eyes to her again. Pandemonium.
Now you're just being an ass.
Zir uncrossed her arms and leaned forward.
Ever since that ship left Coalition space for parts unknown, it has become a staple of the public consciousness. People have the right to know what's going on.
She smiled, correcting herself.
At least they have a right to know what we tell them is going on.
Dix exhaled, staring at the woman who had been head of the Coalition-sponsored news outlets for the past 15 years. She'd always been a rogue, taking matters into her own hands when it suited her. But she also had great instincts about what needed to be said, and what didn't. When the whole mess with the Atlas occurred, she was the first one to come out against telling the public the truth, and she'd been right. There were some things people didn't need to know about, things that would undermine the trust they'd put into the system. And as long as she was willing to work hand-in-hand with the military to keep the stories flowing, all was good. But they'd run into a roadblock, one Dix wasn't keen to try and remove. "Fine," he sighed. "If you must know the truth, it's our Syl visitor. Ever since we lost contact with the ship, she's been growing more and more anxious out on Starbase 8. Sangvi tells me she's refusing to help us any further until either the ship returns or we regain contact."
"And that concerns me how?"
Bax said. "Because guess who is a regular consumer of Coalition news programs? And when she caught word of a certain ship traveling at impossible distance in a short amount of time, she managed to put 2 and 2 together. A story I didn't authorize, if you'll recall." He narrowed his eyes. Fax sat back again, huffing.
"Shit. How much does she know?"
Sangvi promised to keep her in the loop, but he and I had decided it was best not to allow her too much information, at least until we were more comfortable with her motivations. Her singular focus was supposed to be developing defenses for Andromeda, but that's all out the airlock now. The Andromeda threat had been the whole reason Dix had approved Tempest to head to Syl space in the first place, and it had paid off thus far. In the few seasons since arriving to Starbase 8, Moless had helped to improve their defensive technology by almost 10%. She had managed to work with not only humans, but many Coalition species, to develop the technologies they would need to defeat the threat. Then Andromeda had just disappeared, and Tempest had covered a distance of 600 light-years in 5 days, a trip that should have taken them almost a year. Information they'd managed to keep under wraps until Fax's story had broken 2 days ago.
Look, people are getting restless. I had to give them something. We've had no news from the ship in almost a season. It's important to keep the public interest.
You mean it's important to keep them foaming at the mouth? Dick stood. All for what, Zier? Ratings? Accolades?
Don't start in on me with that, she replied. You're just as complicit as I am here. I may have run the story, but you authorized the mission. You brought the Sill into our midst. I can't even imagine the chaos the one on Tempest is causing.
Her eyes went glassy, and she dropped her voice.
I knew I should have stationed a news crew on that ship before she left.
The point is, Dix continued, to try and salvage this relationship. No more about Tempest until we hear from them, and she can talk to her counterpart on that ship. She thinks our people captured the other one and tortured her until she revealed Sill's secrets. It hasn't occurred to her the other Sill might have given up that information willingly.
Did she? Fax asked, her 6 eyes wide.
That's what Green's last report to Starbase 5 seemed to indicate. But we don't have confirmation. And you know how those people are. The evidence has to be rock solid before they'll accept it.
It seems to me there's a very simple solution to all this.
Dix didn't prompt her to continue, but she did anyway.
Lock her up, and don't allow her access to any more news programs.
Fax stood. You can't be serious.
What do we need her for anymore? Andromeda is gone. Whatever Tempest did worked. That was the only reason she was here. Send her back to Sill space, and let me do my job for the people I actually care about.
Dix shook his head. I'm glad you're head of media and not operations, because you have no concept about the term diplomatic incident.
Oh, please, she said, with a dismissive wave of her hand. What are the Sill going to do? They didn't come after us when we captured one of their ships and ejected the crew into space. I doubt they'll make a fuss over 2 more. It's like Rabot told us in the hearing. They just don't care that much.
Admiral Dix sighed again. This woman. Still, it's too hot right now. Hold off for a few days before any more Tempest updates.
You say that like you have a say in the matter, Fax replied, her voice having gone cold. I'll run what I deem the public needs to hear, and that's the end of it.
Dix felt his face reddening. That's not the end of it. Under no circumstances are you to run that story. Do I make myself clear? Fax regarded him for a moment before turning her back on him.
Very well. Perhaps the public would be much more interested in a different tale, a much more sordid story about a former admiral named Rutledge and a ship named Atlas.
Dix's heart skipped a beat. He placed his hands on his desk and leaned forward. Don't you threaten me, Zier. You would not like the outcome. She turned back to him, a grin on her face.
You do what you have to, Arden.
She reached up with one of her long arms and stroked the side of his cheek. Her hand felt cold and smooth to the touch, but he didn't bat it away.
Just remember, I have eyes everywhere. There's very little that happens in the Coalition I don't see.
She spun and left through the automatic doors without another word. Dix tapped the comm on the back of his hand. Get in here. The doors opened again to reveal a man with porcelain skin and light blonde hair that had been pulled tight into a ponytail and dropped just below his collar. His dark eyes contrasted with his pale skin and hair. Dix often thought his face resembled a skull. He didn't say a word, only stood in front of Dix's desk. There's going to be a communications blackout in an hour, Dix said, taking a seat and returning his attention to the reports on the screen. I don't want it to be permanent. Do you understand? The man nodded, then left the office, leaving Dix alone with his thoughts. Damn, Zier. This was the first time she'd openly opposed him. Hopefully, for her sake, it would be the last. Her timing couldn't have been any more serendipitous. Just as she'd walked in, he'd been going over the most recent telescopic scans from Starbase 5. It had been 56 days since they'd heard from Tempest. And not more than a day after they'd lost contact with the ship, the entire Andromeda fleet had disappeared from all their scanners, with not another word since. Dix wasn't sure if Green was a strategic or diplomatic genius, but at this point he didn't care. They'd managed to do the impossible and stop the alien fleet in their tracks. Now if they could just figure out what had happened to Tempest itself. He couldn't understand why the ship hadn't just come back the same way they'd gone out there. He'd even considered sending a rescue vessel to meet them halfway, but had decided to hold off until they knew more. It was possible whatever plan Green had enacted could have potentially destroyed the ship, despite the fact they hadn't detected any explosions. Ever since the fleet disappeared, they hadn't detected anything, except background radiation. The entire region had gone quiet. Dick stood. The whole encounter with Fax had put him off, and he needed some fresh air. He left his office, nodding to his assistant at the adjacent lobby, before emerging into the glass atrium that made up this part of Coalition Central. Horus shone down through the glass with its warmth, and he longed to feel the heat on his skin before he had to meet with the Joint Commanders about this Syl situation. Perhaps Fax was right. How bad would it be if they did just lock her up and ship her back to her people? Or, better yet, he could have some of his people fabricate something that showed the Tempest had been destroyed. They'd have to be careful, but they might be able to pull it off. Then she'd go back home on her own. Dix emerged into the sunlight, relishing the warm breeze as it blew across the bay. Before him, New Phoenix canvassed the valley all the way to the blue ocean. The city was one of the oldest and most influential in the Coalition. And of course the seat of Coalition Central itself, with a compound taking up almost 30 square kilometers around the Bay of Chiron that began deep inland, then fed into the ocean. It was a beautiful old city, and yet it still felt as new as the day humans first settled the area. Dix glanced up to see both Neath and Packard hanging above him, their twin white crescents barely visible in the deep blue of the sky. He couldn't fathom how any human would choose not to live here, to be stuck in the depths of a ship or on some other alien world, never experiencing the daily wonders of Earth. As Dick stood, breathing in the fresh air with just a tinge of salt water, he thought maybe he'd been too hard on Fax. She was ambitious, determined, and the best director of communications the Coalition had ever seen. She'd managed to keep public opinion on their side this long. Perhaps he should trust her judgment. Dix reached up to tap his comm when it started going off. "Go ahead," he said.
"Admiral, we have a major all sectors are reporting—"
The line cut off. Dix tapped the comm again, but it was dead. That shouldn't be possible unless the satellite network had malfunctioned. From behind him came the yells of panicked people, yells he'd only heard once before, during his time on the battlefield. Before he could turn to see what the commotion was about, a dark shadow fell across his view of the city and the bay. Dix glanced up to see a gigantic ship had appeared out of thin air, and now blocked not only Earth's moons, but the sun as well. That's not possible," Dick said to no one in particular. For a ship to get this close to the planet, the entire planetary defense grid would have to be offline, and the primary outpost that protected this system, and all the Coalition ships patrolling this sector. He didn't recognize the ship. Its configuration wasn't familiar at all. His heart thrummed in his chest. Something had gone very wrong. Dix thought of his family at their home on the far side of the bay, a home completely covered by this alien ship's shadow. He frantically smacked his comm again and again, to no avail. "Admiral?" Hands grabbed him from behind, pulling him back toward the glass atrium. "What? How?" He'd lost the ability to form coherent thoughts. "There's no time. We have to," the voice behind him said. He recognized it as Commander Macheski, one of the officers stationed in his building. But before Macheski could complete the sentence, the bottom of the alien ship opened up. Dix barely had the chance to register what was happening before McChesky grabbed him by the jacket and yanked him back in the building. Outside, the world turned to fire. 18 years later. 1. Caspi and Rabot couldn't believe it. The bay looked brand new, as if Tempest had just launched from dry dock yesterday. The floors gleamed with a polish he hadn't seen since his academy days, and there wasn't a tool or piece of equipment out of place. The entire bay was spotless. "Shall I take the first spot, sir?" Ensign Rivers sat at the pilot's seat, her mechanical hands working the controls. "As close as you can get us," Cass replied. "We have wounded." She nodded, and the shuttle turned 90 degrees as she pulled it into one of the launch positions. The shuttle shuddered as it set down to the deck plating and the engines cut off. "We're down." "Box," Cass yelled. "Get the wounded to sickbay. No delays." "You got it, boss," he replied from the crew section of the shuttle. Cass glanced out the window to see Zenfor, an older Zenfor, standing at the door to the main corridor. A few of the crew rushed past her, including Ryant and Wolf. Cass was stunned for a moment. They'd all aged, from what he could tell. Could Zenfor have been telling the truth? Could they have been down at that planet for nearly 2 decades? Cass opened one of the side hatches and hopped down, as Box coordinated moving their injured out of the back hatch of the shuttle. The other shuttles had followed them in, and were in the process of setting down themselves. Sax had the back of her shuttle open and ready for as soon as they touched down. Ensign River jumped out behind Cass and ran around to the back to assist with the injured, just as Lieutenant Commander Keely Wolf came jogging up. Her signature pink mohawk was long gone, replaced by a smooth head free of any hair at all. She stopped in front of Cass. "Where's the captain?" "Injured," he replied. The corners of her eyes showed crow's feet where none had been before, though her eyes were just as bright as ever. "What's the situation?" "Shit," she replied, confusing him for a moment. Her eyes scanned his face. "She wasn't kidding. You haven't aged a day." "For us, that's about as long as it was." Cass caught a glimpse of Box carrying Evie through the exit, while 2 other crewmen helped Jan onto a sled that hovered right above the ground. Zax ran across the open area, accompanied by Nurse Mankel, who now had gray in his hair. "What happened?" "You never came back. That's what happened," Wolf replied. "We lost you on scanners just like you lost Wave 1, and I wasn't about to send the rest of us down there. We figured you'd been destroyed." "Right. Their time of the planet." He and the captain had agreed to split them up into 3 waves, each to go down at a different time in order to minimize the risk. After they'd lost contact with Wave 1, Evie had gotten impatient and ordered Wave 2 down. 3 had been scheduled to follow a few hours later, but they never had. The whole planet, it was like a lens through time. "We arrived 70 days after Wave 1, despite leaving only an hour later," Cass said. Their actions at the Athru Temple had changed the speed of the planet somehow, increasing it dramatically. "We weren't supposed to be gone that long. How did you survive?" "Not all of us did," Wolf replied. "We used the stasis pods in sickbay as long as we could, while Zenfor and Sesster worked on the ship." Cass's comm beeped. "Go ahead." "This is Captain Coley. All the Space Wings are back in Bay 2. Should we prep a shuttle to retrieve the rest from Wave 1's camp?" "No," Cass said. "Under no circumstances is anyone else to leave this ship until further notice. Understood?" "Yes, sir. Coley out." Cass shook his head. "The last thing I need is someone else lost to time." He returned his attention to Wolf. "Who did we lose?" "Jackson, Wakeman, Sharpie, and Racine. All in an accident about 9 years ago. They were doing some routine maintenance. Well, you can read my reports. There's quite a few years' worth to go through." "We need to have a senior staff meeting." Cass motioned for Wolf to walk along with him. All around him, the crew was unloading supplies and locking down the shuttles. "What's the ship's status?" "About as good as you could want. We've had a long time to get things back up and running," Wolf replied. "We even made some improvements." She smiled as they approached Zenfor.
Caspian, she said. It's nice to see you again.
He was taken aback by the gentleness in her voice. The woman he'd left had been much harsher, much angrier. And though he could see she'd aged, it fit her well, like she'd always meant to have been older. Hadn't she told him Syl lived hundreds of human years? Are you okay?
Okay is a relative term. I am uninjured, have enough food in my system, and am well rested.
You look good.
Thank you.
Cas glanced around. It was like being on a brand-new ship. Wolf hadn't been kidding. I don't understand. If the ship has been repaired for some time, why didn't you just leave? Why stay here?
We wanted to,
Wolf said as they made their way down the corridor with Zenfor following behind.
But with less than 30 people and other extenuating circumstances, it didn't seem wise. Even with all the repairs and improvements in the ship, there's only so much that can be automated. We couldn't leave until we had a crew.
Wait a second. The entire ship is operational again? Cas asked.
100%,
Zenfor replied. Does that mean your engines are back up and running, with their improvements? Zenfor hesitated.
The engines are back to peak efficiency.
Which means we can be back in Coalition space within the week. Holy shit, Cas said. When they'd taken off from the planet, he thought they'd have to gather whoever was left on Tempest, take the shuttles, and start searching for another way home. He'd thought they'd have to become like the Bulak, scavenging the galaxy for handouts until someone took pity on them. Have you spoken to them? What happened with the Athru fleet?
The Athru?
Wolf asked. It's what Andromeda call themselves, Cas replied. They're down on the planet. Or at least they were.
We haven't spoken to the Coalition, but there's another, more serious problem, Wolf said. Which should wait until we have gathered everyone, Zenfor said. I don't want to repeat myself on this subject.
Cas caught Wolf wince, but she nodded in agreement.
Yes, very well. The captain, is she critical?
The captain, Cas began, before stopping himself. He hadn't decided what to tell people. He'd been too concerned with getting off the planet and back into space. And now that they found themselves on a damage-free ship that was ready to rocket back to the Coalition, he wasn't sure what to do. He needed time to think about it. She suffered some head injuries down to the planet. I don't know how much longer she'll be out. I should go check on her. He peeled off toward one of the access corridors.
Where are you going?
Zenfor asked.
The hypervator is this way.
Cas stopped short. Right. I guess I just gotten so used to taking the corridors everywhere. It's only been a day or two since the ship was falling apart around me.
Now I wish I'd gone down with Wave 1, Wolf said.
If you had access to the stasis units, Cas began,
how come I look so much older? Not all of us stayed inside the entire time. We had more crew than stasis units, so we had to keep switching out. And in those early days, when the ship still couldn't generate a stable life support system, we were in and out of envirosuits a lot too. But the longer time dragged on, the more repairs we ended up doing. I didn't want to stay in one of those stasis units and wake up 50 years later to find myself in the exact same situation. Most of us didn't. And once we had large sections of the ship repaired, life on board got easier. I stayed out a total of 7 years. 7 years, 212 days, Zenfor corrected.
Wolf rolled her eyes.
Some stayed out longer, others shorter. It depended on the person. And after we lost the 4, space in the stasis units became less of an issue.
They reached the hypervator, and the doors opened. I'm guessing you didn't take any time inside. Cas grinned at Zenfor.
18 years for me is like 2 for you. I enjoyed the solace.
She didn't grin as she said it. That was more like the Zenfor he knew. The doors opened on level 14, where sickbay was located. Cas stepped off as Wolf and Zenfor attempted to follow. Actually, I need you guys to gather the senior staff. Until he decided what to do, The fewer people that saw Evie, the better. I'll speak with Zax about the captain's condition. I'm sure we have a lot of confused crew members on the ship right now, and we need to give them as much information as we can all at once. Get the staff together, then we'll join you in the conference room, Wolf said. Right. Because everything was fixed. Yes, in the conference room in about 15 minutes. Make a ship-wide announcement that will be informing the crew of the situation shortly. Wolf hesitated, then stepped back inside the hibernator. Yes, sir. Zenfor gave him a strange look, but then the door slid closed and they were gone. Cas let out a breath of relief he hadn't realized he'd been holding. He turned and jogged down the corridor to sickbay. But before he got inside, he could already hear the commotion. The doors opened to reveal nurses running about with patients on beds and yelling for some relief. Cas spotted Box across the room as he was hunched over a crew member, his one eye still dark and his arm useless at his side. Even damaged, he was still committed to providing the best care he could. Maybe he wasn't such a bad doctor after all. Strong arms encircled Cas and compressed his entire body together to the point Cas thought he might crack a rib. The arms let go and spun Cas around, so he was face to face with Dorsey Ryant, one of the few Space Wing pilots who hadn't gone down to the surface. Ryant had been scheduled to go down with Wave 3. It's been so long, amigo, Ryant said, holding Cas by the shoulders. He was a good 10 centimeters taller than Cas, and despite the age on his face and in his eyes, he still had those damn flight goggles perched on the top of his head. You must have some good genes. No, it's just the time dilation, I know. Ryant grinned. Jan already told me. I was just messing with you. He motioned over to the bed where Jan sat, her legs prone out in front of her, both ankles encased in a machine emanating a blue light. Cas glanced at Box, who seemed engrossed in his care. He didn't see Evie on any of the beds. He could spare a few minutes. Can you believe it? Jan asked as he and Ryant approached. 18 years. Well, not for all of us, Ryant replied. I've only been out for a collective 4 years. Gotta keep that youthful glow. He motioned to his face. What glow? Jan said. You just look more curmudgeonly to me. Ha ha, he said, sarcasm tainting his voice. I'll have you know I spent most of that time practicing my dogfighting skills. I bet I could do circles around even you. Yeah? I'd like to see you try. Jan moved to get up, and the machine repairing her ankles buzzed loudly. She settled back into her original position. After, he agreed. Cas heard the sickbay door open and close again, but didn't think much of it until Jan narrowed her eyes. He turned to see Chief Diana Raffinkel, leader of the Space Wing Squadron, standing beside him, glowering at the three of them. She was covered in dirt and grime, and her blonde hair was matted and hanging in her eyes, but she seemed not to notice. Saturina? Dorsey? All right? Sure, Chief, Dorsey said, hesitant. Just getting my legs patched up, Jan replied. Raffinkel turned to stare at Cas a moment, then walked away, leaving sickbay the way she came. Something had been off about her ever since they'd caught up with Wave 1 down to the planet. Laura had said she'd been uncharacteristically quiet down there, and Cas still couldn't figure out why. That seem odd to you? Ryant asked. Yeah, Cas replied, still watching the door, half expecting her to come right back through. Oh, good. I thought maybe it had just been so long. If you guys don't mind, I need to go check on the captain. Ryant nodded, while something like a shadow crossed Jan's face. Cas couldn't be sure, but she didn't know anything, did she? They'd been at one of the Space Wings attempting to get it up and running when Box had sent up a comm telling him what Evie had done. And by the time they got back to camp, it was all over, and Evie was unconscious on the ground as Zax tried to save her victims. Not that Zax knew either. Box had assured them there had been no witnesses at the event itself. Cas shook the thoughts from his mind. He needed to take care of this right now before it got out of control. He flashed a quick and disingenuous smile before leaving them to find Box. As he reached his old friend, he got a very good view of just how much he'd been damaged. Things had been so chaotic on the surface, not to mention they'd been running for their lives half the time, and the other half they'd been inside a dark temple where he couldn't half see his hand in front of his face. In addition to being blind in one eye and a useless arm hanging at his side, Box had multiple dents, scratches, and injuries. 2 of his primary servos and his neck had been severed when Evie had hit him inside that temple, and his other arm still sported the makeshift bandage Cas had used to stem the flow of fluid leaking from his system. He was looking over one of the security personnel who Cas could only assume had gone toe-to-toe with the bear things on the surface, as he had multiple gashes and contusions across his body. "How is he?" Cas asked, approaching them. "The crewman here will be fine," Box said, "as long as he doesn't move, and we get him into surgery as soon as we can. I've placed him in a stasis field for the moment." Cas glanced around. There was no one else close to them. What about Evie? "She's in the back." The doc wanted to look at her after she finished with Zal. Box didn't take his eyes from the screen. "Is he going to be?" "Too soon to tell. It will be close." "And Marshall?" Box finally turned to look at him. "In one of the stasis units in the morgue. I sealed it off with my personal security code." Cas nodded. He needed more time before Zax examined Evie. If Zax woke her up and Evie remembered everything she did... "I need you to move Evie and all her victims into the stasis units as well," Cas whispered. "Why?" Box asked. "Just trust me, okay? Do it before Zax gets a chance to get a good look at any of them. We don't have time to argue." He didn't mean to sound so frantic, but he knew that's how it came out. Something within Box made a clicking sound. "You need to tell me why. Trust me, I'll explain everything later. Just get them in there, fast. Tell Zax you found they were contaminated with something." "You realize she already examined Laura's body, right?" Cas gritted his teeth. He'd forgotten, which meant she recognized the wound. But she hadn't said anything yet. Maybe she assumed one of the Athru picked up the blade and attacked the crew with it. "Okay, then. Just lock up Evie and say she was contaminated. It's not a lie." It was a stretch, and Zax wasn't stupid. Box might not go for it. "For how long?" "Just a few hours. I've got a senior staff meeting. I'll be back down to explain everything later." Box hesitated. Cas didn't like it either. But if they told everyone Evie killed 7 crew members with her own hands without a reasonable explanation, there would be a full-on mutiny. "As a favor to me." Box dropped his metal shoulders. "Fine. As a favor to you." Two. As promised, Wolf had organized most of the senior staff into the conference room. The brand-new conference room. Cas stepped in, finding it had not only been repaired, but redesigned as well. Larger, more expansive windows sat off to the side, giving them more of a view, while the room was clad in a color scheme of midnight, purple, and gunmetal. The table was black, with gray trim, while all the seats were a shade of violet. "You guys, changed things around," Cas said, stepping into the space. Wolf stood off to the side, while Zenfor occupied a place near the back wall of the room. Some things never changed. Already, Tyler, River, Rond, and Ravenkill were in the room. At first, Cas didn't recognize Tyler. He'd grown a thick beard of red, which now had streaks of gray throughout. He looked older than Cas was. Considering what had happened, that was possible. Just as he was about to start, the doors opened behind him, and Ensign Talia stepped in, her eyes scanning the room. "Take a seat, Ensign," Cas said. Wolf gave him a strange look, but he ignored it. "Unfortunately, the captain is still under observation, and the medical staff can't be here due to all the injuries we're dealing with. I want to get a breakdown of where we are and where we go from here." Cas took the lead seat, as Wolf had left it open for him. "For those of you who weren't with us on the planet, we found the alien species threatening the Coalition. They call themselves the Athru, and they are highly advanced. Enough so, Our theories about the ship we encountered at Omicron Terminus were correct. They used time bubbles to obscure their ships from normal space-time. They were the cause of the time distortion we all experienced upon landing. And it was their machines which created this 18-year gap between when we left and when we returned. We learned they can be killed, but they are tough and fast. They have technology far beyond our capability, perhaps even beyond that of the Sill. He glanced up to Zenfor, who remained stone-faced. "This may be a moot point," Wolf said, "but did you find anything about their plans for the Coalition?" "The captain did. As soon as she's awake, I'm sure she'll make a full report," Cas replied, wondering how that was going to go. "But we also had a lot of casualties on the ground." He nodded to Raffinkel, who'd been part of Wave 1. "We lost quite a few crew at the time between when Wave 1 landed and when we landed behind them. And we lost some more to the Athru. I haven't had time to do a full count yet." 34, Raffinkel said, her voice gravelly. Cas nodded. "Sounds about right. Including both of our tactical officers. We'll need to find someone who can take the posting in the meantime." He looked at Talia, who until this point had been staring out the large windows. Cas cleared his throat. "Oh," she said, looking around as if she'd just arrived. "I mean, I'd be happy to step in until—" "Great. Problem solved," Cas said. That was one less issue off his back. Talia was their lead in the weapons room, and probably the next best thing they had to a tactical officer. He only hoped she could handle it. Cas turned to Wolf, indicating he was done. "Right," she said. "Well, as you all know, we've been up here quite a while. Repairs on the ship took longer than expected, but we managed to mine the planet's rings once we got minimal propulsion back up and running, with the help of the remaining space wings. I decided not to—" Raffinkel coughed, interrupting. Cas couldn't tell if it was on purpose or not. Wolf continued. "I decided not to follow Waves 1 and 2 down when we didn't know what happened, so we focused our efforts on repairing the ship. The major repairs were done within 4 seasons, which was longer than we would have liked. Everyone had to cycle in and out of the stasis units. We had no idea how long we'd be up here." "I stayed out most of the time," Tyler said, "to help take care of, He nodded toward Zenfor, looking like he wished he hadn't spoken up. "What?" Cas asked. "What's going on?" "It seems," Zenfor said, stepping forward, "Sesster has entered a hibernation state. Or perhaps a coma. I don't know which. All I know is I can't reach him anymore." Cas furrowed his brow. "Wait a minute. Sesster is in a coma?" "Whatever the Claxian equivalent is. Nurse Menkel did all he could, but he's been like that for nearly 10 years. "But you said you repaired the engines," Cas said, alarmed. "Without Sesster, they couldn't operate the undercurrent drive. They couldn't get back." "That's true, we did. But we can't use it, not without him," she replied, calm. "Zax might find something Menkel missed, but in the meantime, we're stuck here with him like this." "I don't understand," Cas said. "What happened to make him do that?" "He was growing increasingly erratic," Tyler said. "I think it might have something to do with how far we are from his own people. Claxians aren't usually cut off like this. But he couldn't even speak to another Claxian, much less touch them. They're very social people, which is why most never leave Claxia Prime." Cas turned to Zenfor. "You didn't see this coming?" "I saw it, but there was nothing I could do. I don't know if there was anything he could do. It was almost involuntary." Cas sat back in his chair. No Sesster, which meant no way back. He and Evie had shared a connection of sorts. Perhaps if she was awake, she might be able to revive him. But that meant admitting to everyone what she had done. That might be possible if they were back in the Coalition. But out here on the frontier, who knew what the crew's reaction would be? "Okay, keep going." What about contacting the Coalition?
The communications array took a little longer, Wolf said. We figured we might as well rebuild the thing while we were stuck here. At least get some updates and maybe warn them about the Athru coming. By the time Zenfor and Tyler had finished reconstructing it and had it pointed home, we got nothing back. We don't know what's going on. There have been no Mayday messages, no asks for assistance, no ships. It's dead quiet at the Coalition.
What about the Sill? Cas asked.
Unknown. The comm unit doesn't reach that far without the repeaters in Coalition space, Zenfor said.
Right. Cas rubbed both his hands down his face. Okay. Anything else?
The good news is the ship is self-sufficient again. Our power levels are full, and we've stockpiled a surplus of supplies. And Zenfor has upgraded almost every system on the ship from weapons to power management to filter efficiency. The ship is ready.
The smile on her face was terse, but Cas could tell she was proud. They'd spent the better part of 2 decades working on rebuilding the ship from scratch and had succeeded. If it looked like this ship would be his home for the rest of his life, he would have spent a lot of time upgrading it too. Our primary goal, then, should be to find a way to operate the engines without Sesster, Cas said.
Without Sesster?
Tyler scoffed. He's been the linchpin to this whole...
I know, Lieutenant, but there must be a way. Now that the crew is reunited, we need to find a solution. We need to return to Coalition space, even if we're 18 years too late. And what happens when we find nothing but a bunch of dead stars and blown-up planets? Raffinkel said. What then?
Hopefully by then the captain will have recovered and she can make a determination, Cas replied, his voice stern. He didn't like how combative her tone was. Raffinkel huffed and strode out of the room before he could call her back. Zenfor cut her eyes to the door. He waved her off. Just let her go. Everyone is bound to be on edge. Is there anything else? What about this accident?
It was a routine repair job, Wolf said. But there were microfractures in the ship's hull we didn't detect because we turned the sensors off in that section. 4 of the crew were in there, including Ensign Jackson. Her voice wavered just enough for Cas to notice. He decided this wasn't the time or the place to press her about it. He'd read the reports and speak to Wolf later about the situation. Okay, Cas said. I want updates from all the department heads within the hour. He turned to Wolf. You're first officer until the captain recovers. Make a ship-wide announcement that everyone get reacclimated with the new ship, and any questions should be brought to the heads. This is going to take some time for people to get used to, but I have no doubt this crew can do it. Wolf nodded, apparently happy to take the orders. The only reason Cas wasn't handing over control of the ship to her was because of Evie. He still wasn't sure how to handle that situation. Should he tell everyone what happened on the surface, she'd be thrown to the brig for sure, and him along with her. Wolf would take command. Or maybe Raffinkel. There could even be a power struggle. And Cas wanted nothing to do with any of it. They needed to get back to the Coalition in one piece and find out what happened. But he couldn't keep Evie in stasis forever. Zax was probably already suspicious of Box. He needed to get back down there, check on Zal, and figure out how to handle this. If there's nothing else? He glanced around the room. No one else spoke up. Okay, then. Dismissed. 3. When Cas walked back into sickbay, it was a lot quieter. Many of the former patients had been released, including Jan. Box and the other nurses still tended to some of the more serious cases, and Box still hadn't made any repairs to his superstructure. When he saw Cas, his eyes lit up brighter. "Oh, thank all that is metal and holy, you're back. The doc has been asking about the captain. She had to go back to work on Zal some more, and she's got Amargosa in there helping with his metal apparatus." "What did you tell her?" Cas asked. "Exactly the script you said, that she'd been infected with something,
And until we could figure out what, she needed to remain sedated. He leaned in closer, dropping his voice. But she's not stupid. She knows something's up. Cas pulled him away from his patient, so they were off to the side by themselves. We can't exactly just wake her up. As soon as she remembers what she did, she'll lose it. Remember how bad I was after Susanna? That was irrational, and we weren't even going out. Imagine what it will be like for her, knowing she killed the woman she loved. Wait a second. Are you saying all humans have that much guilt about their actions? That doesn't seem... Look, I know her, okay? She's going to have a hard time with it, and this ship needs a capable captain. I can't do it, because I'm not even an officer. And I'm afraid what might happen if I even suggest the possibility to Wolf. I wish there was a way to wake her up without having her remember anything. Technically, there is, but it's tricky, Box said. Cas's mind had wandered, searching for possibilities of how they could handle the situation. But Box's words snapped him from his thoughts. What do you mean? I mean, there is a way to modify her memory. But like I said, it's tricky, and historically hasn't always worked. What hasn't always worked? Cas glanced over to see Zax approaching them, rubbing all four of her hands together with an auto-sanitizer. Doctor, how was Zal? Cas stood just a little straighter. He felt like he'd been caught cheating on a test. Physically, we managed to save his body, but he was close to death. Far closer than I would have liked. But right now, he's stable and sleeping. I haven't woken him up yet, so I'm not sure how he's feeling. As far as I can tell, he didn't suffer any brain damage due to the lack of atmosphere. If he hadn't had his apparatus, though... She didn't need to finish. Cas understood. Will he be able to use it again? Dr. Amargosa is working on it as we speak. She's assured me she can return it to perfect working order in a few days. I was skeptical until I saw our raw materials. Until then, it will be best to return Zal to his quarters, assuming they remain unchanged from when we left. Cas would have to add that to his list of things to check. He recalled Zal had certain special features in his quarters that were comfortable for his species. I'll check with Wolf and Zenfor. They've made so many other changes. Yes, I've noticed, Zax said, taking in sickbay. Happily, my virus collection remains undamaged. She turned to Box. Amargosa wants to see you when she's done. She'll need to begin your repairs. He backed up a step. Oh, no. Last time I let that woman anywhere near me, she almost had me in my component pieces. She's not touching a servo on my body. And if she tries, I'll break every finger in her hands. And then, he added cheerfully, treat her injuries with care. Because that's what I do. I'm a caregiver. Which reminds me, I think someone owes me a commendation. Box, Cas said, you need repairs. I can personally assure you Amargosa won't do anything. No way, forget it. Box raised his voice. I'll do it myself. You can't reach half of your injuries. Cas knew what was coming, and he doubted he had a choice in the matter. Then you need to make the repairs. I don't trust anyone else to do it. And there it is. He tapped the back of his hand, activating his comm. Consul, could you meet me in sickbay, please? In a few moments, Zenfor said, then cut the line. Box's eye blinked a pattern Cas had only seen a few times before. He was intrigued. Ooh, exotic. I like it. Perhaps she can give me a powered-up sil weapon that can burn a hole right through a person. He glanced at Zax. For purely entertainment purposes, of course. Of course, she said, returning her attention to Cas. Now, what's this about memory? Cas's face turned crimson. I was just talking to Box in hypotheticals, as in what was possible as far as memory removal. Memories can't be removed, Zax said, her voice clipped. They can only be obscured. But it is a highly unethical process.
unless the patient's life is on the line. Cas leaned forward. What sort of circumstances would require that kind of procedure? In some cases of extreme trauma, such as events that could lead to post-traumatic stress disorder. Occasionally, the trauma can be so overwhelming the individual ceases to function. It's rare, but it has been done in the past. Why are you so interested? Cas scrambled for an explanation. I guess I just have some parts of my past I'd rather not remember. I'm sorry to hear that, but messing with your memories is not a good idea. If it isn't done properly, the relapse can be worse than the original trauma. Even I wouldn't be comfortable performing such a procedure. Cas tried to think of something else to ask, to maybe even suggest Evie might be a good candidate for such a procedure. But he could tell from Zax's tone she'd never go for it. From the moment Box had suggested it, the seed had grown in Cas's mind. If Zax couldn't do the procedure, there had to be another way. It was the only way to save Evie from going through all that pain and turmoil as a result of her actions. And at the same time, she would be able to function without all that baggage. If they could obscure all traces of her memory with that other being in her mind, it would also alleviate his concerns about her flying off the handle again. Because, as it was right now, he didn't trust to wake her up. What if the other one was there in her place instead and just started stabbing people? The doors to sickbay opened to reveal Zenfor, her expression neutral. "Consul?" Cas said, approaching her. "Box needs repairs. Do you think you can assist?" She glanced at the robot, taking in his limp arm, his dark eye, and all of his other injuries. "Of course. We used to have mechanical servants on Thesleia. The repairs shouldn't take long at all." "Mechanical servant?" Box asked, indignant. "Just go with her. She's not going to change her personality or remove anything crucial, right?" he asked, staring at Zenfor. "Why would I do that?" she asked. "I can't go. I have patients, duties." Box made a move to return to the patient he'd been tending when Cas walked in. "I'll take care of your patients," Zax replied. "Now that Zoll is stable, I have some free hands." She held up two of her arms, wiggling the fingers at the ends. "Fine," Box huffed, "but I want my medal." He turned to Zenfor. "Make a spot for it right here. It's where I plan to mount it. I want it to be so bright it blinds people when I walk in the room." Zenfor glanced at Cas before escorting Box out of sickbay. He had to hand it to her. When he left the ship a few days ago, she never would have agreed to work with Box. But all this time with the ship had mellowed her mood. Still, Cas had about 18 years of reports to catch up on as soon as he found the time. "Commander, we need to talk," Zax said, bringing his attention back to her. "About the captain." "Right." Cas waited for her to go first. He didn't need to volunteer any extra information. If Zax wasn't willing to modify Evie's memories, then it was best he kept her in the dark. Plus, if Zax couldn't do it, he bet Box could. All he'd need to do would be to read up on others who had performed the procedure in the past. That was, if they decided to do it at all. He hadn't liked what Zax had said about the potential dangers. "Box tells me she was exposed to some kind of virus?" Zax's sparkling eyes regarded him, and he found it difficult to look into them. Without irises, Yak's Inacs were difficult to read. He couldn't even be sure she wasn't looking at something else. "It was in the temple, but no one realized it until after she left." "What kind of virus?" Zax asked. She leaned in, and Cas realized he'd only piqued her interest. She wasn't going to let this go. "I don't know," he lied. "But it caused her to act erratically, not like herself. And I didn't think that it was a good idea to introduce her back to the ship in that state." No, that was a good call." Zax rubbed her chin, deep in thought. "So I'd like to get her out of stasis as soon as possible to get a look at what's going on inside. I might be able to figure out the nature of this virus. Perhaps even add it to my collection when she's free of it." Inside, Cas cringed.
As soon as Zax got her on a diagnostic table, she'd figure out Evie didn't have any virus. Instead, she'd acted of her own accord down to the planet. Evie would wake up, remember everything, and lose it. Or she'd wake up as an alien personality, hell-bent on killing them all. Then not only would her sanity be in question, but the leadership of the crew would be too, and things would fall apart. Cas had seen it in the Sargan Commonwealth more than once. As soon as the internal structure began to give, people grew selfish very quickly. And if they were going to return to the Coalition, not knowing what situation it might be in, they needed to be fully united and strong. That's a good idea. But you need to rest too, Doc, Cas said, hoping he could convince her. You've been running non-stop since we landed on that planet, and I need you at your best before you tackle another huge project. The captain isn't going anywhere. You can examine her tomorrow. Zax sighed. I suppose you're right. I have been running on Cluggleton for the past few days. When she saw his confused face, she smiled. It's the Yax-Inax equivalent of adrenaline. Once we get going, our system naturally secretes it to keep us up and mobile for days at a time. But it takes a toll. She glanced back to the surgery ward. I suppose some rest couldn't hurt. James? Nurse Mangle came jogging over from an adjacent part of sickbay. The last time Cas had seen him, he'd been at least 5 years younger. But the lines on his face betrayed the fact he'd been on the ship much longer than he should have. Ma'am? I'm taking a few hours off. Keep an eye on this place for a while? Yes, ma'am, Mangle said. Cas breathed a sigh of relief as she gave them both a nod and exited through the main doors. Cas turned to Mangle. So, how long did you stay out? Mangle pursed his lips and took a deep breath. 2,575 days. Longest 6 years of my life. Then he returned to his duties. As Cas watched him work, he wasn't sure what he'd meant, but he didn't like the sound of it. 4. It seemed most of the crew had adapted well to the strange situation they'd found themselves in. But Cas wasn't surprised. After all, they'd faced interdimensional creatures, time-shifted aliens, and made a temporary alliance with one of the Coalition's most deadly enemies together. What was another obstacle to overcome? Old friends reunited as if no time had passed at all, which for some of them it hadn't. Most of the crew who had remained on the ship seemed happy to have the rest of the crew back, even if they hadn't aged. As Cas skimmed over the reports on his way to the base to check on the supply situation, what surprised him was how the crew that had remained aboard hadn't done more for their personal lives. While the few people had begun relationships, at least according to the reports, no one had opted to begin families during their exile. He supposed this was because most people were only outside the stasis units for weeks at a time, which would make having children problematic. But in the same vein, it was difficult to imagine 18 years passing with precious little to show for it. Sure, they had rebuilt the ship from scratch, but was that enough? But then he was one to talk. Wasn't that what he'd done back when he'd been working for Vina? Most of his days had been the same, and he'd had little option to change them. Had it been like that aboard Tempest? Why hadn't the crew decided enough was enough and stopped waiting? What was he missing here? It was like the crew knew he and the others would return. Once he got this Evie situation ironed out, he'd need to investigate. And he still needed to investigate Marshall's background. He had to hope he'd been the only spy aboard. When he reached the bay, he was glad to see most of the supplies had been offloaded by the crew and the gravity assist movers. They'd probably need to take a look at both the shuttles and the space wings to make sure they hadn't undergone any kind of degradation passing through the planet's atmosphere. But that could wait until later. What he was looking for wasn't in this part of the bay. Cas crossed over to the adjacent hangar where they kept the Space Wing Squadron, and already saw most of the pilots hard at work disassembling and checking their ships. Though 4 of the spaces were now empty, once occupied by ships they'd left back on the planet by necessity. At least they hadn't lost any more pilots, for which he was grateful. But he was sure it was just one more thing Raffinkel could blame on him. Glancing around, he didn't see any sign of her, which was lucky on his part. He approached Jan's fighter. It was easy to distinguish due to all the extra firepower which had been added onto the superstructure, where the pilot herself and Ryant were in the middle of pulling off the ship's plating. "Feeling better?" Cas asked. "Much," she replied, without turning around. "I knew those bears would be the end of me." "She told me what happened," Ryant said, excitement in his voice. "Man, would I have liked to have seen that." "You say that now. But when one of those bastards is staring you down with their huge black eyes, charging you at 20 kilometers per hour, you tend to lose all sense of wonder." Jan grunted, and the plating pulled away. She tossed it to the side, examining the guts of the ship. "Kind of like our commander here in Spiders." Ryant cocked an eyebrow at Cas. "It's nothing," Cas said. Jan chuckled, still focused on the ship's interior. "Damn my Averone. He blew 2 of my fuel regulators. I told him he couldn't push this thing like his own ship." Cas turned his attention to Ryant. "I need to ask you something. Did anything odd happen while we were away?" Ryant creased his brow. "Odd? Other than spending 18 years waiting for you to get back?" "Yeah, like anything you'd find strange or unusual." He shook his head. "No. But then again, I was asleep for most of it. They didn't wake me up often, only when they needed some extra space." "How often?" "In the beginning, it was every 4 weeks or so. I'd stay out for a week, then go back in. But then there was a long stretch after about 2 years. I was under for almost 10 years straight before they woke me up again." 10 years straight? That didn't sound right. "Did they tell you why?" He shrugged. "Lieutenant Tyler said it was because they hadn't needed space in a while. But Nurse Menkel wanted me out so we could do some routine medical scans, make sure nothing was in the process of atrophy." "And was it?" Cas noticed Jan turned toward the conversation. She'd stopped working on the ship. Ryant shook his head again. "Nope, everything was fine." "After 10 years, Cas trailed off. Something about that seemed wrong. Their stasis units were good, but even in stasis, the body experienced a minuscule amount of decay. After that long, it should have built up. Unless Zenfor modified those too, which wasn't outside the realm of possibility. Did you include that in your report?" "Wolf told me it wasn't a big deal," he replied. "But I made some footnotes anyway. They're in my personal logs, just not the official stuff." "And that didn't strike you as strange?" Something was wrong here. What could have happened that they needed to keep Ryant in storage for a decade? "At the time, not really. I was just happy I hadn't wasted a huge amount of time. Plus, after that, they had me up every 4 weeks again, and I finally got to take my ship out for some practice. Must have blasted at least 1,000 asteroids in the planet's rings." "Cas, what's wrong?" Jan asked. He shook his head. "I don't know. Something about all this doesn't add up. The ship is in perfect condition, but we've got 4 dead crew members, a chief engineer in a coma, and Ryant lost over a decade. Something's going on." His comm chirped. "Cas here." "Hey, boss. All patched up. You were right. She did a fantastic job. Better than you ever did. She's agreed to be my new emergency contact. Don't take it personally, but I have to do what's best for me." "Great," Cas said, ignoring him. "Meet me back in sickbay in 5 minutes. We need to finish that experiment." Oh, right. See you in a few." Box cut the comm. "Experiment?" Jan asked. "On something from the surface," Cas replied. "That reminds me," Jan said. "Aren't you worried about the captain? What happens when she wakes up and that thing is still in her head?" Her dark blue eyes seemed to be staring right through him. She assured me she had it under control. I'm hoping it won't be a problem anymore. He didn't need Jan getting involved, too. This was already precarious as it was. What are we talking about? Ryant asked. Sorry, Cas said, before Jan could say anything. Classified. He stared at Jan to make sure he got his point across. She turned back to the ship, pulling hoses out from the guts of the ship. Well, damn. Now I really wish I'd gone. I could have kept my youth, and gotten in on some sweet classified intel. Jan snorted in response. If you think of anything else that stands out to you while we were gone, you'll let me know? Cas backed away from them. He needed to get back to sickbay. They wouldn't have a lot of time before Zax returned from her rest cycle. Cas wasn't even sure how long a Yax-Inex rest cycle was. Yeah, if anything comes to mind, you'll be the first to know, Ryant said, giving him a wave before helping Jan rip out part of the space wing. Cas waited for her to say something or make some acknowledgement he was leaving, but she just continued to work on the ship, not saying a word. When Cas returned to sickbay, Box was already there, performing quick checks of the patients. For a moment, he forgot the robot had even been damaged. All his parts were shiny and new, and Cas couldn't find one servo out of place. When Box turned to him, both his eyes were bright and yellow, just like they were supposed to be. You weren't kidding, he said. She did a number on you. All of it purely superficial, Box replied. I made sure she didn't access any of my ports, unlike some people. Cas dismissed him. That was for your own good, and you know it. If I hadn't, you'd be a rage-fueled killing machine right now. How do you know I'm not? That all the anger isn't just bubbling up under the surface, and all your attempts to alter my programming were unsuccessful. He leaned down, so his face was right in Cas's. Because if you had, the minute Lieutenant Rond or Page had you cornered, you would have torn them in half. Since neither happened, I assumed you were fine. Box leaned back. Huh. Well, maybe I just wanted you to think. Cas shushed him. Can we get on with this, please? I don't want Zax to come back while we're in the middle of the procedure. Yes. By the way, I'm not doing it, Box whispered. Cas stared at him. It's the only way we can wake up the captain without dealing with all the fallout. I don't care. Box followed him back to the morgue. Zax said the memory thing was bad. Remember? Only to be used in life-or-death situations? This is a life-or-death situation. Think about it. If she wakes up with all those memories intact, what's the first thing she's going to do? Box shrugged. Grieve? Or kill? If it is grief, it could threaten to overwhelm everything else. And then, all of a sudden, there are questions about not only Laura, but the other crew members she, while she was under the influence of that thing. I need you to remove all memory of not only the alien, but Laura as well. Wait a second, Box said, maneuvering himself in front of Cas. I get the alien, but why Laura? Cas huffed with frustration. Because they're tied together. And if she knows what she did to her, trust me, it'll be bad. He moved around Box to reach the wall of shelves with bodies inside. Which one? I don't know, boss. I've never done anything like that before. What if I mess her up forever? I'm sorry. Was that the great and powerful Box telling me he can't do something? There's a job too complex for his infinite skill and intellect? Something too hard? Cas wasn't playing fair, and he knew it. But this was what was best for everyone. And if Box needed a little emotional manipulation to figure that out, then so be it. Of course I can do it. Box blinked rapidly. There. Just downloaded the entire Coalition database on the subject. Oh, he said, looking off into the distance. Oh, this is complex. Only a few surgeons have been successful. Apparently, memory is a tricky thing. It isn't about obscuring a single person or event. It's about suppressing the feelings associated with that event. Human memories are rooted in emotion. Quite unlike myself. You have everything you need? Cas asked, too eager.
We have a synaptic scanner on board, as well as an engram locator. I shouldn't need anything else. But this will be some delicate work.
He focused back on Cas again.
Are you sure we should be doing this? My oath is on the line here.
Trust me, Cas said. This will help save her life. And I'm not saying we keep the memories from her forever, but things need to stabilize first. Assuming we get the engines back online, we can't be headed straight for possibly a war-torn coalition with a captain on the brink of a mental breakdown.
Box hesitated.
Look, we both know her. We know what she did wasn't her. But do you think Wolf or even Zax are going to see it that way? Do you think any of the admirals back home would understand that? He stared up into his friend's eyes, pleading.
No, they probably wouldn't,
Box replied, his metal shoulders dropping. He reached out and tapped a complex 64-digit code into the panel beside one of the drawers, and it clicked. He pulled it out, and with a hiss, Evie's body emerged on the drawer, white mist rising from the seal break.
I'll need to get her into the surgical bay.
Will it need to be invasive? Cas asked. He hadn't considered needing to open her up.
No, but I need to lock her body down so she doesn't move during the procedure. An errant muscle spasm could lobotomize her.
He reached over and lifted the shelf out without straining and walked her through to the far section of sickbay where the surgical studio was. Inside, Cas saw remnants of blue cloth on the floor where they'd cut away Zol's robes and hadn't yet cleaned them up. As soon as he got the clear from Zax, he'd go check on the ship's operations officer.
This can work, Box said, once she was on the table and restrained by the suspension field. But the reason most of these fail is because memory is so interconnected. If anyone mentions Laura or anything to do with her, it could potentially trigger the block and undo everything I'm about to obscure.
Fortunately, I don't think many people knew how close they were, Cas said. I've already got tactical covered, so hopefully no one says anything that sets her off.
It's not a 1-to-1 ratio. Someone could mention it one day, and it would have no effect on her, and mention it again the following day, and it completely blow the obfuscation. That's what I'm saying. There's no guarantees.
Cas stared at Evie's face. It was the same one that had been twisted into a grimace as she tried to kill both him and Box under the influence of that thing. He hadn't seen her when she attacked the others, but he imagined she looked similar. They must have been terrified as they watched her come at them with that sword. And while he felt for his fallen crew members, he couldn't sacrifice the potential safety of the ship to bring them justice. Perhaps one day he could, but now was not the time. I understand. Remove all memory of Laura, or at least their relationship together, and all memory of what happened at the temple. If she doesn't remember that thing, maybe it won't be able to come back.
I'll do what I can,
Box replied, preparing his equipment. 5. Confusing dreams, strange images. It was hard to make anything out. In that gray space between when she'd been completely out and when she realized she was conscious, something deep and sharp penetrated Evie's thoughts. But it was gone faster than she could register what it had been. All she knew was when she opened her eyes, she felt like something was wrong. The light in the room was much too bright, and she closed her eyes halfway again until she could adjust. She reached up with her hand, only to find it restrained at her side. For a second, she felt a jolt of panic and something cold against her back, like stone, until she realized she was back on the ship. She was in sickbay and blinked a few times as the faces of Box and Cas came into view, and a moan escaped her lips. Her head pounded.
What is going on? I can't move.
Box dropped the field. Her body seemed to bounce up, with the suspension field no longer holding her down. At least that made sense. But she didn't understand how she could be back on the ship. They'd had to leave the ship because life support was running low. They'd gone down to the planet. First wave 1, then wave 2. Evie? Are you okay? Cas asked, his head blocking out some of the light.
I don't know. Something feels wrong. Why am I here? What happened?
Her head hurt and was foggy at the same time. She was having a difficult time remembering anything. Images floated through her mind, but when she tried to concentrate on them, they slipped through her grasp. Help her up, Cas said, and she felt long, cold fingers slide under her back as Box lifted her into a sitting position. Her head swam as she sat on the edge of the bed, and for a moment she thought she might faint. She pitched forward, but Cas was there and held her up by the shoulders. She was keenly aware of her unbound hair falling back over her shoulders. There was an incident on the surface, Cas said. What's the last thing you remember? She squinted, trying to recall where she'd been before now, but some of it felt like a dream. She couldn't be sure. Where had she been? In the jungle? Tracking the shuttle? That sounded right. At least somewhat right.
Looking for the Honduras.
You were attacked, do you remember? A flash of red streaked across her vision. Then another flash. Something awful had happened in that jungle. Something she couldn't recall. Or something she didn't want to.
Kind of. Why am I back on the ship? Where are we?
We're still in orbit around the planet, Cas said. But everything is okay. The ship has been repaired, and we're all safe. Evie rubbed her forehead.
The ship? Repaired? How long were we down there?
Every word out of her mouth hurt. She felt like she needed to sleep for a week. A while, Cas said. She glanced up to see a strange look across his face. He was holding something back.
Cas, don't fuck with me. How long?
I'm going to take that as a good sign, Box said. She could hear him putting equipment away, but trained her focus on her first officer. Her thoughts were becoming clearer, and the pounding had abated. That all depends on how you look at it. We were only on the surface of the planet for about 20 hours or so. But because of the time difference, 18 years passed on the ship. She shot up from the bed, losing her footing before grabbing the side of the next bed over and holding herself up.
18 years? Is this planet orbiting a black hole we didn't know about?
No, it's the aliens' technology. It allows them to manipulate time fields, Cas said. We found and destroyed one of their devices on the planet. But we didn't realize that by doing that, time around the planet became erratic. Statistically, we were lucky to emerge when we did, Box chimed in. We could have come out before the ship even arrived at the planet, or thousands of years in the future, finding nothing but a ship full of corpses. It was quite good luck. Evie pushed herself along the bed, noticing the new decor, as well as some upgrades someone had taken the time to install.
What's our status?
Cas followed along, wisely not trying to help her as she grew more sure-footed. As she emerged from the suite into sickbay, she caught sight of other crewmen still in the beds.
What about the crew? Did everyone get back?
Something red flashed across her vision again, and she had to steady herself again. Unfortunately, no, Cas said. We lost some good people on the surface.
How many?
She'd stopped, trying to get her head to clear. 34. She turned to him, incredulous.
34? By Cor.
Look, I'll explain everything as soon as you're feeling better, Cas said. But we needed to make sure you were okay first. He still had that strange look on his face, the one that made her suspect he was holding something back.
Why wouldn't I be okay? What happened to me?
She ran her hands over her arms, her stomach, her head, feeling nothing out of place. No new abrasions or bandages. What was he talking about? Cas hesitated. You were attacked. We just needed to make sure. The image of a woman with her torso torn apart appeared in Evie's mind and took hold. She cried out and dropped to her knees, holding her hands out, just as she'd held on to her lifeless body. "I told you, she's relapsing. It's not holding," Box said. "Just wait a second," Cas said. But she barely heard either one of them. All she could think of was the woman she'd held in her arms as she died. How could she have forgotten?
"Oh, Karen, I'm so sorry. So sorry."
Cas knelt beside her. "What happened?" he asked.
We were ambushed. It was too fast. First it took out Williams, then Carson and Vostokov. At the end, it was just me and Uma. And then it opened her up like a piece of tin, and I held her as she died."
Evie glanced down to her clothes. They were clean and neat. No trace of her former tactical officer's blood anywhere.
"I tried to stop it, but I couldn't."
"You did your best," Cas said, placing his hand on Evie's shoulder. "They were too fast for most of us."
"Who?"
she asked. All she remembered was being knocked out.
"Who was it?"
"Andromeda," Cas said. "We found them down there. Or, more accurately, they found us."
"What happened?"
Cas glanced up at Box, who had appeared on the other side of her, and they helped her back up. "After we had gone looking for Wave 1, we arrived at the shuttle's location where we found you," Cas said, "unconscious on the ground beside what was left of Lieutenant Uma."
"They just left me alone?"
Evie asked.
"Why?"
Cas shrugged. "I'm not sure. But we couldn't wake you up, so Box had to carry you back to our camp. They attacked not long after that. With some ingenuity, we managed to fend them off and get airborne again."
"How did you manage to break the dampening field?" Evie asked. "When I left camp, there wasn't any power. We still couldn't move the shuttles or access all our equipment."
Her eyes went wide.
"What about Zal? Was he—"
"He's fine," Cas said. "We got him back to the ship just in time. It'll be a few days, but he's going to be okay." She took a breath of relief. At least he'd made it. But 34 others? How could she have let that happen? What kind of captain was she? Box managed to find the device they were using to disrupt our electrical fields and disable it, Cas said. He's got a built-in homing device he didn't know about. "Oh yeah, you should have seen it. Caspian just opened me up like a virgin on her honeymoon and went to town," Box said. "Ahem," Cas said. "After that, we took off, planning to head for the Bulak hub. But when we got back in orbit, we found we didn't need to. As you can see, the ship is doing better than ever." "Because we're 18 years in the future," Evie said. "Right. I mean, pretty much." She stared at his face. Other than bags under his eyes from lack of sleep, he looked the same as he had the last time she'd seen him, going off into the woods with his team for Wave 1, while Marshall... Evie furrowed her brow. She had the sudden urge to speak to Marshall, as if he had something important to tell her. Why were all her thoughts so jumbled? She was jumping from one to another, like a frog crossing lily pads. Maybe all this was just a side effect of her injury, which he also didn't understand.
"Where's Marshall? I need to speak to him."
Cas dropped his eyes, telling her everything she already needed to know. Killed in action. Damn it. She never should have allowed him to help patrol the camp. He wasn't military, and he'd gone and gotten himself killed, along with all the rest. Captain Green was probably rolling in a shelf at the moment. She reset herself, raising her head high.
"I need status updates. A list of casualties and the situation back home. If the ship is repaired, how are the engines? Can we get back?"
"You need to take it easy for a few days," Box said. "You suffered some trauma, and it will take some time before you begin to feel like yourself again. Until then, you'll need some rest."
"I don't have time to rest," she countered. "I need to get us home. Has there been any word from the Coalition?"
Cas shook his head. "But I'm still going over the reports myself. Why don't we take some time to go over everything at the command room?" A lot has happened, and that way we can catch up at the same time.
Sure, she said, almost as if she was out of breath. Let's do that.
She glanced around the room, looking for her sword.
Have you seen my...
She made a motion of swiping through the air with her hand. Cas looked over to Box, then back to her. It's back in your room, with the rest of your effects.
Good. For a second there, I was afraid you were going to say it was lost.
Something passed over Cas's eyes, but she couldn't tell what. He was being so cagey. Maybe it was just her messed-up brain. Like Box said, maybe she'd feel better in a few days.
Okay, let's get started.
6. The meeting dragged on for hours, and by the time it was over, Evie felt like her brain had been blended into a mushy pulp. She couldn't wrap her mind around everything that had happened since her accident. The casualty report was exhaustive. Not only did they lose Uma and Marshall, but the entire crew of the Honduras, half the security forces, and about 7 people from Wave 1. Not to mention the 4 people that died on the ship while they were away. Cas had explained how Wave 3 had never followed them to the planet, and had instead traded off time of the stasis units until the life support was fixed enough so they could all be out at once. That had lasted about 6 months, until they had realized everyone from the surface wasn't returning any time soon. Wolf had suggested they limit the amount of time outside of stasis to minimize how much time passed for each of them, though it seemed some had stayed out of stasis longer than others, with Lieutenant Tyler staying out the longest at 12 years. But the worst news was about Sesster. Even though she and Cas read the reports together, they couldn't understand what had happened to him. It seemed one day he just cut off contact with everyone, including Zenfor. The following day he was in a self-induced coma. Evie hadn't even known that was possible. But then again, there was still a lot about the Claxians they didn't know, despite them being founding members of the Coalition. Of greater concern was the lack of communication with the Coalition. All comm pulses had either been ignored or never received, despite the ship's antennas working again, which didn't bode well. Before they left for the surface, they had known Andromeda was on its way, even if they couldn't detect them. But now they couldn't take any chances. She had to assume 18 years ago Andromeda made it to Coalition space and brought the fight with them. Did the Sill assist, or did they just sit by and watch? What about the Sargan Commonwealth? Evie couldn't imagine they would have just stood by and watched the Coalition be torn apart. Most of the Sargans had been part of the Coalition at some point, going back a few hundred years. Despite the bad blood between the factions, they'd never seen a threat like Andromeda. The Sargans had to know if they sat back and did nothing, they'd be next. There was just no telling until they went to see for themselves.
I'm just finding this hard to believe. That we could have been down there for that long,
Evie said, reading the same reports from Wolf over and over again.
I mean, I get why Wolf didn't come down, but she could have at least sent a probe, some kind of message telling us what was going on.
As far as we can tell, and this is just an estimate, the 18 years passed in less than an hour for us down there. While we were in the middle of trying to fend off the camp from a hostile force. Even if she'd sent a message, I doubt we'd have seen or received it. Evie shoved away from the desk and stood like she had a purpose.
Fucking time travel. I knew. The moment we found that stupid arch, I knew this was going to be a problem. But there's nothing we can do about it now. Is there?
He scoffed. What? You mean like going back down to the planet and trying to turn it backward? No, I don't think it works like that. Even if we manage to return to the planet in one piece, we've already interacted with the future. The minute we left the atmosphere, we became part of this time period. She stared out the window of the command room, the very edge of the green planet's rings visible through the clear material.
I had to at least ask.
Evie turned back to him.
I need to speak to Zenfor. Maybe she can tell me something else about Sesster,
something she wouldn't have put in the reports. Cas laid his tablet on the table between them. Such as?
I don't know. But she and I share a bond with Sesster no one else on the ship understands. She might not have wanted to include something because it was private.
The planet beyond turned slowly, its rings widening as their angle of view shifted. Evie cursed the planet and the species that had come from it. She couldn't understand how they could be so advanced and yet have come from such a rural place. No stations in orbit, no cities, no collections of technology of any kind. Where had they built their ships? None of this added up.
You can try, Cas said, his voice casual. But you know her. Getting her to open up about anything is its own challenge.
It's worth a shot, Evie said, walking around the table. An anxiousness was gathering inside her, something she couldn't explain. It was like she needed to get something out, otherwise she might burst. But she couldn't explain what it was. All she knew was whatever she'd been hit with down on the planet had royally fucked her up, and she wasn't going to let the aliens get away with it. Leaving her alive would turn out to be their biggest mistake. She strode out on the bridge with Cas close behind. It was amazing what the remaining crew had done while they were gone. But she supposed most anything could be accomplished given enough time. The whole bridge gleamed as if the ship had just come from dry dock. Someone had decided a redecoration in blacks and purples had been in order, and she almost laughed at the thought of Zenfor ordering the crew to remove the standard muted reds and blues the Coalition used in its color design and replace them with something much bolder. Not that she minded. She liked the change of pace. It made Tempest feel a little stronger, a little meaner, like she had teeth and wasn't afraid to show them. All of the stations were in the same places, but had been given upgrades so the controls weren't as bulky or obtrusive. It was more streamlined, cleaner, and more impressive. If there was anyone left at Coalition Central, Evie couldn't wait to see their faces when they came on board.
"Do you want me to go with you?" Cas asked as she turned to the hypervator.
"No, hold down the fort here. I shouldn't be long."
He nodded and headed to his chair, which now sported a new, leaner design, but remained slightly elevated above the rest of the stations, giving it and the captain's chairs a good view of the space.
"Glad to have you back, Captain," Ensign Rivers said from her post at the front of the room.
The comment caught Evie off guard. She hadn't bothered addressing the bridge crew when she'd come back, though she didn't know why. Evie supposed perhaps it was because she hadn't felt like she was out for any serious period of time. But according to Cas, it had been significant. Or maybe it just felt like that. She couldn't be sure. Her mind was so jumbled it would be a few days before things felt right again. She wished Sesster was here. He could help her work through all this confusion.
"Thanks," Evie said. "I just want to express my appreciation to you all. You've done an amazing job, not only with this ship, but in bringing the crew back together while I was under the weather."
No one chuckled, even though she thought it was kind of clever, since they'd been down on the planet and all. Perhaps the sting of all those they'd lost was just too much for jokes. Levity wasn't her strong suit. She glanced at each of them in turn, at least to let them know she was sincere. But, of course, Zal wasn't at ops. Instead, it was Lieutenant Handel, and Ensign Talia occupied tactical. Though Evie found she couldn't hold her gaze like she wanted. After what had happened to Uma, it was difficult to look at the station. She nodded at Cas, then headed for the hypervator. She had a mystery to uncover. When Evie entered engineering, she almost didn't recognize it. Like the rest of the ship, it had been refurbished. It was as if all of engineering had been torn apart and rebuilt from scratch. No longer did the 4 large undercurrent conduits dominate the room. Instead, it had been split into 3 open levels surrounding a giant column in the middle of the room, which was all 4 conduits themselves bundled together. Each level allowed the crew to monitor the conduits at every juncture, giving them the ability to keep an eye on potential issues much sooner. It was a great design,
and she wasn't sure why the Coalition hadn't already adopted it. Behind the new levels was Sesster's cradle, and yet it was empty. Sesster himself lay off to the side, all 5 of his long appendages curled up like the back of a snail and folded in on himself. It almost looked like he was dead. She hated to think that way. But along with his pale color, he probably wasn't far from it. She only hoped whatever state he was in would keep him alive long enough for them to figure out what was going on. Zenfor stood at the far side of the second level, her arms crossed as she stared at the bundle of columns. Tyler. Good God, he was a middle-aged man. She barely recognized him beneath the beard. He smiled as she approached, the crow's feet along his eyes telling Evie he was probably a decade older than she was now. "Lieutenant," she said, sticking out her hand as she approached. "Captain," he replied, taking it. "It's been a long time. For one of us. Cas told me you'd stayed out of the stasis units longer than anyone else, but I wasn't expecting you to be so distinguished." He laughed. It was a hearty laugh, that of someone who developed a good sense of humor over the years. Completely opposite from the young, inexperienced engineer she'd first met when he'd come on board as Sesser's liaison. She found it easy to laugh along with him. Age had cooled his once-hot personality. That's one way of putting it. Evie glanced up to the second level where Zenfor stood. "I can't believe what you've done with this place." By moving all the undercurrent conduits to the middle of the room and using them to insulate each other, it improves the engine efficiency by at least 12%, Tyler said, excitement lighting up his eyes. And it allows the SIL technology Zenfor used to get us here to integrate into the system by mimicking the engines of a SIL ship. We've learned so much from her over the years, enough to fill 100 technical journals. Evie smiled. "I'm glad she's been helpful." Zenfor turned her head, her eyes landing on Evie for a moment, as if she could hear their conversation, even though Evie knew she couldn't. She was too far away. "What can you tell me about Sesster?" Tyler cast his eyes downward. "Nothing that wasn't already in my reports. It was sudden. I wish I knew why." She leaned in. "Do you think this is the best place for him?" Zen said it was better if he stayed here, that it would help him if he could be near his home on the ship rather than in some cargo bay. He motioned to the still form of their main engineer. "I just hope he gets better." "Don't worry," she said, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "We'll get it figured out. And we'll find a way back home, I promise." He gave her a curt nod, but there was something about his body language that had changed as she said those words. She couldn't identify it, but then again she wasn't as sharp as she needed to be. He returned to his station without another word, and Evie made her way over to the small platform that raised her up to the second level. Zenfor stood 5 meters away, her arms crossed as she watched the pulsating white energy flow through the undercurrent conduits. "Consul?" Evie said, approaching her. "There's no need to call me that anymore. I doubt I'll be commanding any more SIL ships." Her face was like stone, and her eyes remained on the conduits. "You don't think the SIL would take you back? Surely there must still be a place for you. Cas said your people live much longer than humans." "You misunderstand. I don't want to go back. How could I return to a single path in life after tasting so many different avenues? I fear it would kill my soul." Evie was taken aback. She hadn't expected such honesty from the SIL, though this woman was 18 years wiser than she'd been the last time she'd seen her. There was a softness to her that hadn't been there before, that had been obscured by the hard, angry edges of someone taken away from her people. "What about Melesse and your family?" "Melesse is dead." She said it with such certainty, Evie thought for a moment she might have received a communication after all. Then she realized Zenfor probably thought the entire coalition, Melesse included, had been wiped out. And she might not be wrong. It was something Evie didn't want to dwell on. "I need to ask you about Sesster." Evie could have sworn Zenfor bristled when she said the Klaxian's name, but she pressed on anyway.
I was hoping you might be able to offer further insight into his condition.
The Sil cut her eyes to Evie, then back to the conduits.
I've said all I need to say. I know you and he were very close, and you might not have wanted to put something private in an official report. But since he assisted me with my problems, I thought perhaps there is nothing more to tell. He did not elaborate when he felt ill. There was nothing I could do. It wasn't as if I didn't try.
Her clipped tone made Evie think she'd offended her in some way.
I'm not accusing you of anything. I'm afraid you'll have to deal with your problems on your own. He can't help you anymore, she said,
harshness coloring her voice. So that's how it was going to be.
Consul,
Evie said, hardening her own tone.
Don't make this personal. It isn't. My problems are my own. I only want to make sure he is okay and find a way to get my crew back home. I'm sure you'll figure it out,
Zenfor replied, then left Evie there by herself, the bright energy pulsing down the conduits beside her. Evie watched her go, walking around the outside of the catwalk until she came to the far side where Sesster's cradle sat. Zenfor gripped the metal handrails and stared down at the inert form of Sesster, as if she expected him to wake any second. Evie took a deep breath and returned to the small lift. So much for the softness. She wasn't about to get anything from Zenfor. She'd sensed the woman had never quite liked her. This only confirmed it. She'd get Cas to try again later. Maybe he would have more luck. As she left engineering, she made to wave to Tyler, only to find his back to her. Dropping her gaze, she left through the door, dejected. 7. It had been over 12 hours since they'd woken Evie, and as far as Cas was concerned, they'd succeeded. And as soon as his guilt had begun in on him, he balled it up, stuffed it in a tiny box, locked it, and shoved it into the deepest corner of his mind. It was obvious obscuring any thoughts of Laura or the alien had been the right call. The ship needed its captain. And despite a few close calls there at the beginning, Evie had come through it just fine. 12 hours, and no mention of a lost love or a creature inhabiting her head, controlling her actions. Box's procedure had been a full-on success. Although it had taken some convincing Dr. Zax. Soon after Evie had headed off to engineering to talk to Zenfor, a pointless exercise, Cas was sure, he'd headed back to sickbay to begin his damage control. Zax was already there, but with the looks he'd gotten from Box, she hadn't yet checked the bodies in the morgue to see if Evie was still among them. Cas had practiced the entire script in his head and with Box. Based on Zax's concerns, he told Box to go ahead and remove her, to prep her for Zax's examination when the doctor returned from her rest. When Box removed her from the unit and scanned her, he couldn't find any trace of the original virus, all of which was technically true, if they were to think of that thing inside her head as a virus. With no reason to keep her, Cas had ordered Box to wake her and allow her some time to reacclimate. They could explain using the specialized equipment for nothing more than a detailed scan to make sure they hadn't missed anything before she woke up. And while it all fit, Cas couldn't keep his palms from sweating as he'd entered sickbay to see Zax's confused face. He managed to explain the events just as they'd practiced, with Box throwing in a few colorful metaphors for good measure. If Zax had been human, he would have been a lot more confident he'd nailed it. But being Yax-Inax, Cas wasn't sure if her reactions were something he needed to worry about or not. She had accepted the explanation without a word of protest, but it had almost been too easy. He was confident if she thought they had committed a serious breach, she wouldn't hesitate to take action to correct it, such as notify the captain or a security detail. But there was something about Zax that made Cas think maybe she wasn't the upfront and honest person she appeared to be. Maybe it was because of that time in the weapons room when she caught him and Zenfor loading the transdimensional weapon and hadn't reported them. Or maybe it was the way she'd been able to adapt down to the surface to their troubles. There was no doubt she was a healer and committed to her job. But if she were human, Cas would say she had a dark side. He'd left sickbay without as much confidence as he'd hoped, but it would have to be enough. If he tried too hard, she'd see right through it, so all he could do was trust that he'd done as much as he could. Evie had reported back she hadn't made much progress with Zenfor, as expected, and that she was turning in for the night, which allowed Cas some relief. He firmly believed the longer she went without relapsing, the stronger the blocks would get until there would no longer be any risk at all, which meant they could focus on their main objective, which had occupied the rest of Cas's evening, while the rest of the crew reacclimated to their new ship and schedules. "Got a minute?" Cas asked, approaching Wolf's station on the bridge. It was almost time for third shift. "It's all quiet." She indicated the empty view screen with a wave of her hand. "I was going over the new specs for the engine. I think there might be a way to run it without Sesster." She arched an eyebrow. "Look." Cas handed her the tablet he'd been working on, going over all the new components. It was an ingenious design, sleek and elegant, though he expected little less from Zenfor. 4 conduits, 4 engineers. 4? She asked. "You, me, Tyler, and Breed," Cas said. "If we each regulate one of the conduits at the same time and can work in tandem through the cycles, we can get the undercurrent up and running. Once we're in the undercurrent, Tyler should be able to stabilize the process to be self-sustaining. He wouldn't need us again until it was time to come out." "That's a delicate procedure and would require precise timing." Her face betrayed no hint of emotion. "Exactly. We'll need to run through a few practice trials. But with this new configuration, I believe it's possible." He'd hoped for more of a reaction. It was a way back, after all. "Huh." She scanned the tablet containing the information he'd pulled together. "I'm surprised you never tried anything like this while you were waiting, as a way to test the engines," Cas said. "Yeah, well, we weren't exactly fully staffed. I wasn't comfortable moving the ship without enough of a crew to keep her going. Plus, if we had, we might not have been able to return." She handed the tablet back to him. "Ryan tells me there was a time when he was in stasis for over 10 years, Cas said. He didn't like Wolf's lack of enthusiasm at the possibility of leaving the system. Didn't she want to get away from this place? Wolf shrugged. "We kept a lot of people under for long periods of time. It can get pretty boring up here with nothing to look at except the same green planet every day. I kept thinking maybe the Bulak would come back. But we never saw anyone in all that time." She stood and leaned close to him. "My bet is because they think this place is cursed. Highly religious people and all that." Cas nodded. He couldn't help but think of Zal, who was resting peacefully in his room now. What had he thought of this place? Had it seemed cursed to him as well? "No one would have faulted you for leaving, you know. 18 years is a long time to wait. For anyone. I don't care if they're in stasis units or not." The lights on the bridge dimmed automatically, indicating the start of third shift. The hypervator doors opened to reveal the change in crew as Wolf locked down her station. "I know back then you didn't know me very well, and I hadn't been part of this crew for very long," she said, moving out of the way. "But I wasn't about to leave anyone to die out here alone. We never stopped looking for a way to come down and get you. It's just," she turned away, "some things aren't possible." Apparently done with the conversation, Wolf made her way to the hypervator and stepped inside with the rest of the second shift. Her eyes didn't meet his until the last second before the hypervator doors closed, and Cas found himself questioning what had just happened. Something about all of this gnawed at him, and he wasn't going to give up trying to find out what it was. But for the moment, he had to prepare his report for Evie on their engine situation. He believed it could work, no matter if Wolf was excited about it or not. But he wasn't above getting a little reassurance. "I heard they'd stuck you down here." The alien glanced over his shoulder at Cas, a grin forming across his considerable lips, revealing the sharp tips of his white teeth. Cas noticed, despite the amount of time that had passed, Breach was still missing one of the mandibles on his back. The other lay flat against his right shoulder blade, exposed through a seam built into the overshirt he wore. Though he didn't wear boots as he had the last time Cas saw him. Instead, his bare feet, at the end of long heels, stood on the deck plating of the main computer control room. "Caspian," he said, extending his four-fingered hand to Cas in a friendly gesture. Cas cocked his head, surprised. But he took the hand anyway and gave it a firm shake. "Picked a few things up, I see." Breach gestured around him. "Mostly humans. Eventually, I figured out your second language." "And no more stuttering," Cas said, impressed. "How long were you out of stasis?" 4 years total. Not long. I found it lonely outside. And—" His eyes darkened. "What is it?" He shook his head, instead of touching his head with his fingers, as his people normally did to indicate a no. The disparity was a little jarring, since from Cas's perspective, he'd only seen Breach a few days ago. Somehow, this was harder to accept than the age he saw on everyone else's faces. "Many thought we'd never see the rest of you again. It's strange to have you back." "Trust me, that feeling goes both ways," Cas said, looking around. Like everywhere else in the ship, the main computer control room had been redesigned to be more efficient, though the core itself seemed relatively untouched. "Wolf put you in charge of core maintenance?" He nodded. Again, the movement was so strange coming from him. Cas had gotten used to his unique form of body language. "She thought my analytical mind would work well down here. Plus, it reminds me of home. Everything is so compact." "You never had the desire to return?" Cas wasn't sure he would have stayed with an alien ship if his own people were not more than a few light years away, even if they were destitute and struggling to survive. Breach cast his eyes downward. "After what happened to Diamant, I decided it was best not to return. In truth, he was the reason I hadn't been raided myself. Despite his faults, he did watch out for me on occasion. His successor would not be so generous." "I'm sorry to hear that," Cas said. "I know what it's like not being able to return home." Breach flashed him a toothy grin again. "No matter. This has been good for me. Just the right amount of challenge to keep Freed sharp." "Good. Because that's part of the reason I'm here." Cas produced the small tablet he showed to Wolf. "I'm going to get your thoughts on this. A way to run the undercurrent engine without Sesster." Breach hesitated just a moment too long, enough to catch Cas's attention before taking the tablet and looking it over. He tapped a few buttons on the side, and the text on the screen transformed into his native language. "Ah, I see. I believe this would be possible." He grimaced. Cas decided not to mention his slip. It was obvious Reed had worked hard to free himself from that tick, and he didn't need others pointing out his mistakes. He probably heard it louder than Cas had in his own head. Breach handed the tablet back to him. "You agree we need to perform some tests first?" Breach nodded. "And you'd be willing to help out? Work with the rest of us to utilize the system?" Another wordless nod. He was probably afraid the next word out of his mouth would be another stutter. "Great. I'll speak to the captain, and hopefully we can begin trials tomorrow." Sounds good," he said, wincing as the words escaped his mouth. Cas bet if his face could redden, it would have. He decided to leave the man in peace, rather than bother him any further. "It's good to see you again. And for what it's worth, I'm glad you stayed." He placed a reassuring hand on Breach's shoulder. "I'll see you tomorrow." Breach gave him a curt nod and a smile, then returned to his work, monitoring the computer core. Cas would have taken that as an insult in any other situation, but this was Breach, not Jorrel Page. He left him alone, with some hope this plan might work. What followed after that, he couldn't say. 8. As Cas made his way down the corridor, he still had a hard time wrapping his mind around being back aboard this ship, and the fact it was in near-pristine condition. Not only did it seem brand new, but it was clean. Much cleaner than he would have expected, considering there had only been so many to stay behind. Senfor and Wolf must have kept them on a strict schedule to maintain this level of spotlessness. He and Box had had enough trouble keeping the reasonable excuse clean, and it had been tiny in comparison. Then again, in those days, they hadn't been motivated to keep things up. His courier missions involved transporting dignitaries, escorts of dignitaries, and escorts with dignitaries, all of which required a certain amount of discretion. Which meant they didn't come into the main part of the ship, and Cas didn't go back there. In fact, the only things he did keep clean had been the hub suites, giving them a thorough decontamination after every trip. He couldn't say he missed that life, though sometimes it had had its moments. Before he had a chance to slip further into the nostalgia that threatened to overwhelm him, 2 strong hands grabbed his lapels and pulled him around into the adjacent corridor, slamming him back up against the wall. He grunted as his head smacked against the hard metal plating, knocking him for a loop. His hand went for his boom cannon, only to find nothing there, as he'd returned it to the weapons lockup when he'd come back on board. He glanced up, expecting to see someone much larger than him, only to find himself staring into a pair of hard blue eyes, partially covered by mats of dirty blonde hair. He was lost in those eyes for just a moment, having never seen them this close, or expecting their owner to be the one to attack him. But he had enough time in the moment to realize he'd look back on this moment and figure it was inevitable. Assault of a senior officer. That's a court-martial, Cas said, doing his best to keep his voice calm. Don't make me laugh, Chief Raffinkel replied, her eyes burning with rage. He couldn't believe how strong she was. He wriggled to free himself from her grip. But she'd pinned him using what had to be her leverage, since she was no taller than he was. Assault of a criminal isn't even a tribunal. Cas glanced down to her hands holding him in place. Her knuckles were white and strained, and the veins in her hands stood out against the skin like power conduits. He cast his gaze back to her. I assume there's a point to this. I know, she said, a small grin appearing at the edges of her mouth. At first, he thought she might have lost more than a couple weeks in the jungles down on the planet. But then his mind solidified around Evie's incident. She couldn't mean that, could she? Box had said there was no one else around, though it wasn't as if he had time to do a thorough scan. He'd been busy trying to keep Evie from killing him and anyone else. And one of his optical sensors had been out. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, Raffinkel's smile grew, and he knew she could see the realization on his face. He cursed not playing more card games when he'd been part of the Sargon Commonwealth and developing his poker face into an uncrackable enigma. That's right, she whispered, not taking her eyes off Cas. And I have a long memory. And you let her loose in the ship again, after what she did. I don't know what you're talking about, he said, not even believing his own words. They came out too forced, too desperate. You do, she replied, not losing her grin. And you're going to hang for it. If you thought betraying your commanding officer was bad, wait until the Coalition hears you let a murderer continue to act as a captain of the ship. That's your big concern? He countered, finding his footing. There may not even be a Coalition left, and you're more interested in making sure I pay for something that may or may not have happened? He wasn't about to admit to it, in the event she was recording their conversation, or had an accomplice nearby. In fact, he hoped she did. It would be proof of this attack. Her grin disappeared. You just better hope she doesn't fall back into her old habits. You might not be willing to do what's necessary, but I am. Cas furrowed his brow. And what does that mean? What exactly are you going to do? She let go of his shirt and took 2 steps back, so her face fell into the shadows cast by the lighting of the adjacent corridor. All that matters is I don't easily forget the things I see. I want you to keep that in mind, and pray that I'm wrong, because if I'm not, it's blood on your hands, too. With that, she turned and strode down the empty corridor, leaving Cas standing up against the wall. His first thought was to come up with some reason to arrest her, to keep her in the brig so she wouldn't go around spreading what she'd seen to everyone else. But no. If he did that, it would only draw Evie's attention to the situation. And by confronting him here, Raffinkel had probably already put safeguards in place to make sure the information found its way to the light in the event something happened to her. Raffinkel might be brash, but she wasn't stupid, and Cas couldn't afford to underestimate her. If she had seen what Evie had done down to the planet, then he had a much bigger problem than he wanted to admit. "And you're sure there was no one else there?" Cas asked, as Box paced his quarters, his head down and one hand rubbing what passed for his chin. "I told you I can't give you any guarantees. I was trying not to be chopped in half. You saw what she'd already done to my neck servos. For a second there, I thought she was going to take my head off," Box protested, not slowing the pacing. "So Raffinkel could have seen everything, and you never would have known it." Cas sat on the edge of his bed, his arms folded on his knees as he stared at the floor. "After I drugged the captain, there was no one else there until Dr. Zax came running up to check on Lieutenant Yamashita. And Marshall. He was still alive then, of course." Cas cast his gaze over to the small desk in his room, where a small black orb sat, glassy and still. Marshall had placed it in Cas's hand as he lay dying in the back of the shuttle, but Cas had no idea what it was, or what it was supposed to do. He'd run a smattering of tests on it, finding nothing. As far as he was concerned, it was nothing more than a doorstop, and not a very big one at that. "And she hasn't approached you about it?" Box stopped pacing and shook his head. "I haven't even seen the chief since we got back." Cas scoffed. "She probably blames this whole thing on me. More than likely, she doesn't even know you're involved. After all, you were the one to stop Evie." "What are you going to do?" Cas threw his hands up. "What can I do? I can't exactly accuse her of lying, because that would risk Evie hearing the details of what had happened. And you said that could trigger a relapse." Box put the index and thumb of each hand together in an OK symbol and leaned down. "Potentially. Not guaranteed. Again." He dropped his hands. "What was that? What did you just do?" Cas asked. "The emphasis thing. You know, when someone keeps asking you asinine questions and you have to reiterate to them. They're not getting anywhere, so you mock them by exaggerating the fact they're saying the same things repeatedly." He paused. "Oh, wait. I think I got that wrong." He formed the first 2 fingers on both hands into little hooks and wiggled them up and down. "Potentially. There we go." Cas shook his head. "I don't know what we're supposed to do here. Who knows how many other people she's told?" "Does that matter?" Box asked. "It's your word against hers. Or technically, it's mine, since I was the only one there." His eyes blinked rapidly. "Oh, Cor! It's mine!" He began pitching back and forth like he was having a fit, and Cas jumped up off the bed. "What is it? What's wrong?" "I'm hyperventilating. Can't you see that?" Box yelled. Cas rolled his eyes and returned to his bed. "You don't even have lungs, drama queen." "Yeah? It's not your metal ass on the line here. You know how bad I am at lying. What if someone comes up and questions me? What if they want to put me on the stand? I can't hold up under that kind of pressure. I'll crack before someone asks me my name. I'll spill every secret I've ever been told. Like that time when you stayed in that nice hotel out on Trask, and you got super drunk the night before and threw up into the commode.
When you tried to flush, it only backed up onto the floor. And you had to use the sheets to wipe it up, because they were the only thing that could handle that much puke. Then you just tossed it in the corner and left. Remember that?
Yes, he said through gritted teeth.
Or that time that Alsatian invited you up to her room, only it turned out to be what she called a milking station, and she had you strapped into the...
Okay, I get it. You're terrible at keeping secrets. Look, she's not going to come for you. Her beef is with me, over what happened with Griffin. You'd think after this much time she would have let that go. But old grudges die hard, I guess. Cas sighed and flopped back onto the bed. We'll just have to find a way to keep an eye on her. I guess she won't do anything until we get back to the Coalition space, assuming we even can. But she's not thinking clearly. She's assuming there will be someone to report this to. And when we get there, I'm concerned about what she might do if we find the Coalition in pieces. He sat up. 18 years is a long time. Box blinked his yellow eyes in worry. He was right to be concerned. And Cas couldn't say Raffinkel wouldn't approach him. They might have to run through some scenarios, so he would be prepared. Box worked much better when he had a script to stick to. But the bad thing about scripts was they weren't adaptable, and Box was notoriously bad at improvising. You think she might try, what? To harm the captain? Cas shook his head. I don't know. And it isn't like I can bring this to Evie, can I? She'd ask why, of course. Then I'd be stuck needing to make up something that didn't happen, so she didn't become suspicious of what did. He ran his hands down his face. If only I'd been there. She would have run you through, too, Box said. No question. Cas stared up at his friend. We're just going to have to be extra vigilant, especially if we manage to leave orbit. See if you can figure out a way to track her movements without alerting the internal security units. I don't want the ship to do it, because there will be a record of it. And if Evie sees it, yeah, relapse, I know. I'm the one who told you. I'll see if I can come up with something. Box made his way to the door. You better hope I don't get accosted in the hallway. We need a code word. Let's make it distortion. Please tell me that doesn't mean what I think it means, Cas said. Box's eyes blinked once. It means the day before yesterday. What did you think it meant? Cas waved him off. You are exhausting. Get your mind out of the gutter, you sicko. This is serious. He took one last look at Cas before leaving him alone in his room. After the door shut, Cas's pillow smacked the closed panels and slid to the floor. 9. Evie didn't sleep well. Her dreams were punctuated by images of running, dark tunnels, and endless cliffs. And each time they'd wake her up and she'd check the time, only to find it had been 20 minutes since the last time she shot out of bed. She considered going down to sickbay for a sleep aid, but instead thought back to those tiny pills she'd been using before, and stayed still instead. She wasn't going to lean on anything else, not unless it was necessary. Plus, she was still recovering from a head injury. Things like sleep were bound to be different for a time. Though she didn't remember having this much trouble after her last injury at the hands of Diamant. But then again, that hadn't been head trauma. She'd slept better after that one, her body taking the time it needed to heal. Evie wished her head would hurry up already. After the 10th nightmare, she finally got out of bed and ready for the day. She was tired of fighting sleep, so she might as well get something done. She had the computer make a quick breakfast before heading to the bridge and taking over for third shift. When the hypervator doors opened, it took her a moment to remember why it looked so different. She'd gotten so used to the old bridge. The sight of this one temporarily sent a shiver of terror through her, though she couldn't understand why. The bridge was nothing to be afraid of. This ship was her home. Evie took a deep breath. and spoke with Lieutenant Latimer on watch to make sure nothing had changed overnight, to which he confirmed it hadn't. No ships had been launched from the surface, and no threats had appeared in orbit. Probably because if the time distortion was constant, the aliens down at the surface, if any remained, were moving so slowly in comparison to their ship, it would be years before they managed to leave the planet's surface and come after them. That was, unless they managed to get the time distortion under control. But there had been no indication of any changes on the surface since she'd woken up in sickbay. Evie decided to spend the rest of her morning in her command room, catching up on anything else she might have missed, and hopefully coming up with a way to return to Coalition space. Without Sesster, the ship couldn't even get out of this system, much less travel the 700 light-years back to the edge of Coalition-held territory. She wished she could speak with him. During the night, in the middle of 2 terrifying nightmares, she'd tried reaching out with her mind to see if she could find a thread of him somewhere, but there was nothing. It was like he didn't exist anymore, and she couldn't understand why. Wolf speculated it was because Klaxians needed other Klaxians to survive, and Sesster had gone so long without any, he'd finally lost the will to continue. But he'd had Zenfor here, and while she wasn't a Klaxian, Evie knew she was the next best thing. She'd witnessed them together. But even now, it felt as if Zenfor had closed the door on any further possibilities with him, which didn't make sense. Unless it was a Syl thing, and she was ignorant to it. She awoke to the sound of her door chiming and bolted straight up. Apparently, she'd fallen asleep at her desk. Checking the time, she saw she'd been out for almost 3 hours. She shook her head and tried to clean the hard residue from the corners of her eyes. Maybe she could only sleep sitting up. If that was the case, she might just try tonight here in the command room. The door chimed again. "Enter," she said, smoothing the front of her uniform. Cas took 2 steps inside before catching a look at her, and stopped. "I can come back," he said. He held a small tablet. But she noticed his eyes were bloodshot as well. Maybe she wasn't the only one not sleeping on this ship. Evie shook her head. "Let me see it." She held out her hand. "What?" he asked, looking down. "Whatever bad news you've brought me. I knew this ship was too good to be true." He grinned and took a seat, handing her the tablet. "Believe it or not, this is a good thing, I think. It's a plan to use the undercurrent without Sesster." It took her eyes a second to focus on the detailed plans in front of her. "Is that possible?" "Let's just say it has potential, and right now is our best chance of getting back home." Evie studied the plans, blinking a few times to remove the lingering fog in her mind. 4 engineers, 4 conduits. It was deceptively simple. But the more she read, the more she realized it would require some precision on the parts of everyone involved. "Have you spoken to the others about this?" He nodded. "No one's told me it can't work. But I figured it was intuitive. Why they haven't tried it before now is beyond me." She handed the tablet back to him. "Maybe they were just waiting on your winning personality." He began to smile, but then it fell away, as if he'd remembered something unpleasant. "What is it?" He reset. "Nothing. If you're ready to approve this, I'll get down to engineering so we can begin running tests. I want to make sure we get this exactly right before we go for the real thing." Evie regarded him for a moment. Either he was acting odd, or she was still out of it. She had no way to be sure. "Yeah, I think it's worth a shot." "Have you thought about what we might find when we get there?" His gaze was hard, as if he expected the worst. "To be honest, I've been trying not to think about it. Just been focusing on the ship, getting the crew back together, you know." She shrugged. "I'm not sure what we'll do. We'll have to see what's there before we can make any decisions. Who knows? Maybe they managed to repel the attacks. Or the Syl helped. It's hard to say." She didn't want to admit it, but ever since she'd found out they'd missed the last 18 years, she'd feared there was nothing left of the Coalition. They'd arrived back to find the entire region decimated, trillions of people killed, thousands of planets destroyed. In the amount of time they'd been gone, Andromeda could have swept through the galaxy like a plague. It was the reason she hadn't been as anxious to return as she had before they'd landed on the planet. Cas pursed his lips, unable to come up with a response. Did he feel the same way? Or did he know something she didn't? Something about his behavior was off, but she was too afraid to ask. She knew she should, and she wanted to, but couldn't find the words. I'll go ahead and get started. It will take a few minutes to set up the tests. Do you want to watch, or... I'll just wait until you think you're ready. Then we can run through it one last time before the real thing. Why did she feel so awkward? This wasn't like her, was it? See you in a few, then. He turned and left her alone in the command room. She happened to glance down at the black obsidian desk and caught her reflection of the polished surface. For a moment, she thought she saw something foreign there. But when she looked again, it was nothing more than her own face staring back at her. As Cas made his way down to engineering, he couldn't help but wonder if he should have told Evie about his suspicions regarding the ship. He wasn't even sure if he could call them suspicions, more like a general feeling of unease. In addition to Sesster's situation, no one who had been on the ship over the past 18 years seemed to be in any rush to return home. But when Evie had expressed similar concerns, he thought maybe he was being too suspicious. The passage of that much time had to have an effect on people, good or bad. Maybe they'd resigned themselves to the fact they'd spend the rest of their lives on Tempest. Maybe they hadn't expected the rest of the crew to return. He couldn't say. But it still gnawed at him. Especially how Wolf kept Ryan sealed up for over a decade. Who else had been locked down that long? And why? He might get Box to pull the medical records and see if anyone else had a similar lengthy stint. Then there was the matter of the 4 members of the crew lost to decompression. Not that it was so unusual. In fact, only losing 4 in a matter of nearly 2 decades was something of a minor miracle. But it was the fact that the sensors had been turned off that gave Cas pause. That would have needed to be overridden in order to be off. And Wolf was probably the only person aboard who'd had the authority to do that. Something about it didn't add up. But he didn't need to trouble Evie with it. Not until he was sure she would be okay. So far, everything was going well. But she hadn't interacted with many of the crew yet, and it was possible the smallest thing might set her off. He'd have to continue to investigate on his own. And when he was sure she could be trusted to handle it, he'd bring his concerns to her. In the back of his mind, that box holding all his guilt rattled against its lock, threatening to break free. Cas mentally threw another chain around it and pushed it even further away. He had too much to deal with at the moment and couldn't let it distract him. And then there was his other problem. Cas tapped the back of his hand. Box, checking in. I wanted to see if you'd solved that problem we talked about last night. What problem? He asked, his voice cheerful. Cas gritted his teeth. Our problem with the monitor. Oh, not there yet, boss. Still exploring options. I'll let you know when I have something. But I can't talk right now. Working on an important experiment. The line cut off. Wait, Cas tapped the back of his hand again, trying not to let it get to him. Box, come in. There was no response. He hit it again, too hard, causing the back of his hand to throb. He only hoped he had better luck with the engines. 10. Everyone ready? Lieutenant Tyler called out over the low din of the conduits. A quarter of the way around the second level, Commander Wolf nodded. Ready, Reed said from the third level, another quarter of the way around. Do it, Cas replied from his position on the ground level. Zenfor stood near the back of the room at her control station, monitoring her upgrades and staring up at the conduit bundle. The plan was to engage the undercurrent drive, stabilize it, Then Zenfor could activate the micro-jump she'd used to get them out this far in the first place. They were on hour 4 of what was supposed to be a 2-hour trial run, and Cas was close to the end of his rope. Going in 5, 4, 3, 2... Tyler held up his right hand, then dropped it. "Activating 1, Wolf said. 2 is go," Breach yelled from above. Cas watched as the pulsing current came across his monitor, the glowing hot energy from the conduits radiating all over him. He hit a quick sequence of buttons to keep the current active. 3 is clear. Tyler focused down on his own station, working as the current made one full revolution. "I'm good. Keep it going." "I've got it," Wolf said. "Clear." "It's destabilizing," Breach yelled. Cas cursed. "Reinforce it. Don't let it slip." His station lit up, but the current coming through was a quarter of the power it had been on the first revolution. He did what he could to keep it together, but it fizzled and died before he could pass it on to Tyler. "Son of a bitch!" Cas slammed his hand down at the control station, producing a clean crack in the display. The station went dark. "I don't get this. It should work." He glanced up to Vreej looking down on him from 2 levels above and narrowed his eyes. "I want to see what's going on up there. Something went wrong between 1 and 2. He stepped over to the small lift that took him 2 levels up, where he came face to face with Vreej. "It just degraded," Vreej said, blocking his way. Cas pushed around him, examining his station. Everything looked normal, but something wasn't right. Either a foreign object or an obtrusive force had to be disrupting the flow. There was no other explanation. And he'd already scanned the conduits, finding no foreign objects. "I told you this might be a long shot," Wolf said from below. "I don't accept that," Cas called back. If it wasn't Vreej's station, it had to be Wolf's. He got back on the lift and took it down to the 2nd level. Wolf tried to block her station as well. "Commander, we may just have to accept—" Cas maneuvered around her to inspect the station. Everything checked out as normal. He even ran the simulation back to see if he'd missed something, but it all checked out. The pulse was just losing power for some reason. Sesster had managed to manipulate all 4 of these conduits at once. It was what gave him the unique ability to engage the drive, and why no other coalition ships could travel as fast as Tempest. But there had to be a way to make this work. Cas wasn't going to give up. He turned to Wolf. "Let's run it again." She threw up her hands in frustration, turning her back on him. "We've gone through it 29 times already. It's not going to work." He turned to Vreej. "Is the math solid?" Vreej hesitated, then nodded. "Then I refuse to accept the laws of physics have just decided to stop working on board this ship," Cas said. His voice raised more than he'd intended. "Screw the simulation. I want to run it for real." Wolf spun on him. "Are you crazy? We could blow the entire conduit system. What would—" She must have seen something on Cas's face that told her she'd stepped over a line. "Sorry, Commander. What I mean is, how can we run it in real time if all the simulations have failed?" The door to engineering rolled away, and Evie walked in with an easy demeanor, as if she were admiring the view. Cas caught her eye before she turned away. "Here's the reality of the situation, Commander. We are not staying in orbit of this accursed planet 1 second longer than necessary. We're going back to the Coalition, or we're going to die trying. Is that clear?" Wolf sucked her lips between her teeth and shifted her glance between him and Evie, as if contemplating the risk of trying to pit them against one another. Finally, she dropped her head. "All right." Cas pointed at Tyler as he took the small lift back down to the main level. "Disengage the simulation and activate the primary engine banks. We're doing this." He tapped his comm. "Cas to Ensign Rond. Move us out of standard orbit and prepare to enter an undercurrent." "Aye, Commander," Rond said. Tyler shook his head, then leaned over the control station, typing out a series of commands as Evie walked over to Cas. "Commander?" She said it with a smile in her voice, even though there was none on her face. She knew how much he didn't think the rank fit him.
It looks like you might be putting my ship in mortal danger. Cas wiped at the perspiration on his brow. He no longer had the luxury of keeping this from her. He leaned in close. Evie, something is wrong. I've noticed. I get a notification every time the simulation fails. He shook his head. No. I mean, I think someone is trying to stop us from leaving here, and I can't figure out why. Evie narrowed her eyes. You mean we have a saboteur aboard? I don't know if I'd go that far, but it feels like there are extra obstacles in our way. Someone is mucking up these tests. For what reason, I don't know. But I'm betting they're not willing to kill us all in the process. She glanced at the others working on their individual stations, even to Zenfor behind them, whose gaze remained impassive. That's a big risk, but if you think it's what's happening, then let's go with your recommendation. He was taken aback. Usually, even when she agreed with him, she'd give him more pushback than that. Wasn't she worried it was too risky? Are you sure? You're the engineer, right? Cas tried to think back. When, in the entire time he'd known Evie, had she ever just deferred to his judgment? When had she never taken the reins and plotted her own course? He couldn't think of a time off the top of his head, and that bothered him. We're set up here, Commander, Tyler said. He ran his fingers under his eyes, as if to underscore his fatigue. Cas had seen Tyler stay in engineering late into the night, and was already there when Cas had arrived in the morning. Did the man sleep at all? Are you two ready? Cas stared up at Wolf and Vreege on the respective levels. Vreege nodded and returned to his station. Wolf held Cas's gaze a moment, then retreated to her station as well. Cas addressed Zenfor. How does it look over there? Optimal. Once the current is stable, I'll activate the system. She crossed her considerable arms, looking like someone about to enter a wampum match. For a moment, Cas had the entertaining image in his head of her taking on a foe in the hand-to-hand combat. He knew who he'd be placing his bet on if that fight ever did happen. Cas turned to Evie one more time. Last chance to back out. She shook her head. I trust you know what you're doing. She crossed her own arms, but more to hold herself than look intimidating. It made her seem smaller in some way, and Cas didn't like the way it made him feel. That box in the back of his mind rattled. He took up a station, pushing it away again to concentrate on the task at hand. Whenever you're ready, Lieutenant, he said. Tyler tapped his comm. Bridge, this is engineering. Ready? Ready, sir, Ensign Rivers said. Tyler nodded at Cas, then raised his hand. It trembled when he first raised it. Going in 5. Cas steadied himself, shooting looks back to Evie and Zenfor. They watched with interest. 4? He peered up at Wolf, hunched over her station, grabbing the sides until her normally copper knuckles were white. 3? Above all of them, Reed stood at the furthest station. But he wasn't watching the monitor in front of them. Instead, his focus was on the conduits themselves. Cas was about to tell him to focus when Breach diverted his attention back to his station. 2? Tyler's arm visibly shook, then dropped. Activate. The conduits in the middle of the room pulsed with a white light. It began in the middle and pulsed out. Activating 1, Wolf yelled. Structure is stable. 2 is good, Breach called from above them. Cas's station lit up with the information, and he could clearly see the undercurrent generators were stable, more than they had been in the tests. He initialized 3 and passed it along, monitoring the output. 3's good. He glanced over to Tyler, who remained hunched over his screen. Evie stood behind him, watching him work, still hugging herself, but the sweat running down Tyler's brow was visible, even from Cas's position. 4 is good. Still stable. The integrity is holding, Wolf said from above. I'm locking down number 1. Locking down 2. Good to go, Breach added. Cas checked his screen, noting that the field and emitters were holding. Something that hadn't happened in 20-plus tests. He knew it. Whoever didn't want them leaving
wasn't willing to destroy the ship over it. 3's locked down. That's 4, Tyler said. Maintaining current output. He turned to Evie. The undercurrent is stable, Captain. She glanced to Cas, her mouth turning in a little smile. Bridge, this is the captain. Proceed into the undercurrent. Aye, Rond replied. Cas double-checked his system, making sure all the variables were accounted for before leaving his station. He walked over and clapped Tyler on the back. Congratulations, he said. We're not in the clear yet. If there's a variant, we'll have to realign the system. I know, Cas said. But in comparison to opening the undercurrent, an alignment was easy. And 2 people could do it in a pinch if necessary, instead of 4. He and Evie made their way over to Zenfor. How does it look? Acceptable, she said. I can engage the upgrades using this current. Anything unexpected? Cas asked, allowing his pride to show through. He'd known it would work. There had never been a doubt in his mind. No, we're ready to proceed. Evie's gaze had seemed to have glassed over for a moment. Are we good? He nudged her. She blinked a few times. Oh, yes. Whenever you're ready. The box rattled again. Zenfor initialized her unique system. Coming online now. The first micro-jump will be in a few moments. All variables are stable, and the ship is holding a perfect velocity. She tapped a button, and the ship seemed to lurch under them. First jump confirmed. We are on our way. Cas stepped back, trying to suppress a grin. They were finally going back. After all the damage they'd taken, after all the people they'd lost, they were returning home. The question remained, what would be left when they arrived? 11. It was a long 6 days. The first few had gone off without a hitch. But then, in the middle of the night, 3 days in, the tunnel alignment had lost its cohesion, and the ship had dropped out of the undercurrent before anyone could stabilize it, which meant they had to start over and initialize it again. It gave Cas a new appreciation for just how much work Sesster had done to keep the ship moving at all costs. Manually adjusting the outputs proved to not only be difficult, but tedious, and on more than one occasion he was called back down to engineering to adjust some of the emitters, so it didn't fail again. But the real victory had been that each day Cas had become more and more confident Evie's memories would stay blocked. She was showing no signs of relapse, and most of the crew had reintegrated without causing any issues or any questions being raised about what had happened down on the planet. Cas realized if Evie couldn't remember the incident, Raffenkel was going to have a hard time convincing anyone else of what she'd done. Even Cas could claim ignorance, having been too far away to have witnessed anything at the time. It was all working out as well as he could hope, and the box in the back of his mind had quieted, almost to the point that he forgot it was there. Cas stepped onto the bridge just as first shift was getting started. 2 days prior, Zoll had returned to his station, Dr. Amargosa having completely rebuilt his mechanical suit from scratch, hollow projectors and all. Cas had been to visit him once, when he was still in his natural form, though they hadn't been able to communicate. He'd just sat in Zoll's quarters while Zoll skittered around the track he'd built around the ceiling of his room. And though they couldn't communicate, Cas felt like Zoll had appreciated the company. But this morning he seemed to be back to his normal self, with a brand new set of royal blue robes, and honoring of Kor, the Everlasting. The only difference was the holographic projection of his face wasn't quite the same as it had been before. The face was older, wizened, and Cas wasn't sure if Zoll had made that choice, or it was something Amargosa had done for him. Lieutenant Rond and Ensign Rivers sat at their stations, staring straight ahead at the green-tinged tunnel of the undercurrent as it sped by them, punctuated by brief flashes as they entered and exited microholes created by Zenfor's technology. Wolf sat at the bridge engineering station, focused on her work, while Ensign Talia had taken the tactical position. She sat back with an ease about her, as if the prospect of returning home was boring. Evie sat in the captain's chair, focused on a report in front of her, as Cas rounded his own chair and sat beside her. "Big day," he said. Her attention had been enslaved by whatever she was reading. "For a while there, I never thought it would happen." He allowed the silence to stretch between them until she finally glanced up. "What?" "I said, for a while, I never thought this day would come." She may not be in any kind of relapse, but he had noticed Evie had difficulty focusing over the past few days. It was hard to tell if it was because of the surgery or something else. If this was the price they'd had to pay, it might just be worth it. "Right, yeah. I was just going over our comm blasts." She tapped her screen, and the report slid over to Cas's chair. "None of our hails have been answered, and we can tell just by the radiation. Half of the messages never even reached their intended targets. Or if they did, they slid right past and kept on going into deep space. Which means they probably aren't there to receive them." She nodded, checking the time. "Navigation, how close?" River turned to look at them. "Another 5 minutes until we're within range of Starbase 5, if we maintain current speed." Cas didn't say what all of them must be thinking. There was no guarantee the station would still even be there. Instead, he focused on how best to be prepared when they arrived. "Ensign, what is our weapon status?" he asked Talia. She straightened, uncrossing her arms and tapping a few buttons on the console before her. "All blade emitters are charged, all dart housings are loaded, and the armor has at full capacity. Senfor gave me a rundown of all the new upgrades, and I think we're as ready as we can be. It remains to be seen if we can penetrate enemy defenses." Cas turned to Zal. "Anything yet?" "Nothing, Commander." Despite the change in his face, his voice was still that ever-chilling, bass-laden speech, the voice of death himself. "All attempts to communicate have not been successful." Cas settled into his chair. "Engines?" Wolf shrugged. "As good as they can be. But if we encounter an armada there, I don't see how we'll get away in time, especially if we have to restart manually again." She was right. Even if they emerged and found nothing, the Athru could be out there hiding in their time bubbles, invisible from all their scanners. They could be watching them as they headed there now, lying in wait. The only advantage Tempest seemed to have over the Athru was its speed. But if it took forever to engage the engines... "Coming up on the station," Ron said. "Drop out of the undercurrent. As soon as we're clear, raise all the armor," Evie said. Cas couldn't help but feel the hammering of his heart in his chest. Would they even recognize the Coalition? Was there anything left? They'd been gone longer than half the time he'd been alive. And if there wasn't anything left, what would they do after this? The tunnel around them dissipated as Tempest re-entered normal space, the stars becoming flecks of white paint against the black canvas. "It's there!" someone yelled, though Cas wasn't sure who. His attention was too focused on the station in front of them. Almost a copy of Starbase 8, 5 held an hourglass shape, where it was wide at both ends and tapered in the middle. One end would be the interior shipyards, complete with any repair facilities any passing Coalition ships might need, while the other end was the habitable ring, which included shops, living quarters, and offices. Most of the cargo was stored in modular units that could be attached to many different parts on the outside of the station. Starbase 5 sat in front of them, gleaming gray and white, but there was something wrong. The station wasn't generating any power signatures, and there were no lights to illuminate it. As the station rotated in front of them, Cas saw why. The backside, which had been impossible to see when they'd come out of the undercurrent, had been virtually destroyed, as if something had cleaved the station lengthwise, cutting it in half. And where the other half of the station should be was nothing but free-floating debris, locked in an eternal orbit with the intact part of the station. Parts of ships that had been inside the shipyards when the entire station had been decompressed.
By Cor.
Talia leaned forward on her console. The debris had formed something of a ring after years and years of gravitational pull.
Scanners, Evie said. I want to know if there was anyone alive over there.
Everyone was silent as the computer did its job. No life signs detected, Zal replied. Though I am picking up over 7,000 bodies. No power sources either. Carbon decay estimates the station has been in this state for approximately 18 years.
They did it, Talia said. They did it. Just came through and destroyed it all.
Evie rubbed her temples with both hands.
Any indication of hostile ships?
Nothing as far as I can detect, Zal replied, though they could be hiding. They all stared at the screen, waiting for someone to say something. Waiting, Cas thought, for someone to wake them all up. Even though he wasn't part of the coalition anymore, this still hit him hard. But not as hard as it probably hit River, Rond, and some of the others. People who had dedicated their lives to the cause, only to see this first indication that there might not be a cause left. He tried to imagine how he would have reacted as an ensign or junior lieutenant fresh on his first assignment to this news. In his opinion, they were all holding it together better than he would have.
What about the station's computer? Can we download its logs?
Zal shook his holographic head. Without a power source, we can't connect. We'd have to send someone over with a converter, start up the main computer, then we could download their entire database.
Any non-coalition bodies in that group, Zal?
Cas asked, trying his best to be tactful. But how did someone ask a question like that? This was one instance where he wanted Laska around. She'd have a diplomatic way of handling all of this. 2 Calgarians, 1 Erustian. All could have been diplomatic envoys. No Athru bodies, Cas thought. Which meant they caught them by surprise, and it was quick. And they never came back to clean up the mess. Why would they? Space was big. It wasn't like they needed to make sure everyone was dead. Anyone who didn't die in the initial attack most likely died from suffocation or starvation a few days later, especially if all the ships and shuttles had been damaged or destroyed.
Before we press on any further, I want as much information as we can get, Evie said. We'll need to send a team over there to power up the computer so we can at least get the last bit of sensor data. It might tell us something important.
I'll do it, Cas said, staring straight ahead. Even though she was to his back, he could feel Wolf's gaze on him. But he didn't turn around. I'll take a small team. It won't take long. Cas caught a hint of concern in Evie's eyes when he finally looked at her, but she nodded anyway.
Get it done and back quick. We can't afford to lose anyone else.
Cas stood. He had no intention of being lost.
Why is it every time you need a pilot, you volunteer me, Jan said at the helm of the small ship, using it to swerve around and through the debris field.
Not all the flotsam had coagulated into the ring, and there were tiny pieces of bulkheads and pipes everywhere, not to mention the globs of spilled liquid. And the bodies. Most were in uniform, but there were those who had on few clothes, if any, as if they'd been blown into open space in the middle of their morning routines, or while they slept. It chilled Cas to the core. You're the best pilot I know, and that includes Box, Cas said, averting his eyes from the windscreen. Just don't let him hear you say that, Ryan said beside him. He'd chosen both of them, in addition to Ensign Talia, because he knew he could trust all 3 of them. Box had wanted to go, to provide medical assistance if necessary, which it wouldn't be. But a mission such as this needed less bravado, more subtlety, and Box was the least subtle person Cas knew.
Let's just hope this goes better than last time, Jan said. I don't want a repeat of old Deadeye back there's sickbay visit.
She motioned toward Ryan, who shot her a nasty look. Talia creased her brow.
What happened in sickbay? Had to pump his stomach. Pulled out about a liter of this black sludge. I still can't believe you drank that stuff.
She turned back around and course-corrected to avoid the back half of a sonic generator. Had to, Ryan said, defiant. Otherwise, that bastard never would have talked to us, right? His questioning glance was directed at Cas. I still don't know if he was testing us somehow. Fortunately, he cut his eyes to Jan. Fortunately, my body didn't have any problem digesting it. Though I don't think I drank as much as you. Yeah, you and the lieutenant were fine, Ryan said, and Cas cringed. Even though Evie wasn't here, he just wished everyone would never mention anything relating to Laura again. What if Talia got curious and asked Evie how Laura had handled it? He needed to get the focus off this subject. How much farther? Cas asked. A few 100 meters. The deeper in we go, the denser the debris. Jan maneuvered the shuttle again to avoid pieces of bulkhead frozen in place. Everyone get into your envirosuits, Cas said. No atmosphere and no gravity mean we'll have to do this the old-fashioned way. No need, Talia said, holding out 3 small oval-shaped units. These are modified versions of Vreege's suit he wore on the outside of our ship. Wolf gave them to me. He had time to develop these while we were gone. They have their own small gravity generators and enough air to last 6 hours. Cas took one, examining it. It resembled the device Vreege had used in the past, but it was more compact. If he didn't know better, he'd say Zenfor helped Vreege modify his own technology. It would certainly make interacting with the environment easier. 6 hours? That's what she told me. Cas clipped the device to his belt and activated it. For one brief second, he felt a rush of air, then a warmth over his whole body. It was like the repel fields he'd used in the past, but more intense, like being wrapped in a protective cocoon. Talia and Ryan did the same, while Cas gave the last one to Jan, who sat it on the empty seat beside her. I'll deal with it once I'm sure we're down in one piece, she said, swinging around a tangled mess of cable and conduit. Finally, Cas could see an opening ahead of them. What seemed to be the part of the station's promenade that hadn't been shorn off. All the glass in the ceiling was missing, and anything not bolted down had long since blown out into space. But the layout was immediately familiar to him. Jan set the shuttle down right in the middle of the concourse, using the maglock to keep the shuttle from floating away. While Cas and the others fit themselves with flashlights and weapons, Jan activated her own field, clipping it to her belt as well. Everyone ready? Cas asked as they all double-checked their persons. Remember, all we need to do is connect this power source. He held up a portable power unit to the nearest station terminal and power it up so Tempest can download the files. But we have to make sure to use the proprietary secure coalition network, not the same one all the merchants down here would be on. Everyone keep an open comm, because once we're out there, we won't be able to hear a thing. They all nodded, tapping the backs of their hands. Ready when you are, Captain. Cas winked at Jan. A smile tugged at her mouth, and she activated the force barrier at the end of the shuttle, then opened the loading bay door. Talia and Ryan went first, their weapons out in front of them as they scanned the dark promenade for anything unusual. Cas and Jan followed. He wasn't expecting to find anything hostile here, but it was better to be prepared than not, and they still weren't sure of all the Athru's capabilities yet. For all he knew, they could camouflage their bodies and keep them from sensors. I've got nothing, Talia said through his comm piece. Heading up to the officers' levels. She led the way to the nearest access corridor. Without power, none of the hypervators would work, so they'd have to make the climb by hand. Cas had wished they could have landed closer, but without the docking latches working, the promenade was the only place large enough for the shuttle. The further into the station they traveled, the more Cas relaxed. He'd expected the opposite, but there was no reason for the Athru to station spies here 18 years after their invasion. They'd accomplished their goal. It was possible they might have even moved on to their next target, millions of light years away. They might have just attacked the Coalition because it was in their way, like with the Bulak. Hold up here, Talia said, as soon as they reached the officers' level. She crept ahead of them, her light disappearing as the walls curved to the left. Cas recognized the decoration in the dark corridors. It was the same as the way to Admiral Sangvi's office had been. They wouldn't be far now. All they needed to do was get in one of these rooms and boot the closest terminal. "Okay," Talia said, after jogging back from the far end of the corridor. "Just wanted to make sure. Any of these should do." Cas nodded to the closest door, which, according to the sign, had been the office of a Commodore Peter Richmond. Cas had never heard the name before, but the Commodore was going to perform one last service for the Coalition, even if he didn't know it. Cas and Ryant got on either side of the door and pulled at the sliding frames. It took more power than Cas realized, but once he got his fingers around the edge, he managed to wrench the door open. When he looked up to see if Ryant had managed his side, the corridor was filled with a bright light that nearly blinded him, and he had to throw his arm over his eyes. "What the fuck?" Ryant and Jan both yelled something, but their words were cut off. When Cas dropped his arm, he realized he was staring right down the end of a pulse rifle. 12. No one move. Cas stared at the opaque bubble atop the head of the being standing in front of him, but he couldn't see their face. All he knew was there were 6 of them, they all had guns pointed at his team, and they spoke Universal Standard. Cas glanced to the others. Without the heavy envirosuits on, it was easy to read their body language, and they'd all been caught by surprise. By the grimace on her face, Talia seemed furious, probably because she'd given them the all-clear. "Name, rank, and purpose," one of the masked beings said, indicating Cas with his weapon. Cas didn't think he was an Athru. His body wouldn't have fit so well in the suit. He could be any one of the humanoid species of the Coalition, or even those outside it. There was no telling. They needed to let Tempest know they weren't alone out here. "Caspian Abernathy," he said. It was probably best not to use his real name. "No rank, and we're just scavengers, looking for scrap." "Bullshit," the voice said. "Coalition shuttle, Coalition uniforms." He indicated all 4 of them with a yank of his rifle. "Listen," Cas began. "We're just—" "Caspian?" He turned to one of the beings behind him. Their opaque helmet temporarily went gray, then turned transparent, and a face Cas never thought he'd see again stared right back at him. "Samaya?" She was older, much older. Her dark hair now sported streaks of silver, but it suited her. The biggest difference was she no longer had a right eye. Instead, a nasty scar disappeared underneath a makeshift patch that had been affixed over the skin. Only her left hazel one remained. "How? You were supposed to be on the Atlas." "Commander, drop your weapons," Samaya said, addressing the man who'd been interrogating them. "But, ma'am—" "That's an order, Commander." "Aye." He motioned to the others with his free hand, and they all stowed their weapons on their backs. Talia's body language relaxed, as did Jan's and Ryan's. How could Samaya be here? She'd been the operations officer aboard the Atlas, his old ship. The ship he'd been first officer aboard, and the one he'd betrayed to save the Sill. Everyone aboard that ship had been killed when they'd activated the stolen Sill technology. Samaya couldn't be here. It wasn't possible. "My God, you've barely aged today," she said, coming up in front of him, the glass bubble separating them. "And you've learned how to breathe without an atmosphere." Cas glanced down. He'd forgotten about Regis Field. "It's a bit of technology we picked up while we were away." He took a glance at the other 5 surrounding them. Each had dropped the shields in their helmets, so their faces were visible. All 5 of them were human. The one who'd begun interrogating Cas was a square-jawed behemoth who looked like he could take a sledgehammer to the face without so much as a flinch. "We thought you were... well, we weren't sure what you were," Samaya said. "All we knew was a Coalition ship was approaching. Sometimes those bastards used our own ships against us, in the later years, you know, to get in behind our lines." "Trojan horse," one of the others said. Cas wasn't sure what a Trojan horse was, but he understood the idea. The Athru would take a ship and kill everyone on board, then use that ship to get behind any Coalition lines or stronghold. and before anyone realized it, they'd already be inside, infiltrating from behind.
"Come on," Samaya said. "Let's get you down into the bowels. It's impossible to talk with these things on."
She motioned that they should follow her. Cas glanced at the others, all who seemed just as confused as he was.
"We need to calm Tempest," Talia said. "Give them an update of the situation."
"No," the square-jawed man said. "No outside comms. They can detect them from light years away." Talia shot Cas an alarmed look. "It's okay, Ensign. I know this woman. Or at least I did."
"A lifetime ago," Samaya said, a smile in her voice.
"We'll be okay," Cas said. Although he couldn't say that for sure. Samaya had been aboard the Atlas when he decided to shut down the weapons so they couldn't fire on the sill. And she'd been there when Rutledge had Cas remanded to his quarters, then to the brig. And she'd been there at his trial, where Cas was sentenced to hard labor on a penal colony. And in all that time, she never said a word. Before everything that had happened with the ship, Cas always thought her a good soul and a very competent officer. If he recalled correctly, she'd been married to one of the engineers on the Atlas, John. Cas had liked him, too, right up until he watched as both of them sat in the audience and didn't offer a word of defense for him and his actions. But in Samaya's case, that had been a quarter of a century ago, while for Cas, it was only about 7 years. Perhaps in all that time she'd changed. Not to mention, she might be able to tell them what happened after the Athru arrived, though he'd still like to get his hands on the computer logs. They led them through the rest of the officers' corridors and back down through some adjacent systems until they reached close to the center of the station. This was where all of the guts of the station were housed. Environment generators, gravity stabilizers, waste reclamation, recycling, and the 1,000 other systems that kept the station running behind the scenes.
"Welcome to Starbase 5, Samaya said, as they passed through 2 different force barriers and emerged out onto a catwalk lining one long wall.
Below them, the room opened up, and the first thing Cas saw were the beds lined in rows. But beyond them were different stations that had been set up. One for food prep, another for cleaning, another for what looked like target practice. And milling about below them were at least 4 dozen more humans. Some in coalition uniforms, while others, including children, walked around in civilian clothes. Upon taking it all in, Cas shivered.
"Remind you of somewhere?" Ryan asked, leaning in.
It did. It resembled the sanctuary they'd seen on the Bulak hub. Samaya and the others removed their helmets.
"You can shut off your fields if you like. There's plenty of air." "How do you keep all of this hidden?" Jan asked. "I was scanning the whole time and didn't pick up a thing."
"You don't survive as long as we have without learning how to disappear," the interrogator said, removing his helmet and shaking his head. His forehead was covered with sweat. "Captain, I need to get this unit in the shop. The life support is malfunctioning." Samaya nodded.
"Go on, we'll be fine."
The man gave a brief nod to Cas and the rest of his crew before heading off down the catwalk to a set of narrow stairs leading down into the room. 2 of the other escorts followed him, while 2 others stayed with them.
"Commander Hank Graydon, formerly of the USCS Constantinople," Samaya said. "My second in command, and a damn fine officer."
"You're in charge here?" Cas asked. Samaya smiled.
"Although I don't know if you'd call it in charge. These are 2 of my best security officers, though they started out in much different fields once upon a time. May I introduce Lieutenant Alden Belmont and Ashley Harcrow."
Belmont sported a short blonde cut and couldn't have been more than 25, Cas thought to himself, while Harcrow was probably in her mid-40s, and while she was smiling, it didn't reach her dark brown eyes.
"Pleasure," Harcrow said, while Belmont only nodded.
"Right," Cas said, realizing he was expected to finish the introductions. "Captain Satarina Yan and Dorsey Ryant of the Sphere Corps, and Ensign Imus Talia, our Chief Security Officer." "The Sphere Corps?" Belmont's eyes went wide. "How did you survive?" Ryant and Yan exchanged a worried look as Samaya stepped forward.
"It seems we have a lot to discuss. Come with me.
I have a place that's a bit more private." She maneuvered her way around them on the catwalk and led Cas and the others to a different set of stairs than the ones Graydon had descended. It dropped them into a series of makeshift rooms, and they stopped in front of one just long enough for Samaya to step out of her suit and toss it through an opening shielded with nothing but a piece of cloth. As the material fluttered to the side, Cas saw it was a small room with a bed and a desk, with equipment and parts cluttering the floor. Her personal quarters. He turned, noticing Belmont and Harcrow had disappeared sometime after they'd come down, probably to their own quarters. "Excuse my lack of manners. They don't do us a lot of good down here," she said, dusting herself off. Her uniform was worn, but it had held up over the years. Cas wondered if it was the only one she still had. This way. Weaving through another set of corridors, Cas couldn't help but think again of the hub, with its dirty streets and people begging for anything he could give them. It was hard to think this was probably the reality of the situation all over the Coalition now. Samaya led them into a small room with a makeshift table surrounded by 7 mismatched and old chairs, the fabric on them long since worn away. She indicated they each take a seat, which they did. A moment later, Graydon entered from another side door, having removed his suit as well. "Phil's working on it. Says it should be back up and running soon," he said. Samaya nodded and turned to the rest of them. "Commander, Captains Jan and Ryant, and Ensign Talia." She indicated each of them in turn. "And of course, Caspian Rabot." Free of the suit, Graydon shook each of their hands. "I've heard stories about you for a long time," he said to Cas. "Never thought I'd get to put a face with a name." "I'm as surprised as you are," Cas said. When Rutledge had told them the Atlas had gone missing, he just assumed everyone aboard was dead. And until they'd entered the station, he'd had no reason to think otherwise. "You're probably wondering how I'm sitting here," she said, a grin plastered on her face. Cas turned to the rest of his crew. "Captain Geisen here was the operations officer on board the Atlas. She was there the day—" "You made a very brave but very stupid decision," Samaya finished. "And I was there for all the days after. 2 seasons after the ship came back, Rutledge sent us out again. Same mission. Only by then, he had been promoted to admiral. So guess who got the captain's chair?" Samaya pursed her lips in a grimace, as if remembering eating something unpleasant. "Geraldine Soon." "Bingo," Samaya said. "The former tactical officer," she explained to the rest of the table. "Without Cass as first officer, she was next in line, and she was ruthless. Within a few seasons, we'd already completed our mission." "Damn it," Cass said. "I should have known." "Yes," she said, "you should have. No amount of sabotage on your part was going to stop it. And if you're wondering why I didn't stick up for you—" Her cheeks reddened, and she stood, turning her back to them. "You know, I was about to go on this tirade about how you shouldn't have been so impulsive, and that I didn't support you, so I could stay behind and do the work you'd failed to finish. But that's not the truth." She turned back to them. "The truth is, I was afraid I'd end up just like you. All I could think during your trial was if I stood up and said a word against Rutledge, it would be me up on that stand next, and the rest of my life would be stuck in some jail somewhere." Cass didn't know what to say. It wasn't as if he could blame her. No one wanted to go to prison. But still, he'd made the right call. At least he'd made the only call he felt was right given the situation. And maybe the Coalition hadn't been what he thought it was, but his decision had been within the spirit of the Coalition. "It wasn't until I saw what happened when you weren't there to stop it that changed my mind," Samaya continued. "And I accidentally killed one of them myself. It was in that moment I knew I couldn't continue. Not if I ever wanted to sleep again." "You killed a Sill?" Ryan said, leaning forward. "I'm not proud of it. But he startled me, and I—" She trailed off. "Doesn't matter. What was important
was I make sure the Coalition could never use the technology they stole. Realization dawned on Cas. It was you. You sabotaged the weapon, so when they activated it, it would malfunction, and the Coalition would consider the test a failure. He stood. You single-handedly stopped the entire program from going forward. She smiled in response. It took years of planning, but John and I were close to the project. We had the access. And we made sure to not be on that ship when they activated it the first time. We stole the shuttle the day before the test, after we were sure it was foolproof. But all those people, Jan said, on the ship, didn't they deserve some warning? Samaya's face hardened. Considering not a one of them seemed to have a problem with what we were doing? No, they didn't. Her clipped tone told Cas that was the end of that subject, but he couldn't help but laugh out loud. What's so funny? He glanced at Graydon. Because the only reason I'm here is because Rutledge needed someone who knew something about the project to find out what went wrong. He sent someone deep into Sargan territory to fish me out, just so I could find the ship and diagnose the problem. Samaya smirked. That is funny. She reset herself. So that explains why you're not dead in some cell somewhere. But it doesn't tell me how the hell do you look so young. That, Cas said, is another story altogether. 13. Evie stared at the screen, watching what was left of Starbase 5 float in the distance. If she squinted, it was almost beautiful, all of the debris forming kind of a protective barrier around the station. But it didn't fill her with any kind of hope or promise for the rest of the Coalition. Sure, 5 was right on the edge of Coalition space, and had probably been one of Andromeda's first targets. But still, what resistance they'd mounted had been inadequate. She hoped it wasn't as dire as she'd made it in her mind. Anything yet? She asked Saul, who'd taken over for Talia in her absence. It was telling they didn't even have a backup qualified tactical officer to take her place. Wasn't there supposed to be at least one more on the rotation? But she supposed between the losses at Omicron Terminus and down on the planet, she should be glad to have any crew at all. Still, she couldn't help but look at the tactical station and feel a sense of longing. No signal yet. They must be having trouble finding a suitable port, Saul said. Or they've run into trouble. Evie stood, clasping her hands behind her back. Tell Ravenkill to get a small squad ready. I want her to be prepared to launch the moment we see something out of the ordinary. Aye, Saul said. She turned to Wolf. Is there anything you can do to the scanners? Increase their range or sensitivity? I can't believe Zenfor would go to all the trouble of upgrading every system on this ship other than the ones that tell us what's out there in front of us. Evie was being short, and she knew it, but she didn't care. This entire situation had put her on edge, and she could be as short as she wanted. Wolf glanced up at her. We have some increased sensitivity, but we've already been using it. Remember I told you about it during our first meeting? Oh, Evie stepped back. Had she? She couldn't remember. Why was she still having persistent memory issues? It had been nearly a week since she'd woken back up. The effects shouldn't still be lingering this long, should they? Commander, you have the bridge, she added, then headed for the hypervator. Yes, ma'am, Wolf replied. If there was surprise in her voice, Evie didn't hear it. Instead, she got inside the hypervator and willed the doors to close faster. Once she was sealed inside and it was on the move, she took several short, shallow breaths. Something was wrong. Evie didn't know what it was, but there was something wrong with her mind, and she couldn't figure out what it was. But it was like being inside someone else's head, someone other than her. She'd never had memory issues before this, and she certainly had never felt like every move she made or every order she gave came from someone else, someone else's body,
someone else's mind. Once out of the hypervator, she kept a brisk pace until she reached her room, throwing herself inside before the doors could finish opening. She clambered on the desk and took her sword down from where she'd hung it back up in the wall a few days prior. As soon as it was in her hands, an immediate calm came over her, and she felt like she could breathe again. Maybe it was because the sword was the one thing that connected her to her family, at least the family she wanted to remember. As far as she was concerned, the business with her father was long finished. And her mother, well, that was a lost cause. Without him to give her any more information, there was little more she could do. And yet, for some reason, when she thought of her mother, she felt an overwhelming need to continue her fruitless search. But how? All attempts at finding her records had come up blank in the Coalition database. But something deep inside told Evie she needed to keep looking, that the search wasn't over. That creeping feeling of being an imposter in her own body slivered up her spine again. Not even the sword helped. She placed it back on the magnetic hooks holding it to the wall and took a step back. She was being foolish. She was herself. There was nothing else to it. She was just disoriented because she'd been out for so long and missed so much. She wasn't used to missing all the action. Why had she even come down here? Cas and the others were over on that station, and she needed to be focused on the mission at hand. She needed to be back up at the bridge, not wallowing in self-pity here in her quarters. Evie straightened out her uniform, pulled her ponytail over her shoulder, and turned to exit. But when she did, she caught her own reflection in the adjacent mirror, and for the briefest of moments, she saw her own jaws stretched wide in a grisly smile, revealing rows upon rows of sharp-pointed teeth.
"That's a lot to take in,"
Samaya said, after Cas had spent the past 20 minutes explaining a truncated version of everything that had happened to them since finding the Atlas.
"And you're just now returning to Coalition space?"
He nodded. For a lot of us, 18 years ago was last week. But about a third of our crew stayed aboard the ship and aged in different increments, depending on how long they stayed in stasis, such as Captain Riot here. The pilot produced a small wave of his hand, a terse smile on his face. Samaya exchanged glances with Graydon, whose face hadn't shown a hint of emotion the entire time Cas was speaking. Jan and Talia remained leaned over the table, but both had stayed silent during the tale.
"So you don't know?"
Cas took her meaning. "We have an idea, but no, we don't. The reason we came over to the station was to try and download the computer core, at least give us a starting point on what's happened over the past 18 years.
"Damn,"
Samaya said, standing.
"Damn."
She yelled right to the ground as the rest of them watched her. She took a slow breath, and Cas caught the end of it had a ragged, wet sound to it.
"We thought, when you weren't Athru, we thought you might be a rescue vessel. That the Coalition might have finally beat—"
She trailed off.
"Too much to hope for, I guess."
"We are one of the larger refugee or resistance groups," Graydon said. "Whichever term you prefer, they both fit." "One of the larger?" There were less than 60 people, as far as Cas had seen. "How long have you been here?" "About 2 years. Can't stay anywhere too long, otherwise their hunting parties will find you. Longest we've ever been in one place was, 3, Samaya?" She dropped her eyes. All the fight had gone out of her the moment she'd realized they hadn't come on behalf of the Coalition. And Cas could understand it. To spend all those years fighting to survive, only to watch as each hope for some relief was destroyed again and again. He was amazed they made it for this long. "I'm too old for this shit," Samaya said, pushing herself back up.
"What's the situation with the rest of the Coalition?"
Jan asked. Cas wanted to know as well, but a part of him didn't want to hear. It was almost as if no one told them. None of it had happened yet. It was a proverbial Schrodinger's cat. Except this time, the cat was made up of 14 trillion lives and about 1,000 star systems. "Wait a second," Cas said. Are those all of your people out there? Are there any more? Samaya shook her head. Then we have plenty of space for them on Tempest. So we can be a rescue vessel. We also have plenty of supplies for everyone. They're not all military, she frowned. We have a lot of civilians, some who didn't even know what the Coalition was like before this life. That's fine, Cas said. We can transport them all over. We have the shuttles. Samaya turned to Graydon. What do you think? I think it's the best option I've heard in about a decade. He addressed Cas. We have a few shuttles of our own, and one long-range fighter I managed to save for my own ship. She needs repairs, but she's a tough little ship. Jan perked up. A long-range fighter? Like a Falcon class? Graydon's visage cracked for the first time. Try Ravage class, he grinned. Jan turned to Cas, grabbing his arm. I need to see that ship. Without any dissent from the others, he regarded Samaya. We'd be happy to have you aboard, but I need you to drop whatever you've got that's blocking this place from our sensors so I can comm my ship. I made the mistake of inviting friends back to the ship once without her permission, and it didn't go so well. Samaya creased her brow. If we drop the field, the Athru will be able to find us. I'm surprised they haven't already picked up your ship. Are their sensors that sensitive? Graydon shrugged. We don't know. But we'd like to err on the side of caution. It's kept us alive this far. It was clear to Cas these two had worked together for some time. They had an easygoing nature about them, common in colleagues who were used to each other. Cas couldn't help but wonder where Samaya's husband was. He hadn't seen him in the compound anywhere. Was he even still alive? Then Jan and I will go back. Riot, you and Talia stay here and help everyone prepare to move. We'll want to do it as quickly as possible. If they're right and we're already on the Athru radar, I don't want to stay here any longer than necessary. He motioned to Samaya. Do you want to return with us? You might make a better case to my captain than I would. She stared at him underneath hooded eyes. I still can't believe you're not the captain. Weren't you supposed to be the youngest starship captain in Coalition history? Cas shrugged. It happened, eventually. Except instead of exploring the galaxy, I was stuck ferrying rich people across the Sargan Commonwealth. Samaya's eyes fell for a brief second, but then regained their vigor. Sounds like a plan to me. I can accompany you back. She turned to Graydon. Before she could say anything further, he was out of his seat. I'll start preparing people. What sort of housing situation will we be looking at? I need to tell them how much they can bring with them. We've got space for everyone to have their own room if they want it, Cas said. I would say as much as they can carry, and any essential supplies you need, such as medicines, though the ship is well stocked. I wouldn't be so sure, Samaya said. There've been a few new bugs creep up over the years, especially in humans. We don't know if it's the work of the Athru or just bad luck, but some can be pretty nasty. Cas made a mental note. Sent everyone through decon before they mix with the crew, myself included. Okay, then. Everyone get started. We don't want to linger. 14. So, Cas said, staring at the woman now 30 years his senior instead of just 10. She might have more gray in her hair, but she hadn't lost any of her drive. To have sabotaged the Atlas was a stroke of genius, even if it had led to him being reined back in. If it hadn't been for Samaya, Cas never would have met Evie, or Green, or Dorsey, or even Zenfor. He never would have done anything of consequence, just continued to ferry people back and forth for Vina for all eternity. He owed her more than he could vocalize. So, she mimicked, you're still not technically an officer. He shook his head. The shuttle bounced slightly as Jan piloted through the debris field. Sorry, she said, unavoidable. It barely registered to Cas. The woman sitting across from him was from another life, a past so foreign to him it felt like it belonged to someone else. I tried it for a brief time. Wasn't for me, he said.
I guess you figured out the Coalition wasn't all it was cracked up to be.
Especially after my time in Cathora. Jan's attention remained on what lay ahead of them. He hadn't told anyone other than Evie what he'd gone through on that planet, and he didn't plan to. People weren't ready to hear the Coalition was running a secret mining operation that killed most of the humans that worked there.
I've never been, but I heard it was hell,
Samaya said, scratching the area right underneath the patch. She caught him looking at it.
Yeah, I didn't have access to modern-day medicine at the time. It was either lose the eye or,
it was lose the eye. Cas leaned his head back against the bulkhead. The tiny vibrations in the shuttle hummed through him. How did it happen?
Accident, she said.
But he saw something else in there, something deep and painful. He decided not to pry any further. And despite wanting badly to ask her about John, he'd refrained from that as well. She'd tell him if she felt comfortable, but he had to imagine she was somewhat perplexed by him and Tempest showing up out of nowhere. He hadn't yet regained her trust.
Here we are,
Jan said as the field cleared.
Tempest, this is Kirkus coming in. Bay 1.
Affirmative, Kirkus. Proceed, the launch bay operator's voice said. Jan swung the shuttle so Tempest was right in front of them, the bay open wide. Samaya stood, staring out of the ship through the window.
God damn! You weren't kidding about your ship. It looks brand new.
It's as much of a shock to us as it is to you, Cas said. From my perspective, it was on the verge of self-destruction a week ago.
Still, do you know how long it's been since I've even seen a Coalition starship? Much less a Dragon class? Beautiful design.
Cas stared out the window with her. How long has it been?
Too long.
Jan pulled the shuttle into the bay with expert precision, and Cas tapped the back of his hand. Evie, are you there?
Go ahead.
Did her voice sound odd? He wasn't sure. So much had happened, it might just be his imagination. Can you meet me in Bay 1? We found survivors.
What? Why didn't you come earlier?
He could tell by the heaviness of her breath she was already out of her chair and on the move. Apparently the aliens are monitoring Coalition space. They might know we're here. We didn't want to risk further spikes on their screens. He'd almost said Athu instead of aliens. He needed to be more careful. Evie didn't know of them like that yet, and he wasn't sure if the word would trigger anything for her. Cas didn't want to be the one to say it. Perhaps if it came from someone else, it wouldn't be as big of a threat to her psyche. Jan set the ship down and engaged all the moorings, shutting off the shuttle's power.
In one piece, as promised.
Thanks, Cas said. Stay close. We'll probably be sending the fleet over to pick up everyone.
You know, she said, if you keep assigning me to these shuttle missions and away from my ship with all the guns, I'm apt to become irritated.
Cas saw the same humor in her face he'd seen when she had tricked him down to the planet with a spider sensor. Was she flirting with him? Of course she is, you moron. By Cor, you're dense. Don't worry, Captain. I'll have you back out there blowing holes in things before you know it. He wanted to smack himself for the idiocy. He was terrible at this. But she smiled anyway. It was the thought that counted, right? He was rusty. The last time he'd had anything serious was back on his first assignment. Her. Geez, Samaya said, stepping out of the shuttle. Cas threw one last look at Jan, at Saturina, and winked before following her out.
I'd forgotten how large they were. The bays. We've got a waterfall-class ship in the debris field somewhere. Graydon and I stripped it of anything useful when we arrived here, but there wasn't much. When you're not around these ships, it slips your mind.
It was normal for Cas. He'd become used to it ever since coming aboard.
Commander?
He turned to see Evie striding toward them, one of the security officers accompanying her.
Why is it every time I send you off, you never come back alone?
There was a smile in her face, probably for Samaya's comfort, but her voice was deadly serious. "I know what you're thinking," he said, "but this is different. May I present Lieutenant Commander—" He double-checked her rank on her uniform. "Sorry, Captain Samaya Geisen, former operations officer of the USCS Atlas." Evie was momentarily stunned.
"Captain Diazol, pleasure to meet you," Samaya said, holding out her hand.
Evie took it, giving her a hearty shake.
"I heard a lot about you in the time before. We all figured you were dead."
"Not yet," Evie said, trying to regain her composure.
"You were on the Atlas?"
Cas stepped forward. "We need to talk," he said. "There's a lot to cover." 15 minutes later, they were in the conference room off the bridge. The entire way there, Captain Geisen couldn't quit commenting on how clean and new everything looked. Evie had pressed her for information about the Coalition, but she only offered small nuggets, saying it was best to get it all out at once. When they stepped on the bridge, their new ally was struck with awe when she caught sight of Lieutenant Zoll, and she grew quiet when Evie mentioned they had a Klaxion on board. She wasn't sure whether Captain Geisen's silence was a good thing or not, but it didn't leave her with a good feeling in her stomach.
"I assume Cas has already filled you in on all the details," Evie said once they were seated around the table.
"All the important parts," Cas said, putting himself closer to the table.
"First things first, Captain," Geisen said. "Caspian told me you had room for our group over on the station. We have a complement of 58. About 40% of those are former military. The rest are civilians and families."
Evie exchanged glances with Cas, who seemed to her like a puppy pleading for a treat. Of course they could take them on. But as for keeping them long-term? Without a starbase or other port in which to deposit them, Evie had to consider they might become permanent members of her complement. And while they could use the help from the ones who'd been in the Coalition, this ship was not outfitted for civilians like some of the larger ships were. They need to make special arrangements.
"Of course." Evie folded her hands. "Whatever you need. We can start transporting you over immediately."
"There's the other matter," Cas said, "of the alien sensors. I was thinking we might be able to use whatever technology they're using over on the station for Tempest. Hide us from their scanners."
"Are you sure you want to leave?"
Evie asked. It was a valid question. They might be safer to stay where they were.
"If we'd only arrived, I'd say yes. But they'd find us here eventually. And we'll need to move soon anyway. If we can adapt the technology for your ship and stay on the move, we'll be much better equipped to avoid them."
She glanced around the room.
"Besides, most of my people aren't eating enough. I'd like them to have full bellies at least once in the last 2 decades.
Evie nodded. Given the choice, she wouldn't want to be trapped on some derelict station either. She couldn't even imagine the kind of life these people had endured over the past 18 years. All at once, her heart went out to them. She tapped her personal comm.
"Commander Wolf? Coordinate with the base to send enough shuttles to transport 58 people and their belongings over from the station. I want the Space Wings to escort the shuttles back and forth. And get it done quickly, understand?" "Aye, Captain," Wolf said. "We'll get started right away." "Was that the bald woman I saw on the way in?" Geisen asked.
Evie nodded.
"I knew I liked her." "My people will do everything they can to make sure yours are safe," Evie said, and she meant it. "Now, what can you tell us about the last 18 years?
Geisen leaned back in her chair, her hands on the plush armrests. Evie noticed she caressed them lightly with her thumbs.
"If I start from the beginning, I have to say I knew about the Andromeda threat early on, considering I was on the ship trying to procure a weapon to stop it. But once my husband and I decided to sabotage said weapon, we knew we couldn't stay. We escaped to Sargan space."
"I know the feeling," Cas muttered, grinning as he said it.
"And that's where we were when the reports of the first attacks came across the news outlets. Very quickly, things began to fall apart. The Athru attacked our communication systems first."
Evie held up a hand.
"I'm sorry, who?" Geisen gave her a confused look. The Athru, that's what they call themselves. I thought you had that intel. We had speculation, Cas interrupted before she could respond. Evie noticed his voice had gone up in pitch. Nothing concrete. Well, Geisen continued, they weren't calling themselves Andromeda. Anyway, once they began attacking the communications infrastructure, information became scarce. We got the initial reports of the attacks on the stations and planets along the border, where we sit right now. After that, it was more about what incoming ships had heard or seen, rather than what we got from official channels. Believe it or not, most of the Sargans have access to the Coalition info grid and receive a majority of the channels. A few still operated, but the primary ones only showed the emergency broadcast messages. She took a breath, as if the story itself was wearing her out. And Evie figured it probably was. It had to be harrowing to relive some of the worst moments of your life. It was a feeling she could relate to, or at least she thought she could. Something about bad memories gnawed at the back of her brain, but she pushed it aside and focused her attention on Geisen. The Sargans, well, you know them. They decided to stay out of it. Didn't want to get their hands dirty with what they felt was purely a Coalition problem. Obviously, they were hoping the Athru would take care of the Coalition for them, then allow them to run in the sector unchecked. It's what they've always wanted. There was a lot of talk from the official houses and the royalty about how the Sargan Commonwealth was about to enter a brand new era. It wasn't until we began to see footage of what the Athru were doing that they changed their tune. What do you mean? Cas asked. What kind of footage? John and I were out on Devil's Gate, a station right on the edge of Sargan and Coalition territory. We know it well, Evie said, not wanting to get into the details of how or why. Then you know it's controlled by the Maro family. After their daughter Vina was killed, her brothers took over. That's neither here nor there, but the Maro brothers would often bring in contraband from the Coalition. I don't know when they started, sometime before we got there. But it was always a big deal to see the transport ship coming in from across the border. The only way I can swear they got away with it was the Coalition was too distracted with the other matters to notice. The ship gets into port, and the captain doesn't have the cargo. Geisen gestured with her hands. He says the supplies had never made it to Starbase 8, because there are no more supplies. But before the Maro brothers can take him away for interrogation, he throws up this video in the middle of the main concourse, out there where it's the busiest, and it shows all these ships swarming around a dark red planet. Within seconds, the planet explodes. Just explodes. And as everyone is standing there stunned, he says that was Mishtaka, the planet that manufactured all the cargo he normally brought over. She took another breath and dropped her eyes. After that, people just lost it. I've never seen so many ships take off at once, or so many people trying to rob the establishments. The bars were overrun within seconds, and I knew we needed to get out of there. I'm not sure anyone understood the extent of the threat until that point. Those of us on the Atlas knew about the telescope data, but to see a Coalition world destroyed in front of our eyes was something none of us were prepared for. Evie glanced over to see Cas watching her. His eyes were filled with what? Worry? Compassion? She couldn't quite tell. But Captain Geisen's story had confirmed her suspicions. The Athru, the word felt strange in her head, and she wasn't sure why, had done what everyone had suspected, and Tempest hadn't been here to help. What about the core worlds? What about Earth, Claxia Prime, Beta Leonis? What happened to them? Geisen shook her head. I don't know. We've never been close to the core. I've heard rumors they destroyed Earth, that it was one of the first targets, but they kept Claxia Prime intact, which is all because they're only hunting down the humans. Evie felt a pressure in the back of her head, like an oncoming headache. Wait, what? They're only attacking human settlements? Geisen nodded. Mishtaka was a mostly human colony, as were a lot of the other targets. I know they left Untu alone. I spoke to another cell that had come from there, and Okar and Gorov were untouched.
What kind of defense did the Coalition put up? Cas asked. Geisen lingered on his question a moment.
I can only tell you what I've seen. But every station, every shipyard, every ship we came across has been torn apart and left for scrap. As far as we know, the Coalition fell long ago, and the Athru have been hunting the rest of us down ever since. Which is why seeing this ship approach us gave us a lot of pause. We thought it was a trick. Understandable, Evie said, given your situation.
She glanced out at the conference room windows at the remains of the station floating in the distance.
Well, Captain, I know this is exhausting. I think you've given us the big picture. We can always go over details with you or some of your crew later. But for now, I want to make sure we get everyone aboard quickly.
Evie stood, and the others followed.
Thank you for sharing what you know with us.
She stuck out her hand. Geisen took it.
I know it's probably not what you were hoping to hear, but a lot of us still remain. We're out here, surviving in the shadows. Maybe with your ship, we all have a chance at a new life.
Evie turned to her first officer.
Cas, can you make sure the captain gets adequate quarters? Then assist Wolf with the transport schedule? I want to get those adjustments in place, so we're not lit up like a beacon.
Sure, Cas replied. Come on, Captain. Let's get you settled. Evie noticed Cas had a relaxed air about him around Geisen she hadn't normally seen in him. Was it simple familiarity with someone from his past, or something more? She supposed if she saw a good friend from one of her old postings, she'd probably slip back into an easygoing manner too, because it would remind her of a life before all this. If she thought things had been difficult before, it was nothing against what lay in front of them. 15. You okay? Cas asked as they rode the hypervator back down to the base. Samaya had been quiet as he'd taken a few minutes to assign her standard crew quarters and show her their location. She barely looked at the room before insisting she helped him moving everyone over.
Define okay, she replied.
Bad choice of words. I guess what I want to know is,
can I handle this? Am I going to fold under the pressure?
She turned to him.
If you'd asked me that 25 years ago, I wouldn't have been able to say. But once I decided what to do, everything else became easy after that. Because it was all about following a moral compass, and it hasn't led me wrong so far. He desperately wanted to ask about her husband, and wasn't sure he could hold it in much longer. You haven't been back to 8 since everything happened, have you? A grin formed across her copper complexion. You're wondering what happened to Rutledge?
He didn't reply, but he had to admit he was curious. Not only about Rutledge, but also Joro Page, the former tactical officer for Tempest, who had tried to kill Box. When they left Coalition space, both of them had been secure within the walls of the station's high-security wing, destined to live out their lives there if necessary.
I haven't been to 8 myself, but I've heard stories. About 5 years after the attacks, we were on a transport headed for Spaxia, and this old trader said she'd been there when the Athru arrived at the station. Instead of cleaving it like they did to 5 out there, they actually came aboard and began executing humans one by one. She shrugged. As horrific as that sounds, it made me think they might have revised their tactics, because this trader told us they arrived about a year after the initial invasion, and it had taken them that long to get across the Coalition, assuming they hadn't stopped. He wasn't sure why, but finding out 8 hadn't been obliterated gave him some semblance of hope. Does that mean it's still there, the station? As far as I know. But I heard Rutledge tried to negotiate with the Athru when they approached him, that he tried to switch sides and help them hunt down humans. She shot him a knowing look. That son of a... Hang on, Samaya said, holding up a hand. Think about that for a minute. How would that old traitor have gotten that intel? Cas took it in. Someone must have been there, witnessed. And how many people do you think the Athru would have left behind to witness such an event? Her smile had faded. Well, if they weren't human, I'm not sure. Why? The hypervator doors opened, and they walked out into the corridor, turning right. The opening to Bay 1 was a few meters ahead of them. Because it fits a convenient narrative, Samaya said. Rutledge may have been a grade-A asshole, but he wasn't a traitor. It's all rumors and hearsay. That old traitor didn't know what she was talking about. She was just spinning stories. Probably 80% of everything I know isn't substantiated and can't be counted on. Make sure your captain knows that as well. Cas masked his frustration. They were coming into this completely blind. Even a little information had to be better than none, right? Then why even tell us? You wanted to know what I know, so I told you. But my experience has been very limited. We're lucky if we can find undercurrent-capable spacecraft, and when we do, it's always a fight to keep them running. We haven't seen most of the Coalition since everything happened. Travel is a luxury. Just keep your eyes open for the unexpected. She was right. They couldn't count on a bunch of second-hand information. But it was better than nothing. It was a starting point, at least. He had no idea what Evie must be thinking, or what her next move might be. But in that moment, he was very glad he and Box had gone ahead with the procedure, because if they hadn't, it would be him up in that command room trying to figure out what to do. I suppose... He was cut off by a large shadow in the doorway to the bay, which if he hadn't stopped at the last moment, he would have run into its owner. Cas glanced up. Consul? He was about to ask what she was doing down here, until he realized she was staring exclusively at Samaya, and his heart jumped into his throat. Samaya stood back, taking in Zenfor's 2.5-meter frame, and she went pale, all the blood draining from her face. Oh, escaped her lips, and nothing else. Captain Samaya Geisen, this is Consul Zenfor of the Sil Alliance. Consul? Captain Geisen is one of the refugees from the station. He moved to position himself between them, but Zenfor held out a hand. I know who she is, the Sil replied, and I know what she's done. By Garth, word on the ship spread fast. How long had they been over here? An hour? He had hoped for more prep time before dealing with this inevitability. Samaya held out her hands. Consul, please accept my sincere... Save your worthless apologies, Zenfor snapped, leaning down so her face was directly in front of Samaya's. They mean nothing. Your actions, however, mean far more. Cas motioned for Samaya to back up, which she did, and he moved around Zenfor's hand to stand in front of her. She's not the one who ordered the attack on your people. She was following orders. Her purpose was to help the mission. You can understand that. Zenfor's eyes flashed with anger, an anger Cas hadn't seen since they'd returned, and he'd hoped had been well in her past. But it seemed old habits die hard. They'd only been back a week, and already she was on edge again. And yet, your people have the choice whether to follow orders or not, and she chose to follow them, more than once, and she never came to your aid. He could almost feel the anger radiating off the Sil. If he didn't do something soon, Zenfor might kill her by pure accidental rage. She was the one who sabotaged the weapon they stole. She made it kill everyone who was involved. Cas gritted his teeth. It wasn't ideal. Championing the death of 100 Coalition personnel wasn't typically a good thing, but it might be the one piece of information that saved Samaya's life at the moment. Zenfor raised herself to her full height. And here I thought they were too stupid to figure out how to use it. That's how we wanted it to look, Samaya said, that the technology was beyond us, because it didn't belong to us.
Zenfor stared at them a moment, then stepped forward, grabbing Samaya by the collar.
Zen, no!
Cas yelled. The consul lifted Samaya a few centimeters off the ground, then casually tossed her to the side, where she slammed into the bulkhead, falling to the ground in a heap. Without another word, Zenfor walked away down the hall. Samaya coughed and sputtered as Cas ran over to help her up.
Jesus, are you okay?
She coughed again.
I think.
Drawing a deep breath, she held it for a second before letting it out again.
Damn old body. There used to be a time I could handle something like that better.
With Cas's help, she stood, leaning on the wall. Another passing crewman came over to assist, but Cas waved him away. Trust me, you got off light. She's hit me twice before, and each time I was in so much pain, I thought it would kill me. Cas made sure she was stable before letting go.
Not that it wasn't deserved,
Samaya said, turning to watch Zenfor's massive form continue down the corridor.
Did she know someone on the ship we captured?
Cas nodded. Another Syl told me she did. Maybe her brother? I'm still not fully versed on Syl family dynamics.
I just hope.
She shook her head, not finishing the thought. Instead, she pushed away from the wall, standing under her own power.
We were on our way to assist the shuttles?
I can take care of that. Why don't you go to sickbay to make sure?
No. I will not be relegated to a bed when I can still be useful. I'll check with your doctors after we've gotten my people on board, and not a moment sooner.
She stared at him with a deep intensity that told Cas she wasn't going to take no for an answer. He nodded. Then let's get it done quick. Evie watched the different lines light up the view screen on the bridge. The red represented shuttles headed back to the station, and green represented shuttles on their way back. All but 5 of the people had already been transported, but they were still waiting on this equipment they needed to help shield the ship from the Athru. She rolled the word around in her mind. It was so familiar, like she'd heard it before somewhere, but she couldn't recall where. Behind her, the hypervator opened, but she barely registered it. Her thoughts remained focused on that word. It was like feeling a memory rather than actually remembering it. And the fact she couldn't remember bothered her. "Excuse me, Captain?" Evie turned to face a man that had to be at least half a meter taller than her, salt and pepper stubble covering most of the lower part of his weathered face. But his eyes were a vibrant blue. He wore a coalition uniform, though it was faded and torn at least half a dozen places. But she saw the rank on the side of his lapel.
"Commander?"
"Graydon. Hank Graydon, sir," he said, holding out his hand.
"Ma'am is fine, Commander. You're Captain Geison's second, is that right?"
She took his hand. He had a firm grip, but she noticed she caught him by surprise as he raised his eyebrows at the strength of her own hand. "Yes, ma'am. She told me to assist you with anything you might need while they got the final shuttles across." While his attention remained on her, she caught his eyes grazing the rest of the bridge, stopping for a moment on Zal.
"Tell me what I need to know about the system you have that keeps the Athru from finding you."
She gestured for him to take the empty configurable station behind Tactical. His stature reminded her a bit of Zenfor, though she would dwarf even him. "It's a specialized field generator," Graydon said. "We've only used it on smaller ships before, but I don't see why it shouldn't be scalable with your power reserves. The Athru use Candom radiator particles that help power their scanners, which means they can penetrate most anything. So what we had to do was develop the same technology. We had to do some fine-tuning, but once we figured out the frequency range, we were able to emit a negative signal, so when they scan us, it passes right over, showing empty space."
"Clever," Evie said,
even though she only understood part of it. Physics was not her forte. "But we also have to continually adjust it, because otherwise, when they aren't scanning for us, we'd be very easy to detect due to the amount of radiation we emit. It's a delicate balance." Evie was only half listening. Her mind had pulled her back to that word again. Athru. It was like she was being drawn to the word for some reason, and in her mind she felt that same pressure as before. Only this time it was stronger, more urgent, almost like a pulse. "Captain?" She glanced up to see Graydon staring at her. Oh, shit. How long had he been talking? She probably didn't need to make a bad impression with what might be the last humans they'd ever meet. "Sorry. What were you saying?" "Just that." Something snapped in Evie's mind. In the dark spaces of her mind where nothing resided, she saw very clearly the image of 3 ships moving along a trajectory that would put them right on top of Starbase 5 in a matter of seconds. And in that moment, she knew what she saw was true. There was no doubt in her mind. "Raise the armor," Evie yelled. "But the shuttles," Zal began. "Now, Talia, full power to forward armor." She only hoped Xenfor's defensive upgrades could take the strain. Less than a second after the view screen notified them the armor was up, 3 alien ships appeared in their screen, having dissolved into existence. "Time bubbles," Evie whispered. "What the hell?" Graydon said. The ship rocked with a blast of an energy weapon, and Evie clambered into her chair. "Armor holding," Talia said. Alert klaxons sounded all over the ship. "Prepare to collect the shuttles," Evie said. "We need to—" She stopped when one of the alien ships broke off, turning toward what was left of the station, and fired. The station itself exploded in a bright white light. "The shuttles," Evie said, watching the explosion ripple through the debris. 16. Cas had been standing in Bay 1, waiting for the last of the shuttles to fly in, when the ship went into lockdown, while Samaya was off helping to direct where to unload the rest of the cargo from the station. The armor went up, and the massive door rolled down on the normally open bay as the ship rocked back and forth from weapons fire. "Report," Cas yelled. "It's an attack," one of the ensigns helping Samaya said. "They only dropped the doors when we're under assault." He'd been standing beside the cargo when half of it went sliding across the floor. An attack? The Athru couldn't have found them already, could they? He needed to get back up to the bridge. But first, he needed to get the bay open again, so the last of the shuttles could land. "All hands, this is the captain. Full alert. We are under attack by a hostile force," Evie's voice said over the ship's comm. No shit, Cas thought. But they couldn't leave those shuttles out there. Not only were they carrying the technology that could help obscure Tempest from the Athru, but Jan was piloting one of the shuttles, and there were still 5 of Samaya's crew aboard. "Get that bay door back open," he said to the ensign, running back to the main corridor. Then he motioned at Samaya to stay there and help. She nodded as he crossed the threshold, looking for the nearest access ladder. "Cas?" his personal comm chirped. "Go ahead." He reached the access ladder that would take him a level up to flight control. It was safer to use the ladder than rely on the hypervators while under attack. He didn't want to get stuck inside. "I need you to get back to engineering. We have to activate the undercurrent again," Evie said. "What about the shuttles?" he said, pausing on the 3rd rung. "The Athru destroyed the station. We lost the shuttles on our screens up here. We can't wait around. There are 3 of those things out there." "We can't just leave them," Cas said, debating whether he should keep climbing or not. "Cas, they're gone. Now get to engineering, otherwise none of us is going to make it." Cas grimaced and punched the bulkhead beside the ladder. The knuckles of his hand came away bloody. He wasn't ready to accept they were dead. Dropping down the ladder, Cas re-emerged in the corridor. "Cas to Samaya," he said, tapping his comm as he ran for a different access ladder. "Go ahead. You have about 3 minutes to find those shuttles and get them back in the bay. Otherwise, we're leaving without them." Cas reached the 2nd ladder. This one traversed the ship vertically and would take him back up to level 10, engineering. "I understand," she said, cutting the comm. Cas couldn't believe Evie was willing to leave them behind. The ship rocked again, and he almost slipped off the rung. He wanted to both get there and not at the same time, to get the ship into the undercurrent and stay. He only hoped Samaya could reach them before Tempest had the chance to leave. She might need some help. "What are you doing?" the ensign yelled as Samaya slipped into the cockpit. She hadn't caught his name, but he was on the young side. "Whatever I have to," she said, shutting the shuttle's door and powering the ship up. It had only been half unloaded so far, but that wouldn't matter as soon as she was out in open space. The shuttle lifted from the pad, and she turned it to the bay door, only to find it was still closed. She motioned to the ensign to get the door open again, and he hesitated a second before she turned her shoulder to him, making sure he could see the captain's insignia embedded there. She watched the mental battle in his mind until he finally decided and ran over to the manual controls beside the main door. He pushed the massive lever inside the box down, and at the far end of the room, the bay doors rolled up again. The fact that everything wasn't sucked out as soon as they did gave Samaya some hope. It meant the force barriers were still in place, which meant the armor hadn't been compromised yet. But she'd need the armor dropped for a brief second to get out there.
"Hello, Captain."
Samaya glanced at her personal comm at the unfamiliar voice. It had a tinny sound to it, like someone speaking through a can.
"Who the hell are you?" "Sir Boxington III, Supreme Hero of the Coalition, at your service. My associate Caspian told me you might need assistance in your mission."
Samaya furrowed her brow.
"I don't understand what is going on."
Something stuck in her throat, and she coughed into her sleeve. The voice said, exasperated and dropping all the pretense. "My name is Box. I'm here to help retrieve the shuttles. Do you want my help or not?" Box? Was this the mechanical companion Cas had mentioned? It didn't matter. She could figure out details later.
"Can you lower the ship's armor? Do you have that capability?"
"Better than anyone else," Box said. "Send me your flight plan. I'll make sure the armor in that section is down."
"I don't have—"
"Your trajectory. Just send me your trajectory out of the bay." Samaya gritted her teeth and uploaded the plan into her comm. This Box was what some of her people might call a loose cannon. "Okay," Box said. "Aim straight for the opening. The armor will be down."
"Go now?"
Samaya asked. Go! His mechanical voice grated on Samaya's ears. How did Caspian stand it? She punched the accelerator, and the shuttle blasted toward the opening. But the yellow glow told her the ship's magnetic armor was still up.
Box, I need—
Trust. You need trust. Now hold your course, he said.
What are you—
No questions. This is a trust exercise. You must trust I will not kill or maim you in a horrific fashion. Samaya watched as the end of the bay grew closer, while the shuttle's speed remained constant. Was he kidding? Was he insane? She'd heard of some of the old autos losing their minds after long shutdown periods, and now her life might be in the hands of one. Though if he did end up killing her, he might just be saving the out through the trouble. There was little chances it was going to work. "And now," Box said, just as the shuttle passed the terminus of the bay. She thought she saw the armor grid flicker for a split second, and then she was in open space. Tempest pulling away at tremendous speed. In front of her were 3 Athru destroyers, or what she'd come to think of destroyers. All she knew was they had a lot of firepower. "No," she whispered. What had been Starbase 5 was now a ball of fire, burning what little oxygen and combustible materials remained. She'd been inside there 2 hours ago. It took her a moment to remember why she was out there. She began a visual scan for the shuttles, trying to pick them out of the debris field. Hopefully, the Athru were too preoccupied with Tempest to worry about her or the other 2 ships that could be mistaken as nothing more than junk. "Captain, are you still with me?" Box asked from the comm.
"Yes, good job back there. But I'm trying to find the missing shuttles. I need to get them back to the ship."
She couldn't pick anything out in the debris. Above her, the 3 ships pursued Tempest as it wound its way through the system, managing to dodge most of the shots. How could a ship that size be so maneuverable? It was acting almost like a Space Wing fighter. She returned to her scans. A small blip on her screen indicated the possibility of a carbon-based life form. That had to be them.
"Stand by. I think I've got them."
"10-4, good buddy." He was so odd, and he seemed to have a different accent for every sentence he uttered. Samaya had to admit she was looking forward to meeting him in person. She coughed again, only realizing this time there was some blood on the fabric of her uniform. This was not what she needed at the moment. Shoving it out of her mind, she focused on getting the shuttle to the other two, which she could see clearly now, both covered in scorch marks and on a slow tumble through space. They must have been close to the explosion when the Atru blew the station, and they were both floating in roughly parallel directions, though they were growing further apart. Samaya piloted the shuttle to line up with the back of the closest one, initiating a maglock. She didn't dare initiate the comm, but it didn't look like the shuttle had power anyway. Hesitating for just one moment, she hit the button that opened up the back bay. The parallel magnetism also opened the other shuttle's bay, an emergency feature built into all Coalition shuttles at events such as these. Inside, Belmont and Harcrow lay beside their equipment. At the pilot seat was Cass's friend Saturina. All three seemed unconscious, and Samaya rushed forward, first grabbing Belmont and dragging him into the shuttle, followed by Harcrow. Finally, she managed to get Saturina inside. But moving all three bodies had taken its toll on her, and she coughed even more, spitting blood each time she did.
The hit from the sill. Maybe Cass was right. I should have gone to sickbay.
But there was nothing she could do about it now. She still needed to get the equipment aboard and rescue the other shuttle. As Samaya pulled the first piece of equipment in, cognizant of just how long this was taking, Saturina stirred. She glanced up at Samaya with a pair of dark blue eyes.
What?
Atru attack, Samaya said, still pulling on the equipment.
Need to move.
Saturina scrambled up, shaking her head, and got on the other side of the equipment to push.
How long do we have? Not long enough.
Evie stood on the bridge, keeping an eye on the three ships.
Evasive maneuvers, Rond. Keep it tight. We need to get engineering enough time to get the undercurrent generator online.
Any idea how long? He asked. There was concern in his voice, and rightly so.
You just focus on the job I know you can do. Let me worry about how long this will take.
Yes, ma'am, he said, and pulled the ship up into a steep climb relative to its previous angle. Evie had reviewed some of the agility upgrades on the ship, but they hadn't put any of them to the test yet. She glanced at Wolf, who was still working at her station.
What are you still doing up here? Get down to engineering.
Evie rarely raised her voice to the crew, but this was one time when it seemed warranted. Wolf finished whatever she had been working on and gave Evie a sheepish look.
Sorry, on my way now.
She bolted across the bridge and to the hypervator, which arrived immediately. In front of them, space swung like wild, the remnants of the station going in and out of view. Blasts of energy skirted the edges of the screen.
Should I return fire? Talia asked. Yes. I don't care if it's effective or not, Evie said, taking her seat.
The negators were doing a good job of keeping any G-forces from affecting them, but watching the screen gave her a queasy feeling.
Just buy us as much time as you can.
Talia nodded, going to work. One of the Atru ships appeared ahead of them. It seemed they were as maneuverable as Tempest. But Ron dropped underneath them, avoiding the volley of weapons fire by flipping the ship on its side.
Captain, we have an unscheduled shuttle launch, Zal said.
Evie snapped to attention.
What? How is that possible? Is our armor down?
It blinked off for less than a second. I can't explain it.
Who is on that shuttle?
Please tell me it's not Cas. She wouldn't put it past him, especially knowing that Jan and the others had been out there. But there was nothing they could do. The shuttles had been consumed in the destruction of the station. I believe it is Captain Geisen, Zal said, his face impassive. What was going on? Was the entire crew of the Atlas determined to disobey orders and get themselves killed on reckless missions? Though Evie technically didn't outrank Geisen, unless she was to invoke the unwritten rule that the captain with the ship technically had command. She turned to Graydon.
Why would she have left the ship?
She must be thinking she can do something about those shuttles. He stood from the specialist station. Do we have enough time to pick her up? Zal's unmoving face hovered over his console.
Unsure. We're over 2,000 kilometers away. The timing will be tight.
and she's headed into the debris field. Evie tapped her comm.
Engineering? What's your status?
Preparing to begin the sequence now, Cas said. Stand by. The ship rocked as one of the Athru blasts landed against the hull. Considering how many they were throwing at them, Evie saw it as a minor miracle had it been only the second one to make contact so far.
Minor damage, aft section, Talia said. Armor is holding.
Do it fast, Evie said, then cut the comm.
Commander?
Graydon's attention was wrapped to the action on screen. Yes, ma'am?
Take over the bridge engineering station. We need to know exactly when we can activate the undercurrent if we're going to rescue your captain.
You shouldn't do it. They're all lying to you. Evie jumped, expecting to see someone right beside her, but there was no one. It was as if she'd felt someone's breath on her shoulder, but no one was close enough. Graydon looked at her expectantly. What? She asked, unnerved. I said, do you want audio updates? The large man asked.
Yes, whatever you need to do, she replied, shaking her head. I just want to get everyone out of here in one piece.
He took the station as Ron performed another round of aerial acrobatics that should have sent them flying. But Evie felt nothing other than a light pull in one direction or another. She turned away from the screen. Perhaps it was best if she didn't watch. What was wrong with her? She never got space sick. She'd performed maneuvers similar to Ron's in a shuttle and never had an issue with it. Engineering reports they are beginning the sequence now, Graydon announced.
Helm, head back for the debris field. Do you have the shuttle in your sights? Evie asked, still averting her eyes.
It's there, Captain, emerging from the field. But I think one of the alien ships has caught on. They're headed that way. Evie cursed.
Open a comm to the shuttle. There's no point in hiding now, Evie said.
Saul tapped a button. Open.
Captain, I hope you're ready for a bumpy trip.
Evie pulled up a 3D schematic on her small console to the side of her chair. It showed the battle in all dimensions, with Ron's projected course back to the shuttle.
Ready when you are, Geisen replied. I've got the crew and the equipment.
Evie's heart dropped. They'd survived? And she had been content to leave them out there? What had she been thinking?
You were doing what you thought best. No one could fault you for that.
She shuddered and checked her shoulder again, gritting her teeth. She didn't have time for whatever was happening.
Prepare to be picked up. Mr. Rond, we are going to need some of that skillful precision again.
Hi, Captain. He turned to his counterpart at navigation. I'm going to need some help on this, Natalia.
Already plotting, Ensign Rivers said.
Evie hit her personal comm.
Cas, status.
Building the current now. His voice was loud against the rumble of the conduits in the background. Another 40 seconds, assuming it holds.
Rond?
Evie asked.
It's going to be close,
River replied. Evie stood, noticing Ron's knuckles were white as he modified the ship's heading, pitch, and angle all at once, still heading for the shuttle. But the Athru ship would get there first. Evie turned to Talia.
Weapons. Whatever we've got, I don't care. Anything. Anything? Talia asked.
The ship rocked again with another blast. The two behind us are closing, Saul said. Anything, Evie repeated to Talia, hoping her face conveyed the seriousness of her words. It was possible the future of the coalition lay with them. She had to do everything possible to make sure the ship and her crew survived, now more than ever.
Aye,
Talia said, casting her eyes down.
10 seconds to the shuttle, River announced.
Engineering says the undercurrent generators are holding. They're ready to create the tunnel, Graydon added. Evie nodded to Zal.
Captain Geisen, hang on to something. All hands, brace yourselves.
She returned to her chair and activated the automatic harness that held her in place. Despite being queasy before, Evie couldn't take her eyes off the screen. The shuttle was so close.
Firing,
Talia said, and a great purple blast erupted from somewhere off-screen, impacting the alien ship dead center. At first, nothing happened, but Evie watched in horror as the ship began to crumble in on itself, as if it were being sucked into a tiny hole piece by piece. They were at a dead stop. Talia had used a transdimensional weapon. Now, Ron said, As the shuttle became so large in the view screen, it seemed as though it would plow through the bridge. Except at the last moment, the view swung wide to the left, and there was nothing but empty space in front of them as the ship slid sideways to capture the shuttle. "She's in," Rod replied. "Initiate the undercurrent. Any heading," Evie yelled. The green wisps of the undercurrent appeared at the edges of the screen, and within seconds they had filled up the screen, and the familiar image of the undercurrent was in front of them. A sheen was present on every forehead, save for Zal. When Evie looked down, the armrests on her chair were cracked and bent in strange places, like they'd been crushed. "Is everyone okay? Report." "We're clear," Talia said. "No pursuit." "And Captain Geison's shuttle is in the bay," Zal replied. "No casualties coming in." "Engineering reports the undercurrent is stable," Graydon said. "Jesus, this ship is fast." Evie nodded. They'd done it, and this time they'd managed to survive without any casualties. There had to be something said for that, right? But when she gripped her armrest again, she found the indentations in the metal exactly matched the grip of her fingers, and that, more than anything else, unnerved her. 17. Cas slumped back against the wall, watching the circulating current run through all the conduits in perfect harmony. They'd managed to initialize the system twice now, and this time had been easier than the first, which meant they could count on the ability to activate the undercurrent whenever necessary. He'd had some concern that when they initially stopped at 5, they wouldn't be able to restart the system and would remain stuck there instead of back at the Atru planet. Though it wasn't a concern he wanted to volunteer at the time, mostly due to Evie's fragile state. Fortunately, it seemed like everyone had learned how to work together. Though he'd noticed Wolf had been late, he didn't like the idea that it took 4 people to get the thing moving. But until Sesster woke up, it was all they had. And for now, it worked. He glanced over at Zenfor, who was in the middle of monitoring her own systems, the advanced drive. Gone was the visage of hate she'd worn when encountering Samaya, instead replaced with her neutral expression. Now was as good a time as any. "Everything good?" Cas asked, walking up. If she was surprised to see him, she didn't show it. "All systems are working. Once I finally managed to get my hands on this system and redesign it to work more efficiently, things have improved." "I need to talk to you about Samaya." Cas tried not to take a defensive posture, but he couldn't help it. "What about her?" Still the same neutral expression, as if she didn't know who they were talking about. "I know I can't formally discipline you for your actions, but you were out of line. You could have seriously hurt her." At last Zenfor turned to him, and he caught a fire in her gray eyes that hadn't been there before. "She's lucky I didn't kill her. She was on the ship that murdered Tan Sil. At least you had an excuse." Cas gritted his teeth. "Do your people have no concept of forgiveness? That was over 25 years ago, for both of you. I'm not sure you learned this about humans in all your time with us, but we can change when we want to. That mission was Samaya's breaking point. After that, she did everything she could to stop the project. Doesn't that count for anything?" "It does. It's why she's not dead at the moment." He thought he'd seen something soften in her, but it could have been nothing more than his own illusions. Or he could have been projecting onto her ever since they'd gotten back. He'd hoped 18 years would have given her some more insight. But it was possible the loss of Sesster had affected her more than he'd been willing to realize. "You're not to touch her again. This may not be my ship, but there will be no more physical altercations. You're too strong. What comes off as a slap to you could potentially kill somebody." She eyed him. "Are you saying I don't know my own strength?" "I'm saying, as acting first officer, I'm forbidding any further contact." He had no other choice. He had to put his foot down. He wanted this resolved before reporting the incident to the captain. "And if I refuse?" Zenfor asked. He'd expected a certain amount of pushback, but he couldn't ignore just how physically intimidating she was. "All I'm saying is don't put me in that position. It won't be good for either of us." She returned her attention to her equipment.
I'm done with her anyway. It would be best if we didn't cross paths again."
"Sounds like a plan to me," Cas said, happy to be done with the business.
"Excuse me." Cas turned to see Tyler standing off to the side, a small tablet in his hand. "I've got the updated specs for you." "There," Zenfor said, pointing to the side of the table without looking. As he set the tablet down, Cas addressed him. "How was everything holding?" "Better than expected," Tyler replied. "I mean, for only running this thing twice, I think we're doing well." His eyes flicked to the side for a microsecond, and Cas could have sworn he saw something pass between him and Zenfor, who had momentarily taken her attention off her own work. But it was gone in less than a second, and Cas couldn't swear he hadn't imagined it. After all, these two had never gotten along well. "Keep me updated. I need to go check on the shuttles." Cas left them without another word, though he kept them in his peripheral as he made his way toward the door. Tyler lingered at Zenfor's station for a moment, but he couldn't tell if any more words passed between them. But something was going on, and he expected it had something to do with Ryan's missing time. But he could deal with that later. Now he needed to catch back up with Samaya and make sure Box hadn't steered her wrong. As he left, he could have sworn he felt Wolf's eyes burning into the back of his neck from her place up on the second level. But he didn't turn to confirm. He just kept on walking. Samaya hit the bay open button with the back of her hand. 1 second, the shuttle had been out in open space. The next, it had been careening into the bay, uncontrolled, until it slammed up against one of the walls, which bounced it toward the floor as it clipped another shuttle and skidded across the surface, where it finally came to a stop thanks to emergency force barriers inside the hangar. At some point, the negators must have lost power, because 1 minute she was sitting beside Jan at the co-pilot seat, and the next they were on the ground, while Samaya coughed up another spat of blood. A deep ache in her chest told her something was very wrong, and she hadn't even bothered rousing the rest of the people she'd rescued before staggering to the door and smashing the button. As soon as the door slid open, she tumbled out, falling the half-meter to the ground. The same young ensign who'd been helping her unload before she'd taken the shuttle ran over. "Captain!" She coughed again, except this one was much wetter and came from deep down in her lungs. "She's coughing blood." The ensign tapped his comm. "I need a medic in Bay 1, immediately." "What's going on?" Saturina's voice. It sounded farther away than it should. "She must have been injured in the wreck," the ensign replied. He was leaned over Samaya, but didn't touch her. "It was rough. We lost power on the first hit. I'll check on everyone else." The ensign leaned over. "Don't worry, Captain. We've got the best medical crew in the fleet. Or what used to be the fleet. Box is great." Samaya coughed again. "You're kidding me. That thing is one of your medics?" "Doctor, actually." Box's booming voice came from the other side of the room. "And he has excellent hearing." He trotted over to Samaya. She tried to keep her expression neutral when she saw he was an ARM model and not one of the more domestic brands. Those all had humanesque faces. The ARMs had been built for combat, so just the basics, optics and a speaker under a faceplate. She'd only seen a few since the invasion, and none had been in working order. "What's she grinning at?" Box asked. "Isn't pain supposed to be painful?" I don't know. She's coughing up blood," the ensign said. That wasn't good. Other than losing her eye, she'd been lucky over the years. This might finally be the thing that did it. Shut the door on the whole story. She wasn't sure she was ready yet, or not. But at least some of the agony would be over. "I need to get her to sickbay," Box said. There was a slight change in the tone of his voice, which scared Samaya more than the crash itself. Within moments, she was on a portable stretcher. She hadn't seen one of these in at least 9 years. Being hovered to the ship's sickbay. Box had placed a small device on her chest, which was helping her breathe better, and she'd managed to stop coughing. Before they reached sickbay, Caspian had appeared at her side. She wasn't sure where he'd come from, or when exactly he'd arrived, but he was there, saying something to Box, though the words weren't intelligible, at least not at the moment. Box pushed her into probably the nicest sickbay she'd ever seen.
and she was too distracted by all the new equipment and devices to even feel herself being moved to one of the operation beds. This ship out of time was truly a wonder, and in the few moments before she succumbed to unconsciousness from whatever Box had just injected her with, she felt hope for the first time in nearly 2 decades. Mild abrasions of the lungs, liver, kidney, 2 fractured ribs, which produced a small puncture in the lung, internal bruising, and 1 fractured spinal vertebra. Which is odd, considering I just got the report from down to the bay and everyone else was fine. Box took out a tool and placed it on Samaya's unconscious head. Her injuries are consistent with blunt force trauma, though there seem to be 2 impact points. That's because Xanfor knocked her to the ground, Cas said, watching as Box got to work on Samaya. Zax came over, both sets of her hands clasped behind her. I was always afraid that day might come. Up until now, the only person she'd ever struck was you. But our guest here is a good deal older, in human terms. Her body is more susceptible to breaks. Not for long, Box said. I've been working on a new technique to increase bone density by 500%. All I need is to inject... Box, Zax warned. Maybe another time. This shouldn't take very long. We'll fix all the internal bruising and the cracked rib first, then patch up the lung and repair the spine. Easy peasy. The door slid open to reveal Graydon and Evie, the former with a panicked look on his face. When he'd first met the man, Cas hadn't expected he was the type to show so much emotion. But Samaya had explained he was a very tender person. What's going on? Is she okay? She will be, Box replied, after some top-level medical care provided by yours truly. I'll have her doing somersaults in the corridors in no time. What about everyone else? Evie asked, coming up beside him. Most are just malnourished, Zax said. I've started 9 of them on supplements. The rest I checked and sent them back for their assignments. What about the viruses? Cas asked. Samaya said something about a new strain of bug. Zax held up one of her hands, palm out. Already taken care of. I had the perfect immunization. It was nothing more than a mutation on the interspecies venenia wave that swept through the Coalition back in '87. Our access to medicine has been limited, Graydon said. And we're still not sure the Athru aren't using biological weapons to root the rest of us out. Cas swore he saw Evie's eyes flinch at the word Athru, but even she didn't seem to notice. Cas, I need you back in engineering to get those obfuscation units integrated and working. We can only stay on this heading for so long until they pick up our trail. And even though we're faster, there's nothing that says they can't have 1,000 ships waiting for us at our destination. Captain Geisen was right. We're too easy to find. Evie turned to Graydon. Would you mind helping, since you know the technology? I'm just a soldier, Graydon replied. But I know a couple of my crew who'd be happy to help. Great, Evie replied. Until then, we'll stay on this heading. Once we're invisible, then we can figure out our next move. Which is what? Box asked, working on Samaya. Cas cringed. He hadn't wanted to ask in front of everyone, but apparently Box didn't have that filter. If Evie hadn't come up with a way forward yet, she'd be nothing but embarrassed. I'm still working on that part. I think it might be a good idea to try one of the core worlds. Untu is in this general area. If the aliens are only targeting humans, they might be willing to help. Her face was tense, as if she was coming up with a plan on the spot, which Cas assumed was the reality. They hadn't even had a chance to discuss their next moves ever since he brought Samaya on board. Graydon scoffed. Good luck. Everyone we've talked to says Untu has sealed themselves off. Trade routes, communication, everything. They've gone isolationist. A lot of the worlds have. Without the cooperation of the Coalition to support them, many worlds just curled back into themselves, afraid to reach out. And after seeing what the Athru can do, I don't blame them. I don't know what humans did to piss them off, but it must have been something terrible. I refuse to believe, after 2 millennia of peaceful cooperation, the core worlds are just going to throw their hands up and say they're done with it, Evie spat. Cas knew she was angry, but he wasn't sure Graydon was wrong. He'd seen the cracks in the Coalition long before Evie had. Maybe they had been too deep to resolve after all. Trust me. We went through this with Yaxinax 12 years ago. Cas noticed Zach's perk up. No offense, Doctor, but your people wanted nothing to do with us. Zax frowned. That doesn't sound like my people. After the founding of the Coalition, we were happy to interact and share with other cultures. Our primary goal was to fill our libraries with as much information as possible. We can't do that if we cut ourselves off from the rest of the galaxy. Graydon put his hands up. I'm just telling you what we went through. They wouldn't even let us get close to the planet. Let's see if Untu is more welcoming, Evie said. Perhaps the appearance of a Coalition starship will change their minds, remind them of what they used to be a part of. Her nostrils flaring, Evie turned and headed for the door. Cass didn't like she was so worked up. Would all this stress affect the blocked memories? He tried to catch Box's attention, but he was too focused, and there were too many other people around. Perhaps it was better if he began his work on the obfuscator. At least it would keep his mind off that little box in the back of his mind that was beginning to rattle with rage. 18. Insanity. Pure insanity. There was no way the Coalition had just folded and the core worlds had abandoned humanity. Evie refused to believe it. Sure, an invading force would be disruptive, and in the case of the Athru, downright catastrophic. But that didn't mean they could tear apart 2,000 years of cooperation, integration, and sharing, did it? What about all the blended families all over the Coalition? What about the humans who lived on Yaxinax and Untu and 100 other non-native worlds? Had they been excised like a broken power rod? And what of all the species living on Earth and other human worlds? Had the Athru left them to live? Or was that part of the reason the other planets no longer wanted to help them? Their people had been slaughtered for the crime of being close to humans? She stopped in the hall and leaned up against the cool bulkhead, closing her eyes. People passed, but no one was stupid enough to stop and ask her what was wrong. Not that she could have told them if she wanted to. Captain? Shit. She spoke too soon. Evie plastered a smile on her face and turned to see no one. The corridor was empty, despite the fact she'd seen members of the crew walking around before. What the... Evie spun in a circle, making sure someone wasn't playing a trick on her. But there was nowhere to hide. She was alone. She tapped the comm at the back of her hand. Bridge? Did someone call me? Checking the logs, Saul replied. Nothing on the ship's record since before you left the bridge. Are you experiencing a malfunction? I don't know, Evie replied, still eyeing the corridor. She had a sudden need for her sword. I'll call you back. She ended the transmission. This was not happening. She was not going to fall into these hallucinations again, not after all the trouble she'd gone to rid herself of them. And this time, Sesster wasn't around to help in the event she got into trouble. Not that it was going to happen anyway. Seems you've forgotten someone. The voice came from all around her, and Evie spun again, sure she would catch the culprit. But it was just her. What the fuck? She whispered. Her heart pounded in her chest as she jerked her head left and right, trying to find the owner of the voice. She'd heard it before, somewhere. It was a woman's voice. You've definitely heard it before. Only then things were different. Then you were complete. The voice had a playfulness to it. Someone was toying with her. Just tell me what you want, she yelled, furious she didn't know who this person was or what they wanted, or if they were even real. I'm real, all right, they said, as real as you. Are you a mind reader now? Evie asked. Why don't you show your face? Or are you too much of a coward to face me in person? Her anxiety had been ratcheted up to 11. Was she arguing with someone else, or just her own mind? Unless Tempest had become haunted in the past 18 years, in which case, finding out this was some sort of non-corporeal being would make her feel a lot better. I am facing you. You just don't realize it. What sort of double talk was that? Whether it was her mind playing games with her or someone else, Evie didn't have time for this. She had a ship to run and a crew to think about. They could very well be the last crew in the entire coalition, and it was her duty to find them a safe haven, at least until she could figure out their next steps. She rubbed her forehead. Maybe she should head back to sickbay for some relief. Giving up too soon. They did a number on you, all right. Evie turned and headed back the way she came. Maybe if she stopped responding, the voice would go away. All she was doing by speaking was encouraging it. Oh, they tried to make me go away once before. It didn't work so well. Shut up! Just shut up already, she yelled, just as a crewman turned the corner. He stopped in his tracks, staring at her. Evie huffed and turned the other way again, heading back down for her original destination. Where had she been going again? The bridge? You're a lot stronger than I first gave you credit for. Humans shouldn't be able to do what you did. But then again, you're not exactly human, are you? Evie furrowed her brow and continued walking. Just ignore it. It will all go away. Let's see just how strong you are. And since you seem so intent on remaining ignorant in your own human way, I'll give you a hint. And it's just one word. Gritting her teeth, she suppressed a response and kept on walking. The hypervator wasn't far away. All she needed to do was get back up to the bridge, get this mission back on track. Esterva, the voice whispered, and Evie jumped. It felt as if the person's lips, if you could call them a person, had been right on her ear. But of course, when she looked, there was no one close. Just a maintenance team further on down the corridor working on some repairs. Is that all? She whispered. A nonsensical word? What does it mean? Silence. Typical. Now that she wanted to know more, the voice suddenly had another appointment? She didn't care if it was just a non-corporeal being or just the fracturing of her own mind. She didn't like being ambushed like this. Something was wrong with her. She hadn't been the same ever since coming up from the surface, and no matter how many times she tried to explain it away, it never quite made sense. She considered talking to Dr. Zax about it, but Zax had the power to render her unfit for the job, and in the middle of this crisis, that was the worst thing that could happen. The crew knew the basics, but they didn't know all the details Geisen and the others had disseminated, at least not yet. With the two crews mixing, it wouldn't be long before everyone knew the full gravity of the situation. This was no time for Evie to be out of commission. The hypervator arrived, and she stepped aboard, trying to put the whole experience behind her. But the very last word hung in her mind like a cobweb above her reach, staring down at her. Esterva. There. Now, I suggest you take a trip to our mess hall and have a good meal. I've given you a few inhibitors, so your body won't reject all the solid food. Zax replaced the auto-inhibitor in its slot on the sterile tray and stepped back from the young man. He was probably no more than 15 in human years, his mother standing close by. From the looks on their faces, it had either been a very long time since they'd seen a Yax-Inax, or they never had the pleasure. Not that it bothered her. Yax-Inax often had the same reactions to seeing humans for the first time. Thanks, the boy said, rubbing his arm. Zax addressed the mother. Make sure both of you get at least 2 good meals today. We have plenty on board, so don't feel as if you need to ration yourselves. The idea is to get better. The mother nodded. Thanks for all your help. I'm not sure what we would have done. It wasn't anything serious, but you would have endured a few more weeks of unnecessary suffering. She replaced the tray of tools into its container, where they would receive another round of sterilization treatments. The boy and his mother had come in malnourished, and both with slight fevers. Like most of the people from the station, they were lacking in basic nutrients. A lot of the food had been saved for the soldiers, as they expended more energy patrolling and keeping the rest safe. Zax didn't necessarily agree with it, but she understood the logic behind the plan. After she pointed them in the direction of the mess hall, Zax returned to Box, double-checking his progress on Captain Geisen and finding he was doing an excellent job repairing all her injuries. He moved with a precision no organic being could hope to match, which gave him an edge in time-sensitive surgeries, and it was the reason he made such a good healer. "A couple more hours, and she'll be good to go," Box said, not looking up as he continued to work. Zax nodded, lingering near the bed. She wasn't sure she wanted to ask what had been on her mind the past few days, but at the same time, she wasn't sure she could let it go. As the ship's primary physician, she was responsible for not only the crew's physical health, but their mental as well. And as far as she had seen, there was one member of the crew who was exhibiting some strange behavior after their time at the planet. "Box, can you concentrate on Captain Geisen's care and answer a question for me at the same time?" Somewhere deep inside him, a sound blurted out. She would have described it as a half-laugh, half-dismissal. "Of course. Ask away. I could be doing 4 other things right now if I had as many hands." She wasn't sure if that was a veiled remark at her or not. It was so hard to tell with him sometimes. "What happened before you woke up Captain Diazol?" It was brief, almost imperceptible, but one of his hands hesitated just a fraction of a second before resuming what he'd been doing. From a young age, Yaxinax were taught to use the full range of their ocular abilities, which included the perception of micro-movements. Zax herself put this to good use when she was inspecting a patient's body for irregularities, such as in the heart or arteries. But it came in useful other times as well. She was unconscious. I kept her in that state because of her infection. I reviewed the logs and her personal data. I didn't see any indication of any infection. How did you diagnose it? He was silent a moment, the small click-click of his mechanical fingers the only sound in the room. "Observation," he finally said. "And it wasn't in the medical record. Something completely new?" "Yep." She nodded, playing along. "I've noticed you haven't written a detailed report on it yet, despite the fact it's been over a week. I'd like to learn more about this condition so we can keep a lookout for it in the future." She'd suspected from day one that something wasn't right when she'd spoken to the captain, and she'd shown absolutely no remorse for the loss of the crew on the planet. The captain was a very empathetic person, and Zax remembered just how much Captain Green's death had affected her. She'd suspected Diazol had been close with Lieutenant Yamashita, despite their attempts to keep it quiet. It wasn't as if she was about to announce to the ship what the lieutenant had done for Diazol when she'd been incapacitated in sickbay. And it was true. There were people who could hold their composure much better than others, but the captain tended to wear her heart on her sleeve, as the humans said, and it often wasn't hard to decipher what she was thinking. But since they'd come back, she'd shown zero remorse for someone who had once been very close to her, and Zax suspected she knew why. "I would like to, but I've been busy with my experiments. I will work on it today, after I finish with the captain here." "Box," Zax leaned over the table. "I know you use the encephalographic equipment on the captain to modify her memories. What I want to know is why." Box stopped working. "I am appalled and insulted." She cut her eyes to him. "Box, to think that I, a certified medical professional of the United Coalition of Aligned Systems, would voluntarily perform a procedure to the detriment of a patient is frankly ridiculous, and I won't stand here and—" "Box, you are a terrible liar. Has anyone ever told you that?" His eyes blinked in rapid succession. "It may have come up once or twice." Zax drew a deep breath. "I'm not saying you did it to her detriment. I don't believe you would have done that. Obviously, you thought it was beneficial. What I want to know is why. What happened down on that planet? If I tell you, the information stays in here." He looked around. "Cas says, if it gets out, it could be catastrophic." Zax's eyes widened. She'd suspected Caspian had something to do with it, and now she had confirmation. But she also knew the value of wanting to keep something private, especially if the consequences of revealing such a secret could have repercussions for more than just one person. She nodded. "I promise. Now, start from the beginning." 19. It had been 3 days since they'd left what remained of Starbase 5. The installation of Samaya's emitters had taken the better part of the first day, but with Reach and Zenfor's help, Cas had managed to integrate them into Tempest systems, allowing the ship to emit a signal that effectively blocked the ship from any long-range Athru scanners. That wasn't to say they were completely safe. If they happened upon any Athru ships, the aliens would still be able to see Tempest bright as day. But it added a layer of protection Cas thought the crew found comforting. As soon as the system had been activated, Evie had ordered them directly to Untu. The integration of the two crews had gone smoother than he would have expected. Anyone from Samaya's camp who had any kind of coalition training had been assigned a new job, and most were ecstatic to be working on board a starship again. The families and civilians had been relegated duties as well, but easier tasks such as manifold cleaning or upkeep. Evie had been insistent everyone had a purpose to keep them busy. She didn't want people sitting around pondering the despair of their situation. Cas had been relieved to find she didn't seem affected by the stress of what had happened. He'd spoken to Box about the possibility of doing the procedure again in the event the blocks failed, though Box had seemed particularly hesitant. He hoped it wouldn't be necessary, and as she seemed to be doing fine without the memories, Cas didn't want to upset the balance. He glanced over to Samaya, who had taken a permanent position on the bridge at the specialist station, his old posting when he first arrived aboard. He couldn't help thinking about the irony. Box and Zax had managed to fix her up and repaired the damage to her body from both the shuttle impact and Zenfor's carelessness, which he still needed to write up in a report. He'd hoped he'd never have been in this position, as they had no real way to discipline Zenfor against her will, if that's what Evie decided to do. But it was still something that needed to be done. As soon as they were in a stable orbit around Untu, he'd take an hour and make the full report for Evie. If he could be there when she read it, it might not be so bad, and they could decide how to handle the situation together. "Approaching the Usu system," Rod reported. "Take us out of the undercurrent. Prepare to open the comms," Evie said. "Hopefully we'll find someone friendly down there." "Don't count on it," Samaya said from behind her. Cas turned and screwed up his face at her. "What?" she mouthed, shrugging. "It's true." Cas glanced back over to Zal as the ship came out of the undercurrent. He wasn't sure what he was expecting. Perhaps a look of excitement or elation, even though he knew that wasn't likely. Zal wouldn't have programmed another face just for when they approached his home, and as he presumed, Zal stood there, facing the screen with a completely neutral look. Though Cas knew he had to be thrilled to be back home, especially after all this time. "Put us into orbit around the homeworld," Evie said. "That doesn't look right," Zal said, once the dark blue orb became clear on the screen. "There seems to be an abundance of cloud cover." "He's right," Samaya said. "Comparing what we're seeing now with what's in the Coalition database, the planet has at least 20% more vapor and particulate matter in the atmosphere." Evie stood, examining the image before them. "What could have caused—" "Incoming message, Captain," Talia said. Cas realized he wasn't just looking at the planet, but 2 small silver ships heading their way. His heart jumped into his chest. Could the Athru have taken over Untu? "Source of the transmission?" Evie asked. "The planet's surface." Cas watched Evie rub her thumbs up and down the length of her fingers, while keeping her wrists locked. "See if you can't get a better look at those ships before we answer." The image on the screen zoomed in, and Cas let out a breath. They appear to be Coalition vessels. In fact, that's the Winston, the survey ship Box and I almost boarded back on Starbase 8. As a survey ship, it had wings that swept forward, and the Winston had a unique paint job with accented stripes. They were worn and faded, but still there. It also appeared there had been some modifications to its superstructure, as small black protrusions stuck out from the hull, on both ships.
"The comm is coming through again, Captain. Urgent," Talia said.
Evie motioned to allow the connection. The screen changed to show a darkened room with a bluish-red creature in the middle of the frame, standing atop a pile of what looked to Cas like a pile of volcanic rock, even though the image was from inside and not out.
"Identify yourselves," a processed voice said,
sounding similar to Zal's deep and foreboding speech, only slightly higher in pitch.
"This is the Coalition starship Tempest. May we—"
"Impossible," the Untuburu said. Its sharp claws went up into the air as the image disappeared, replaced by the two approaching ships.
"They're charging weapons,"
Talia said, alarm in her voice.
"Raise the armor," Evie replied, taking a seat, "and open the comm again. Even if they don't respond, I want them to listen."
"They're not going to believe us," Wolf said. There was an edge to her voice Cas either hadn't heard before or hadn't been aware of. Either way, it was easy to tell she was upset about something. And by the tone of her voice, she was practicing a great amount of restraint keeping it all in. Cas shot her a look, and she shook her head, returning to her duties. Cas kept an eye on Zal while Talia performed her tasks. He hadn't moved, only continued to stare out at the image of his homeworld.
"Ready, Captain. Untuburu homeworld, this is Tempest. Our operations officer is one of your people. I'll let him explain for himself."
She gestured to Zal to say something. He nodded. "Priestess, this is Zal Akno. I was part of the primary ministry until joining the Coalition military. From your perspective, almost 30 years ago. Please allow us to speak. I am here by Kor's will."
"The ships are slowing," Talia said, "powering down weapons."
The image of the planet was replaced by the Untuburu again, smoke rising behind her from the rocks.
"Akno, your family was one of the 9 cabals."
"Yes, priestess."
"But you were reported dead, along with your ship, lost to the depths of space almost."
The priestess moved closer to the screen, her small green eyes and her shell now visible.
"Allow me to see you, so I know it is not a Nathru trick."
"No tricks, priestess.
But the covenants are waived. This is too dire," she said.
Zal nodded, opening his robe and pinning it back behind him. Beneath was his metal exoskeleton, which began a process of moving and shifting within itself. As more of the rods and bars holding the exoskeleton moved away, the creature inside, the real Zal, became visible. He had 4 different tubes running into different parts of his body, presumably to keep him alive in the ship's climate. They must have been what failed down on the planet.
"'Tis true," the priestess said. "Blessed be to Kor, you are alive."
Zal began the process of closing the exoskeleton again, until he could rewrap his robe. Cas realized he was staring and turned his gaze elsewhere. "My ship has been lost in an unknown part of space for a long time. We have returned seeking refuge," he said once he was fully clothed again.
"You will not find it here," the priestess said. "Please, return to us and separate yourself from these humans. They will be the death of you."
Evie stepped forward.
"Priestess, if I may—"
"You may not," she replied sharply.
"We want nothing to do with you. Return him to us, and we will allow you to leave the system unharmed, as long as you promise never to return."
Cas flashed a glance at Samaya. Her lips were pursed, and she stared at the floor, shaking her head. She'd been right. "Priestess, I will not come willingly," Zal replied. "Not unless you are willing to hear us out." The Untuburu stared at the screen a moment.
"I will consider it. Bring yourself to us, and I promise to hear you."
Zal shook his head. "No, priestess. You must come to us. I am blasphemous in my words, but given your state, you may attempt to abscond with me. We will speak on board my ship." The priestess raised her claws again, shaking them back and forth. Cas wished he'd paid more attention to Laska when she'd been going over Untubrul body language.
Very well. But I will bring guards of the red light. They will ensure my safety. If the humans deceive us, my ships will destroy them.
Cas had to bite his tongue to keep his retort down. The Winston and the other ship looked like pieces of junk compared to Tempest, and they didn't have all the SIL upgrades Zenfor had provided them. He doubted if they could even get a shot through the ship's armor in their state.
Then we are agreed, Zal said, turning back to Evie.
Thank you, Zal. Priestess, we look forward to receiving you.
The Untubrul cut the line on Evie's last word.
That went about as well as you could have hoped, Samaya said.
Evie addressed Zal.
Good work. I think you have a knack for diplomacy.
It comes from knowing my people, Zal said. She is terrified and distrustful. I hate to say this, but we must be careful. I never thought I would need to say that about another of my species, but it seems the Athru have made deep, irreversible changes within my people. Evie stepped down from her chair and placed a hand on his shoulder.
Maybe not. Let's see what she says before passing judgment.
Cas sat at the long table of the conference room, his leg bouncing beneath him. Around him sat Evie, Samaya, to help facilitate the fact they'd been gone so long, and Zal at the far end of the table by himself. Cas could see this going either well or badly. There was no in-between. The fact the Untubrul were so xenophobic about humanity didn't instill a lot of confidence in him, but Evie said they needed to focus on understanding where the Untubrul were coming from, and that he needed to be patient. Never in his life had he been so glad for memory modifiers. The doors to the conference room opened to reveal 3 tall beings in blue robes, holographic faces on each of them. Though the 2 in the back, their faces were dimmed, as if the brightness of their emitters had been turned down. It gave them the appearance of wearing veils. And as they moved, their robes reflected a tinge of crimson. It was subtle, but also beautiful. In front was, Cas assumed, the priestess, her face with a neutral expression. As they entered, everyone stood while Talia and 2 other security officers filed in behind the Untubrul.
Priestess, Evie said, approaching her, thank you for agreeing to this. I was not given much choice, she replied, the deep voice a complete mismatch to the face bearing it. But if it allows me to save just one Untubrul life, I will take it.
She turned to Zal. He bowed before her. Priestess, many thanks for your journey. He raised back up. You have already met Captain Diazal. This is Commander Ribot and Captain Geisen. He gestured to the priestess. High Priestess Las Riara of the First Cabal of Kor.
Please have a seat, Evie said. I prefer to stand. This will not take long.
She turned her attention to Zal.
You must come home. How you have survived this long, I do not know, but the humans are being exterminated. Eventually, the Athru will reach this ship, and if you are among them, you will be deemed a collaborator and executed.
Is that what happened to the Untubrul on Earth? Evie asked.
Las ignored her. You must see the danger.
I am no stranger to risk, Zal said, but I took an oath to the Coalition. I will not abandon my crewmates, especially not now, when so much has been lost.
Priestess, if I may, Samaya said, gesturing.
The priestess nodded.
The Tempest and her crew have been through a unique situation. None of them have experienced the horrors of the last 18 years. To most of them, the Coalition was intact a few weeks ago.
How is this possible? She asked.
It's complicated, Evie replied. We found the planet where the Athru originated from, but they had already left. They used time as a sort of weapon, and my crew, we got caught up in it.
The priestess sighed.
Then you do not know, and it is up to me to tell you.
She took a seat after all. Everyone else followed suit.
I couldn't understand, walking through your ship, how it came to us in such pristine condition. I haven't seen a coalition ship like this in 15 years. The last humans we encountered were over a decade ago. A group of refugees looking for safe haven.
Much as my people are now, Samaya said.
We had assumed the Athu had exterminated all of you. Information doesn't come often.
What can you tell us about the state of the coalition? Evie asked, leaning forward.
Lass dismissed the comment with a wave of her hand.
The coalition is no more. We tried to fight back, but any resistance was immediately destroyed. But they only wanted the humans. Anyone found to be harboring them or assisting them shared their fate. Otherwise, they left us alone.
You can't believe they would just stop with humanity, Cas said. That you, or the Maxians, or the Lex McCall would be next.
We didn't think they would, which was why, in the beginning, the coalition came together to fight. But we were no match for them. They tore through the core worlds like it was nothing. A priest of mine was aboard a coalition ship when they destroyed Hypaxia from space.
Cas saw Evie flinch. He couldn't quite believe it himself. What about Earth? And Claxia Prime? Cas asked. She shook her head.
I've only heard rumors. When it became clear we could not win, the Athu took the fight a step further and destroyed our supply lines, as well as the communication relays. Any attempts to get the infrastructure back up have failed. As a result, we lost a lot of people before we could figure out how to sustain ourselves again. We were over-reliant on the interconnectivity of the coalition.
It had stood for over 2,000 years, Samaya said. It was a reasonable assumption.
Cas glanced at Evie, whose eyes shimmered. She saw him staring at her and turned away, but not quick enough that he didn't see a tear fall. When she turned back, they were dry again.
We don't leave our system anymore, Lass said, and we don't know where the Athu are. You could have led them to us, in which case my only hope is to plead for mercy, though they aren't known for it.
We didn't lead anyone here, Cas said. We have a technology that disrupts their scanners.
Regardless, Lass replied, I would take my citizen and be done with you. Humanity is too dangerous.
Zal stood. I have told you, I will not abandon my crew. They are my family. The priestess stood in kind.
Zal, you do not understand the hardships of the last 18 years, the sacrifices our people have made. We need you to return. Things on Usu are not well.
Is that why the atmosphere looks different? He asked. She dropped her head.
Without technology from the Husmus Riza and the core worlds, our pollution issues have become problematic. We are working on some solutions, but they are slow.
And you haven't tried to send an envoy to the Husmus Riza?
Evie asked.
You have ships.
Lass spread her holographic hands at the table.
You are not hearing me. The supply chains are gone. Without the Claxians, we can't get replacement conduits for the undercurrent generators. We don't have the materials to construct those units ourselves, and most of those who knew how are long dead. We are doing well to feed our people. Even that has become a challenge.
I apologize. I didn't realize.
She waved a hand dismissively.
This has gone on long enough. Zal, you are to return home. Core decrees it.
Cas couldn't be sure, as her face still hadn't changed, but he sensed she was not only upset and frustrated, but very scared. Priestess, as I have said, I will not leave my crew. They saved my life, and I do not break my vows. He hadn't moved a centimeter.
You are breaking your vows to Core at this very moment, the priestess argued. Now, come with us.
The two guards moved around the table.
Now, wait a minute, Evie said.
No one is forcibly removing anyone from this ship. If he says he doesn't want to go, he's not going.
She nodded to Talia and the security officers, who stepped forward. Lass regarded them, then turned back to Zal.
You are making a mistake. For this, you will be excommunicated. You do not violate the will of Kor.
It is not Kor's will, but yours, priestess, Zal replied. Cas had never seen it, but if an Untuburu could look shocked, it would be how he described Lass at that moment. She jerked back, as if someone had hit her, and her navy robes fluttered around her.
Return us to our shuttle, now.
There was an added threat under her voice.
Ensign, please escort the delegation back to Bay 1, Evie said.
Talia motioned for the other security officers to guide all 3 Untuburu to the doors. The priestess didn't say another word, only left the room with her head held high. When they were gone, Evie turned to Zal.
I'm sorry about that. Are you all right?
I will be, Captain. For now, I wish to return to duty. He hadn't taken his gaze off the door they'd exited through.
Of course. Thank you for your loyalty. I know that can't have been easy.
When Zal reached the door, he turned back to them. The Coalition might not exist out there anymore, but it still exists in here. As long as Tempest flies, it will exist for me. Then he was gone, leaving the 3 humans alone with their thoughts. 20. What do you think? Evie asked, taking her chair in the command room. As soon as the Untuburu's delegation left the ship, she'd order them out and away from the planet, parking the ship out beyond the system's heliosphere. Everyone else had gone back to their duties, while she and Cas had come together to plan their next moves. I think their society is in trouble, and they don't want any more problems. I'm half surprised she didn't try to take the ship from us. Evie shook her head.
Even the Untuburu have limits. Plus, she's probably too afraid of the Atru finding us.
Cas leaned back in his chair. Is it crazy that I want to go to Husmus Risa and Klaxia Prime to get everything they need and bring it back to them? Evie smiled.
Be the galaxy's last remaining courier service?
A look of disgust passed across his face. Oh, I hadn't thought of it like that. Never mind.
Bad memories?
She asked. Speaking of which, what do you think about heading for Sargan space? Sumaya said she didn't know what happened to the Sargans, but considering only half of them are human, they might still be operating. In fact, without the Coalition, they might be thriving. She pursed her lips.
There's a cheerful thought. Crime gangs roaming the stars unchecked.
He shrugged. Better than nothing. Even with the colony's technology, we're bound to run across the Atru one day. And we can't count on the Coalition for help, so maybe it's time to make some friends out of old enemies. Evie shook her head.
Even if we do, how do we fight an enemy that can destroy planets? You heard what they did at Hypaxia.
She tried not to think of the implications, but that planet had millions of people on it, including Matcha and the entire team who had taken care of her father. Maybe they had some warning and got off before the attack came, but Evie didn't think so. Yeah, Cas replied, shifting his eyes to the side.
He's lying to you.
Evie almost started at the sound of the voice. It was the same one she'd heard in the hallway, except this time it was definitely in her head. She didn't need this, not now. After that event, she'd hoped this little problem had resolved itself with some better sleep and a more structured regimen. And what could he be lying about anyway? The destruction of Hypaxia? They'd both heard it from the priestess.
A lie of omission is still a lie.
Are you okay? Cas asked. Evie glanced up. What had she just been doing?
No, but I'm managing,
she replied. It was the truth. Their singular focus would very soon transform from searching for answers to searching for a way to survive. There were no safe ports, no stations where they could dock, even though they had plenty of resources at the moment. Eventually, those would wear down, especially if they found more refugees, which Evie hoped they would. They needed to protect as many people as they could. That's more than I can say for some of the crew. I've been observing the past few days, and... What? I'm afraid I'm seeing some cracks. Stories are getting around about what's been happening the last 18 years, and people are on edge. What happens to the chain of command when there's no one left to enforce it? He was talking about a mutiny, or uncontrolled chaos on the ship. Was that possible, though? She knew her crew, or at least she thought she did. A subset of them had been without her for a long time. What if something else was going on? Do you think that's an issue? He shook his head. I don't know. But I don't want to be blindsided. People have been acting out more. I'm sure you've noticed. Today hadn't been her first outburst on the bridge. But Evie had given her some leeway due to the circumstances of their situation. Maybe she needed to crack down more. Cas nodded. And that brings up another point I need to discuss. I've been putting it off. She gestured for him to go ahead. Remember when Samaya was in sickbay for those injuries? They weren't all caused by the shuttle. Creases of furrow appeared in her forehead. What were they from? Before she took off to find the others, there was an incident with Zenfor down to the bay. Zenfor knows Samaya was on the Atlas and was one of the people responsible for the destruction of the Syl ship. Oh, God damn it. I forgot all about that, Evie said, rubbing her head. What happened? Zenfor knocked her to the side, and she slammed against the bulkhead. I don't think she meant to hurt her, but with Zenfor's strength, and Captain Geison's age, exactly. Samaya didn't want me to say anything. She feels responsible, but at the same time it qualifies as an assault. He leaned forward. I've already spoken to her about it, and she's agreed not to engage with Samaya anymore. But that's not exactly a punishment for her actions. To be honest, I don't know what we could do about it. It's not like we can throw her in the brig. Why not? He sputtered. Because she's... How do you think that will go over? Not to mention, we need her to run the advanced engine drive. Otherwise, it will take us forever to get anywhere. She ran her hands down her face. Zenfor respected the process of law. Evie wondered if she could separate her own actions from that process. Try this. Lay out the situation for her with all the evidence, and ask her what she thinks is an appropriate punishment. You're kidding. I'm not. Try it. See how she responds. At the very least, it will get her thinking about her actions, if she's not already. I take your point, but we can't just leave it. We have to maintain some kind of order on this ship, otherwise it will descend into chaos. Confronting Zenfor was a risk, and if Sesster had been awake, she would have asked him to do it. But considering Cas was still technically the liaison between the Coalition and the Syl, the job fell to him. She also suspected Zenfor had a soft spot for Cas somewhere deep inside, thus making him the best candidate. Anyone else, and she feared for their safety. He threw his hands up. Fine. But if I end up in surgery, you're going to give me 2 weeks off. She laughed. Fine, if you'll take it. Do not joke with him. He lies. She was sick of this. Yeah? Well, let's put that to the test then, and I'll show you how wrong you are. Evie was tired of this voice dictating how she should feel or what she should know. Cas, I need to ask you something, and I'm going to need you to be honest with me. Concern clouded his face. Okay. Does the word Estreva mean anything to you? I'm not sure. Was his eyelid twitching? She couldn't be sure. But that could be from exhaustion, too. They had just endured a particularly harrowing experience with the priestess. Where did you hear it? Why does that matter? He shrugged. Just looking for some context. It might help me recall. He's lying. I don't know. It just came to me. It's silly. Never mind. They should move on to other matters. This wasn't worth arguing over.
You don't trust him. I told you. As for our next destination, I think Captain Geisen is right. If we head for any of the other core worlds, we'll get a similar response, or worse. Can you imagine what we might find at KPX-4? Given the Untuburu's position, the K-Pax might just blow us out of the sky for coming into the system, assuming it's still there.
She was having a difficult time concentrating on her own words. Her mind kept replaying that eye twitch. Sill space, he suggested. Assuming we don't piss Zenvor off so much she destroys the ship, she might be able to negotiate us safe passage. Especially after they see how we held up our end of the bargain.
Did we, though? What about Molasse? Assuming Starbase 8 was hit the way Captain Geisen said it was, I wouldn't expect there to have been any survivors. Plus, it will take seasons, if not longer, to get to Sill space, even with all the enhancements. I don't want to be out in the open that long.
I'm assuming you're arguing because you have a better plan. He'd relaxed back into his seat. The lying SOB had the gall to relax. No, she didn't have any evidence he was lying. Everything was fine and normal. She just had to get rid of this nagging voice in her head, wherever it was coming from.
In fact, I do. Sisk.
He tensed again. Your old homeworld?
Technically, since I spent most of my childhood there. I still have some friends who live on Sisk, or I did. And since it isn't part of the Coalition, not officially anyway, maybe the Athru left it alone.
Sisk had been in a decades-long treaty agreement with the Coalition, always in the process of applying or canceling their application to the Coalition, depending on which of the 12 species on the planet was in power at the time. The Krillix would be against, but then the Urungu would win the elections and resubmit the application. But by the time the Coalition began the process, the Kormoffs would take over, or some other political party, and put the process on hold. Despite the majority of the planet wanting to be a part of the Coalition, it was a maddening process due to the short cycles of Sisk's election processes. Leaving that turmoil for the stability of the Coalition had been one of Evie's proudest moments. And it had proven to her what she'd always known, that the Coalition was worth it, despite all the trouble her government went through. She'd hoped one day soon they would put all their squabbling aside and do what was best for Sisk. But now it looked like that possibility was lost. You think because there were so few humans, they missed it. She nodded.
When I left, there were just 3 of us, on the entire planet. I can't believe the Athru would bother for that. And since they're on the edge of Coalition space, they might not be as cut off as some of the core worlds. They might still be communicating with other local species.
It means we have to head in the opposite direction, away from the core worlds, he said.
Is that a bad thing? I'm not saying we have to stay there forever, but maybe it will allow us to regroup, find some allies, figure out if the Athru have any weaknesses.
He leaned forward again. Are you saying you want to go after them, despite their power levels?
I don't know, she replied. But if we have the capability, whatever it is, to stop them, and we don't use it, we're no better than they are.
The Coalition was gone. She had to accept that. But that didn't mean this was the new norm. She refused to allow 2,000 years of unity to disappear just because one species was eliminated or almost eliminated. A new, stronger coalition would not fall with the loss of one of its members, even a founding member. It would endure, if they could find a way to fight back. 21. Cas made his way through the corridors in a daze. After the meeting, Evie said she was taking off early as she had a headache, and Cas had wanted to stay on the bridge, but he just couldn't. She knew about Asturva. The memory block had failed, or it had partially failed. How else could she have known that name? He thought back to the small orb Marshall had given him that was just sitting in a drawer in his quarters. He'd done everything he could to try and activate it, but so far nothing had worked, and he feared what might happen if Evie touched or even saw it. What might it do to her? Unleash the Athru side again? There was no way to be certain. Despite the fact obscuring her memories had resulted in her going back to mostly normal, the box in his mind he tried to shove away was now front and center, the chains holding it shut rattling away in his consciousness. He needed some relief. Cas tapped the personal comm. "Locate Captain Geisen for me." "She's on level 2, Commander," Saul replied, his voice monotone. "Would you like me to inform her you're looking for her?" "No. Where on to?" "Stellar observation." "Thanks, Saul." He turned off the comm. Stellar observation. He should have figured. She and her husband had been starhounds like him, always looking, always charting. Cas took the hypervator 5 floors up and stepped off to a magnificent view of the undercurrent above and to the sides of him, through the observation windows. Beyond the green haze of the undercurrent, it was easy to make out the stars beyond, streaking by as if they'd been pulled like taffy. Further on down the hallway stood Samaya, staring up at the stars as they whipped by. She caught Cas's eye as he approached, and turned back to watching the stars.
"He loved views like this," she said. "Never could get enough."
Cas came up beside her and leaned on the edge of the window, staring out into the emerald-tinted darkness. Maybe he just needed to be in the company of someone from before he'd learned the truth about the Coalition, before he'd grown up. He'd refused to think about that time from before, ever since escaping from Cathora. In fact, he'd sworn at the time he'd never think of it again. How things could change. I remembered the day we got the assignment about the Atlas, because it was the last day anything felt normal. In his periphery, he saw her nod, but it was a subtle movement. "The good old days." He squinted. "That's not true. The last day anything felt normal was the one before we found the Sill ship. I remember hoping we never found one, that they were too crafty for us, and we'd have to go home empty."
"You knew Rutledge better than that."
There was humor in her voice, like they were both in on the same joke. "He would have driven us into oblivion before giving up."
"And kept on driving."
Cas turned to her, looking in her remaining eye. There was so much pain in there, more than a few lifetimes' worth. "Samaya, where's John?" For a moment, a smile played on her lips, then disappeared. She lifted her eye patch and ran her finger underneath.
"Still itches sometimes, whenever I think of him. Sometimes I think I wasn't supposed to make it, that we were supposed to die together, and somewhere along the line, the universe made a mistake."
He listened without interrupting. It was obvious this was painful, and he was thankful she was finally willing to open up about it. John had been his friend as well. The three of them had always gotten along. He could recall the three of them getting together in the Geisens' quarters, having weekly dinners, despite the fact none of them could cook. They weren't the only people on the ship Cas socialized with, but they'd been some of his favorites. And John had been one hell of a poker player when they had the opportunity.
"It was about 2 years after the initial attacks. We'd been on Lian, out near Denorius?"
He nodded. It was a planet outside Coalition space, but close enough to the border so the people were friendly to the Coalition, and even provided a port of respite.
"We thought we might stay there for a while, until we heard from Coalition Central. But it turned out to be a short pit stop."
She shook her head.
"We should have stayed. We should have just taken our chances there. I don't know what happened to Lian after we left. It could have been obliterated for all I know. We got a comm from a ship in orbit, the USCS Endure."
She smiled.
"John took it as a sign of good luck. I think he thought this war," she paused on the word, "was only a temporary situation, and that we'd be back on our own ship or at another posting in 6 months."
"He was always the optimist," Cas said.
"Until his dying day. The Endure's captain ordered all Coalition personnel on the planet to come aboard to help where we could. His ship had managed to escape out of 2 different Athru traps, and the crew had come to think of the ship itself as the symbol the Coalition needed against their new enemy. And back then, all the other species were still helping. So when we came aboard, it was just like being on any other starship. Almost like nothing had happened at all. The ship needed a few repairs, but other than that, she was spaceworthy. Not unlike Tempest. She turned back to the view. Unfortunately, what had saved the Endure had been more luck than skill, which became painfully obvious after only a few weeks aboard. We'd set course for the closest starbase, which had been Troy Delta. Cas furrowed his brow. He wasn't familiar with that designation. She must have seen the confusion. Right. After the attacks took out the primary starbases, like 5 and 8, the Coalition began converting old mining asteroids into makeshift havens, each with a different designation due to their location and overall commander. This one was under Admiral Troy. Except when we arrived, along with 2 other Coalition vessels, the Athru were already waiting. They used their technology to hide themselves in plain sight, waiting for the fleet to converge. The word fleet came out with so much vitriol, for a moment Cas thought someone else had said it. They decimated us, and the Endure did anything but. The captain was more concerned with using the ship as a symbol than saving the crew, and we were blown apart. John and I barely had time to get to one of the escape pods before the ship was destroyed. Except, in the blast, our pod was hit and ripped open like a piece of tin. Cas didn't dare say a word. Her voice was tinged with hurt, anger, sadness, and 1,000 more emotions in between. John was pulled out immediately, and I was yanked forward, where my face went straight into the starboard auxiliary panel. She pointed to her eye. But I didn't feel a thing because I was out cold. I don't know how it happened, but one of us must have hit the safety field, which should have come on when the pod was opened. For some reason it didn't, and when I awoke, I was alone in the pod, floating among the bits of the asteroids. Nothing but an electromagnetic field between me and death. I considered dropping it right there and following him out, but I couldn't do it. When I got over the shock of what happened, I used the thrusters to take me back to the station, which had been decimated, and the Athru were gone. At least that's what I told myself. Otherwise, why would they have let me live? Samaya, I'm sorry. That's horrible. She shrugged. Though we could tell it was a front. The move was too perfect, too practiced. It's long in the past now, she said. How did you survive out there? When they destroyed the station, they'd only destroyed the top levels where the people were. Some of the subterranean levels were still habitable. I stayed down below for about 3 weeks, until an Erustian scavenger crew came looking for spare parts. I managed to barter a ride with them. She held up her hands. The rest was pretty much as you expect. Which is why this looks so nasty. She lifted up the eye patch to show the ragged flesh underneath. It was an ugly wound, one that hadn't been healed by Coalition science. Why don't you get Zax to— Don't, she said, dropping the patch over the skin again. If I didn't want to remember, I'd have gotten it fixed long ago. It's the last thing that connects me to him, and I'm going to be this way until the day I die. Fair enough. He wasn't about to begrudge someone their memory of a loved one. What made you stop? What? He didn't take his eyes off the stars streaking by. What made you stop yourself from dropping the field? You knew the seriousness of the situation. Why not just end it? Cas had never asked such a question of anyone, especially not someone who knew him well. But he couldn't keep from thinking what he might have done in a similar instance. Samaya was quiet for a few minutes. Maybe I was too much of a coward, she finally said. I had my finger on the button. All I had to do was exert a small amount of pressure and...
She shook her head. I don't think that's it, he replied. I think you wanted to keep fighting, that you weren't going to let them win. Pushing that button would have been too easy.
Maybe,
she replied. I think sometimes life is supposed to be hard. Really hard. I did something recently where I took the easy path. And now I'm not so sure I should have done it. Samaya stifled a laugh.
You? The easy path? The easy path would have been to fire on that SEAL ship, to follow the orders you were given, and not look back.
I was stupid then, too idealistic. Knowing what I know now, I'm not sure I could say I'd make the same choice.
That's true of all of us, she replied. 9 years I've been alive in this universe, and every day has given me insight I didn't have the day before. But we can't go back and change the decisions we've already made. They were made by the people we were in those moments, and those moments shaped who we are now. If we hadn't done what we did in the past, we wouldn't be here to question those decisions now. Reflection is integral to life, but it doesn't define who you are.
I don't.
You are a good person, Cas. Do you make mistakes? Of course. But at your core, you always try to do the right thing. Whatever decision you made, the fact that you're questioning it now tells you all you need to know. If you could go back, you'd stand up to Rutledge again and again and again, no matter how much trouble or pain it caused you. Because that's who you are.
She sighed, leaning against the window.
And I would have always waited, not coming to your defense in time, but redeeming myself in the end. That's who I am.
Was she right? He'd always figured, if given the chance, he might have taken another path aboard the Atlas. But perhaps not. Maybe rebelling against Rutledge had always been a part of him, and no matter what circumstances led him there, he would always have done what he considered right in that moment. Did that mean his decision about Evie had been correct? So far it had worked out, and he'd only had a minor relapse. He'd have to trust his judgment of the moment was correct, just like Samaya's had been. Hers had ended up saving her life, and he hoped a similar outcome from what he'd done to Evie.
What are you thinking about? I can see the gears turning, Samaya said.
I guess I'm trying to decide if I can trust myself, he replied. If he'd made the right call 7 years ago, did that mean he could still make the right call today? She took on a kindly smile, reminiscent of a parent who had to soothe their child. In some ways, she was his senior, even though he'd been her superior officer back on their ship. But since finding her again, the experience of age had given her a wisdom she hadn't possessed when he'd last seen her.
Let's put it this way. I trust you over a lot of other people.
Despite his hopes, that didn't make him feel any better. 22. Evie had just finished going over the updated astrometric data provided by Ensign River. A course to Sis would only take them 3 more days, if they could maintain the undercurrent, though River had provided that 2 unexpected adjustments to the course would need to be made, due to different gravitational phenomena along the way. Evie hadn't wanted to ask, but the only thing that could have changed the relative gravity in such a way was the loss of nearby stars, which meant the Athru had been busy. Comparing the data to the maps they'd had on file, it looked like the Athru had more than likely taken out Zeta Draconis and Slaton Incero. Both had been home to old human colonies on multiple planets in each system. She'd never been, but she'd heard the sunsets on Zeta Draconis 6 were to die for, and it only reinforced just how ruthless the Athru had been. She couldn't understand why they were just going for human settlements. Why not any of the other coalition species? What was so special about the human race? She tried not to spend too much time thinking about it, but sometimes she couldn't help wondering how many humans were left. If the Athru had destroyed Earth and all of the core worlds, it meant trillions of lives, which in turn meant humanity was probably an endangered species now. Perhaps between the Coalition and the Sargans there might still be a good number of them left. But things could never go back to the way they were before. It just wasn't possible. And even though she hadn't had any close family before, she still felt the loss of all those lives. Evie set the report to the side. "Lieutenant Rond, please make the necessary course corrections." He acknowledged and made a quick change, while River glanced back at her from her seat. Evie winked, producing a smile on River's face. The ensign had been nothing but reliable, even during their time down on the planet, and she was one hell of a navigator. Evie needed to review the crew reports again. Maybe there was room for... "Excuse me, Captain." Evie glanced up to see Wolf beside her chair, her hands clasped behind her back. "Yes, Commander?" "I wanted to suggest an alternate course of action," she said. But Evie could tell there was something behind her words. Fear, perhaps? Or anger, she wasn't sure. "An alternate course to Sisk?" "No, ma'am. We've seen what the Athru can do. And with how much time has passed, it's unlikely to think they haven't infiltrated every corner of the Coalition." The edge in her voice only became harder, as if it were a piece of steel being subjected to heat, then cooled over and over again. "I don't think it's in our best interest to stay anywhere near here. Perhaps we should take the ship back out into open space, away from the Coalition." Evie nodded, trying to be diplomatic. She could see Wolf was holding something back, but she wasn't sure what. "Thank you, Commander. But I'm not going to abandon the Coalition. Not yet. Not if there's a chance even some small part of it has survived, like Samaya's crew." "Captain," Wolf pressed, "I don't think we should stay here. We're just putting the crew in danger." She'd raised her voice just enough so the rest of the bridge could hear her. Evie glanced around, and while she'd tried to do this quietly, it was obvious Wolf had no such compunction. "Why don't we talk in the command room?" Evie said, standing. Wolf took a step back. "So you can talk me down? It isn't going to happen. The rest of the crew deserves to know what's going on. That you're keeping us in the Coalition space for your own selfish needs, and that you're putting the rest of us at risk when it's unnecessary." "That's enough, Commander," Evie said. "Another outburst, and I'll have you relieved of duty." Wolf shook her head. "You forget. Technically, I was the captain of the ship for 18 years. That's about 17.5 years more than you. This is my ship, not yours. And I'm not going to stand by while you get us killed for your own hubris." Evie glanced at Talia. "Remove her from my bridge. Confine her to her quarters." Wolf backed up to her station as Talia rounded hers, headed for the engineer. Evie's heart was racing, but it wasn't to be unexpected. A lot had changed while they were gone, and she had been prepared for some blowback, though she hadn't thought Wolf would have been so outspoken about it. It was almost as if something else was going on. Before she realized it, Talia had stopped in her tracks. Evie turned to see Wolf with a pulse pistol in her hand, aiming directly for Talia. "Don't!" Wolf said, the fear audibly present in her voice. Talia glanced at Evie. "Do as she says, Ensign," Evie said. She held her hands out in front of her. "Commander, Keeley, this isn't necessary. We're not your enemies. Lieutenant Rond, adjust our course to head for open space, beyond Coalition borders." Rond turned in his chair, a sheen of sweat on his brow. He looked at Evie expectantly. "Don't look at her. Do as I ordered," Wolf yelled. "I'm sorry, Commander, but I can't," he said. He locked down his station. "I succumbed to the misguided pressure of a superior officer once before. I won't do it again." Despite the circumstances, Evie's heart bloomed with pride. She'd known he was a good kid at heart. It had just taken some time for him to find his path. "Don't you all see? If we stay here, we're dead, just like everyone else in the
Coalition. There is no more coalition. It's all gone. All of it. She waved the pistol back and forth, and Evie took the opportunity to tap the emergency security strip on her workstation. Get out of the seat. I'll do it myself, Wolf said, the weapon landing at the base of Ron's neck. I'm sorry, Lieutenant, but this is for your own good. I can't do that, ma'am, Ron replied, staying put. Wolf gritted her teeth. Talia made a motion to charge her, but she spun at the security officer, the weapon pointed at her again. Move again, and I'll take you down. To save this ship, I'll take everyone on this bridge down if I have to. Fire burned in her eyes, and pain, Evie thought. How long have you been planning this? Evie asked. What are you talking about? There was no planning. It's obvious what we need to do. It's just... You just happen to keep a sidearm tucked away in your station, Talia said. At that, Zal stepped out from behind the op station and approached Wolf. She swung the weapon to him until it made a small clink against his metal chest, muffled only by the thin fabric between them. If you are serious about this, Commander, you have to fire, Zal said. Evie made a move to step forward. Zal, what are you... He held up one hand, and though Wolf flinched, she didn't pull the trigger. Zal's hand came down slowly until it was right on top of the weapon. Release it, he said. The fight went out of Wolf's eyes, and she let go of the weapon, her shoulders slumping. Zal took it, handing it over to Ensign Talia, who checked the gauge on the side. No charge, Talia said. We were never in any danger. Why? Evie said. Wolf just shook her head. Behind Evie, the hypervator doors opened to reveal two security officers, along with Cas and Samaya. I saw the alert. What? Cas began. Then his eyes fell on Wolf. What happened? You were right, Evie said. Things are more fragile than we thought. Will you be able to get the undercurrent drive up and running again, without her, if we need to? Cas glanced at Wolf. I don't know. Maybe. Evie took a deep breath. She couldn't afford to lose one of her best engineers. But what choice did she have? They already had an issue with Zenfor, and now this? If she wanted to maintain some semblance of command on this ship, she had to do what was necessary. Ensign, please take the commander to the brig until further notice. Wolf's eyes snapped up, and Evie saw they were shimmering with tears. Yes, ma'am, Talia said, taking Wolf by the arm. Do you mind if I accompany her? Captain Geisen asked. I have some experience in this area. Evie indicated she should go ahead. Geisen had no doubt seen her fair share of people losing their grip over the years. Maybe there was something she could do to help Wolf, at least in the short term. As Talia, Geisen, and the security officers escorted Wolf to the hypervator, Cas came up beside her. You okay? He doesn't care about you. The voice hit Evie like a smack across the face, and she inhaled sharply. What's wrong? Cas asked. Evie rubbed her cheek, trying to play it off. Nothing. Just go talk to Zenfor. I want this situation with her resolved before we get to Sisk. He lingered for a moment, his eyes finding hers, then turning away again. What was he looking for? And why did this damned voice keep manifesting? What was going on? Right, he finally said. I'll go take care of it now. Samaya watched as the security chief escorted Wolf into the cell, then came back out, activating the force barrier that would keep her isolated from the rest of the ship. It was the same kind of barrier that had kept Samaya alive in that pod, the kind you couldn't move past unless they were shut off. Staying? The ensign asked Samaya. I was hoping to speak with the commander for a few moments, she replied. Talia nodded. Crewman Ryder will be just outside if you need anything. One of the other security officers indicated he was Ryder. Thank you. Once they were gone, Samaya took a glance at Wolf, sitting on the bench in the cell, her head between her knees. Feel up to a chat? Samaya asked.
Why would you want to talk to me? I'm a traitor, she replied in a pitiful voice. Or you're in a lot of pain.
She pulled a chair across the room and sat in front of Wolf's cell. Wolf didn't bother looking up, and Samaya couldn't blame her. But she also knew there was something more going on here. And if it was something that could potentially affect the rest of the crew, she needed to find out what. Her eyes took in the commander. Her tan skin, bald head, and long limbs made her stand out more than she otherwise would have. But what caught her interest was the small platinum band on her left ring finger.
Married? Used to be, Wolf replied. Before. Me too. What happened? Lost it all.
She lifted her head, and tears were falling down her face.
If I'd known, I never would have taken this assignment.
If you'd known what?
What being on board meant. That we wouldn't be here when everyone we knew and loved was killed. That we wouldn't be able to return until years later to survey the wreckage. That we might be the only humans left alive anywhere in the galaxy.
Samaya pulled her lips between her teeth, looking for a way in. There was something important here, and she felt a kinship with this woman. It wasn't often you found married couples in the Coalition.
Was he in the service, too?
She nodded.
Chris. He was stationed out near Arkelia. Never liked space travel.
At this, a smile grew across her lips.
He said he was happy to do his part to help the Coalition, but he'd be damned if he ever stepped foot on a starship. He preferred the planetary assignments.
But not you, Samaya said, like it was an obvious fact. Wolf shook her head.
I liked traveling too much. We didn't get to see each other often, but when we did, man!
She leaned back, and more tears fell down her cheeks.
I just miss him so much. I had the pleasure of serving on the same ship as my husband, Samaya said, her voice a little softer. It's great for a while, until you realize they'll drive you crazy with every little thing. Half the time I would need to take an extra shift, so we weren't bouncing off each other all day. I'd give anything to be that close just once, Wolf replied.
Samaya realized she made a mistake. In trying to make light of the situation, she'd only driven home how much luckier she and John had been. And they had been. They'd managed to serve together for nearly 10 years, ever since they'd gotten married. And they'd escaped together, been on the run from the Atru together. At one point, she thought everything would be fine as long as she always had him by her side. She turned away from the thoughts. This was Cas's fault. If he hadn't asked about John, he wouldn't be in the forefront of her mind so much. But at least now she understood Wolf better.
Maybe we can swing by Arkelia once we're done on Sisk, Samaya said. There's no point, Wolf replied.
Why not?
She shrugged. He's already dead.
She furrowed her brow.
How do you know? Arkelia is far out. The Atru may not have hit it, or he could have survived, like I did. You never know. It's worth taking a look.
Wolf leveled her tear-filled gaze at Samaya.
I already did, she replied. It was the first place we looked when we came back.
Samaya was confused. From the way Cas had made it sound, Starbase 5 had been their first stop after returning from the Atru planet. They'd made other stops?
I don't understand, she said. When did you visit Arkelia? The first time we returned, Wolf said. 13 years ago.
23. Cas was on his way to engineering, dreading the discussion with Zen-4, when his comm chirped.
Boss?
He tapped it. Yeah, Box? I need you, right now. Despite the urgency, Cas couldn't help but think this was one of those times when Box was baiting him into saying something stupid, so the robot could record it and whip it out at the most inappropriate time. I'm not falling for it, Box. It's about our project. I need to discuss some developments. Cas immediately turned in the other direction. He wasn't joking. This had to be about Evie. I'll be right there. 4 minutes later, Cas entered an empty sick bay, with the exception of Box at the other end, standing over one of the freestanding med stations. "Come, look at this," he said, motioning Cas over. "Where is everyone?" Cas asked. "I told them I accidentally dropped a vial of chlorine pentafluoride," he said. Cas jerked his head around, looking for the source. "Just to give us a moment alone." "Just to be clear, you didn't actually drop one, did you?" He shook his head. "But I wanted to show you this, because I think it's important. Also, Zach's nose." His heart jumped into his throat. "Knows what?" "What I did to the captain. What we did." His voice was casual, as if they weren't about to be thrown to the brig along with Wolf for treason. How did... "Careful, or you'll end up like Vreege," Box said. "I told her. She asked, and I told her. She's pretty smart. I don't think we would have gotten away with it." Cass's mind was racing. Surely Zax would want to reverse the procedure. "How long has she known?" He shrugged. "A while now. But that's not why I called you in here. Look at this." He pointed to the screen, but Cass couldn't take his attention off the robot. "We'll have to abandon the ship. There's no other choice. I'm not going back into a cell, Box. I just won't do it." "Oh, calm your balls," Box replied. "She's not going to say anything." "Why not?" Cass asked. "I don't know. She said she wouldn't mention it to anyone. And the doc has never lied to me before. Why start now?" Cass couldn't believe his idiocy. Sometimes Box could be simultaneously the dumbest and the smartest person in the room. "Did you ever think she was telling you that to placate you into revealing everything? How do you know she's not talking to the captain right now?" "Because I told her 3 days ago. Don't you think if she was going to say something, she would have done it by now?" Cass opened his mouth to argue, but couldn't come up with anything. Why was she waiting? What did Zax have to gain by not informing Evie of their betrayal? "Now, will you actually pay attention to the reason I asked you down here in the first place?" Box asked. He pointed at the monitor again, full of medical data. After a moment, Cass realized they were looking at Evie's medical data, in real time. "What is this?" "When I did the modification, I added a tiny monitor at the base of her skull to keep an eye on her brainwave patterns in case something went wrong." "Wait a second," Cass said, stopping him. "You added a monitor without telling me?" Box shrugged. "I thought that's what we were doing now. You don't tell her about what she did. I don't tell you about what I did. It all works." Cass balled his hands into fists. "That's not what I meant." "I see. You don't like it when you're not in control. Noted for your file and future sexual partners. Anyway, her brain waves have been relatively stable ever since the procedure. But there have been 3 different instances now where something doesn't look right." Cass let it go. The monitor was already in there. It didn't do any good to argue. "What do you mean?" With Box, not right could mean anything. Cass had learned long ago to ask for clarification. "Look here," Box said, pointing to her brainwave patterns. "This is her brain activity right now. See the blue line?" Cass nodded. It was easy enough to follow. And it looked normal enough to his non-medically trained eyes. "Now, look at this." Box moved the graph backward in time until Cass could see the pattern over the past few days. "See these red spikes? Those aren't her brainwave patterns. They belong to someone else." "The Athru," Cass said. "She's breaking through the memory blocks." Box nodded. "Yep. She's only managed a few temporary intrusions, but as time goes on, I expect she'll find her own way out." "So what can you do about it?" Cass asked. "Me? Why would I do anything? We already tried to block out her memories. It isn't working." "We're going to have to try again," Cass replied. If she had a relapse now, there was no telling what she could do. Cas didn't want to try to relieve her from command, as that would only invite more questions he didn't want to answer. No, the only solution was to replace the memory blocks and wait until it was safe to tell her, if he told her at all. Box shut off the monitor and crossed his arms. "I'm not doing it again." Cas creased his brow. "Why not?" "Because it didn't work. And it's not good for her. Imagine the kind of mental turmoil she's going through right now. You need to tell her. In fact, while we were in here discussing this, I asked her to come down to sickbay." "You what?" Cas had the sudden urge to throw up. And it was either the inconvenience of having somewhere to do it, or the fact of trying to explain to Zax why he'd lost his lunch all over her floor that prevented it. "That's right. You need to fix this. No more hiding." "That's not your call," Cas replied, running his hands through his hair. "Don't you see how dangerous it is to tell her? Did you forget what happened back in that temple? She almost took you out of commission. She doesn't have any weapons this time. And I filled 4 of my finger syringes with doxytroban." Cas pinched the bridge of his nose. "Let me get this straight. You want me to tell her the truth, just so you can knock her out again? And leave us right back in the same place we were before?" "Well," Box said, hesitating, "I was hoping this time we wouldn't need to knock her out." "And why would this time be any different? Last time she thought she had control of that thing inside her, she ended up killing 7 people. You want to take that chance again?" Box didn't respond for a moment. At first, Cas thought he was considering changing his mind, which Cas needed at the moment. It was bad enough Zax knew the truth. If somehow word got back to Evie, it could blow the blocks wide open again. "All I know is, back when I was in danger, the captain fought for me. She wasn't going to let Paige pull me apart piece by piece, and she wasn't going to let him shoot me. I owe her the same. Since she's not here to argue for herself, I need to do it for her. She wouldn't want this, and you need to tell her the truth." Cas dropped his head for a moment. He was right, but the risk was so high he didn't know if he could do it. "Where is she now?" "Based on when I made the comm, I would say she's probably on the hypervator between decks 10 and 11. If she's coming from the bridge. If she was coming from somewhere else, then she could be any—" "I just left from there," Cas replied, remembering why he'd been down here in the first place. He still had a difficult conversation with Zenfor ahead of him, and now another one with Evie. His eyes glazed over. "I'll go tell her." "Just like that?" Box asked as Cas made his way to the door. The thought of having an armed security team with him when he confronted her crossed his mind. That wouldn't look suspicious at all. No, he didn't have a choice. He'd have to head her off and delay this until sometime in the future, which meant keeping her away from Box as well. Somehow. Cas turned back to Box. "Yeah, just like that." The box inside his mind where he'd stored all the guilt he'd felt over what he'd done to Evie burst open, spilling its contents all over the place. And had Cas been alone, he might have doubled over. As it was, he managed to contain his feelings about what he was doing to Box and to Evie before they showed. Box's eyes only flashed twice, a quick pattern that said he was confused, but willing to go along. Did Box know Cas wouldn't tell her? He wasn't sure. He also wasn't sure how long he could keep the robot away from her. Because, with his big mouth, there was a very good chance it would be the first thing he mentioned upon seeing her again. And Cas couldn't allow that to happen. Not if he wanted to keep the situation contained. Out in the hallway, he passed Zax and the other medical staff. Cas acknowledged them with a nod, and while the other staff did the same, Zax remained stone-faced as he ambled past. He still couldn't understand why she hadn't gone to the captain yet. But he would take all the luck he could get. Whatever Zax's motivations, they currently worked in his favor. "I take it the danger from the spill is cleaned up?" Zax asked after he'd passed. Yep, all clean, he called back, not stopping. He couldn't bear to see the look on her face. Upon reaching the hypervator, he took a deep breath. This situation was spiraling out of control. Perhaps it was best to tell her. They could always confine her to the brig if they needed, though with her untapped strength and speed, would they even be able to catch and stop her? If that monster came out again, there was just no telling. He was so torn. He thought he'd made up his mind when the hypervator finally arrived. But when the doors opened and he found himself looking into Evie's deep green eyes, he realized he hadn't made up his mind at all. In fact, he was more indecisive than ever. 24. "Oh," Evie said, taking a step back. She hadn't expected anyone to be right on the other side of the doors, and was momentarily startled at Cas's appearance. But she managed to quickly right herself. It seemed she was so jumpy lately, like she was always on edge, which, considering their current circumstances, was reasonable. Box sent me a text comm. I don't know why he didn't just use the system." "He was trying to be sneaky," Cas blurted out. He seemed more anxious than normal as well. Maybe the situation had finally gotten to him, too. "One of his many quirks," she said, stepping around him. He hadn't moved out of the way like a normal person would, so she shimmied past him, making a show of it to accentuate he had no manners. At least today he didn't. "Care to join me in whatever news he deems fit to release?" "I've already spoken to him. It's nothing important. Another one of his random experiments." Why was he so sweaty? Was it that warm down here on 14? Or had he just been running from one end of the ship to the other? "It's because he's lying to you, and he knows it." She almost screamed in response to the voice, half out of being startled for the second time in less than a minute, and half because she was sick of that goddamned voice in the back of her mind. She was convinced it was an unruly part of her subconscious, something she'd neglected to deal with over the past few years, because if it wasn't that, what else could it be? And for the most part, it had grown quiet ever since that day in the hallway. There had been a few slips, like in her office when Cas said he didn't know anything, or now. It seemed to only happen around Cas, or at least in his proximity. Could he have something to know about it? Cas's comm chirped. "Rabot here," he said, looking relieved to have something to do with his hands. "Just happened again. Small blip. Good luck. Box out." He smiled sheepishly, then cut the comm himself. "What was that?" Evie asked. "He's tracking my anxiety levels," Cas replied, "and he likes to alert me whenever I have a spike." Amusement grew on her face. "Don't tell me I'm the reason for your anxiety." He waved her off. "Not at all. It's just, I have a lot going on. Getting the new crew up to speed and making sure things are going off without a hitch." "Lying!" "Do you need assistance? I could assign Captain Geisen to give you a hand. You two seem to work well together. Which makes sense. You did serve on the same ship for a long time." No, I can handle it," he said. "In a couple of days I'll be fine." She focused in on him. Something was wrong, and she didn't like that she suspected him of lying. She needed to get this off her chest, otherwise she'd end up with anxiety. "I need to ask you something. The other day, when you said you'd never heard of Esterva, were you lying?" He went so pale she thought he might faint. So she had her answer. Now to see if he would cop to it, or continue whatever charade he decided to engage in. The voice in her mind had been right after all. "Of course I was right. I told you." She went stiff. Had it always referred to itself as I? She couldn't remember, but it was doing so now, and that was not her own mind. "Finally, you're beginning to figure it out. Took you long enough. Who is speaking? This couldn't be real, could it? Poor thing. They messed with your mind so much you can't even remember."
Don't worry. Dagnya will help you. I'll help you solve all your problems.
Dagnya. That name. All this happened in the short span of seconds in which he thought Cas might faint. He continued to stare at her, but he hadn't said anything.
Cas? Answer me.
I mean, he began, fumbling. I guess it's possible I've heard it somewhere before. I don't keep track of every single word I hear. He tried to shrug it off, but failed miserably.
What aren't you telling me? She asked, stepping closer to him.
She could smell his aftershave, which was a nice change. There had been a time when he'd smelled of little more than body odor and vomit. Evie, I'm sorry. Here it came.
But I don't know what you're talking about. See? Untrustworthy to his core.
Tears stung her eyes, but she wasn't about to let them fall, not in front of him.
Are you telling me I can't trust you anymore? That you'd rather cover up whatever this is than tell me the truth?
She had thought they were past this, that all that time together had formed a stronger bond where they could rely on each other. She'd saved his life, goddammit, and he'd saved hers. What could be so important he couldn't tell her?
No, that's not what I'm saying at all.
His eyes turned downward, like he was ashamed. Whatever the secret, it was eating him alive. She could see that much. But he had to be willing to talk about it if he wanted her to help him, and she needed to know why he knew this word in her mind.
Don't worry, I'll help you with that. I know everything he's afraid to tell you. I'm not sure I trust you, Evie thought. If you can't trust yourself, who can you trust?
She was confused.
Does that mean you're part of me? That you are me?
Yes, the voice replied. And for the first time since she'd come back from the planet, she felt a bit more like herself. She stepped back.
Since you won't tell me, I have no choice but to believe everything you've said is a lie. Which means I think it's best if I go to sickbay alone.
She turned to walk away before her anger replaced the pity she felt for him. No, wait, you can't, he said, jogging after her. She spun on him.
Why not? What's in there? Answers to questions you don't want me to know?
I know you don't believe me, but everything I've done, everything I'm doing, is in the best interest of you and the crew. You have to know I would never do anything to put either in danger.
What really happened down on that planet? What isn't he telling you? I don't know if I can believe that, Cas. I recall being surprised to learn you were once an officer in the Coalition. Let me ask you, if someone else hadn't outed you, would you have ever ponied up that piece of information?
He shook his head. That was nothing. Inconsequential.
To you, maybe. But I like to know who I'm working with. And I thought we'd long gotten past this. But it's obvious to me that you don't trust my judgment. So I can only say the same thing for you. Because if you're lying about this, what else haven't you been honest about? What other secrets are you hiding?
She worked her jaw, the anger bubbling up inside.
And if you tell me one more time you're doing it for my own good, I'll relieve you of duty.
At that, he shut up and dropped his hands to his sides. Yes, ma'am.
Now, is there something you want to tell me?
He drew in a deep breath through his nose. No, ma'am.
Fine. Then get out of here. Go, do your job. And if I find even the slightest hint you're being dishonest, you'll find yourself in the brig beside Wolf faster than you can say hyperconductor. Do I make myself clear?
He dropped his eyes again. Yes, ma'am. She turned away from him, fury burning inside her. How dare he? He wasn't her keeper, and it wasn't up to him to decide what she was and was not to know. She couldn't even imagine what could be so dire and so secret he felt the need to keep it from her. For a moment, she thought about going after him, ordering him to tell her, though she knew it would do no good. Even if he had been an officer, she had the feeling he would refuse the order. In fact, she had the feeling he would protect this secret, whatever it was, with his dying breath. And she didn't like how little sense that made. Could something have happened down on the planet? "Voice?" she asked in her mind. "Danya? I wish to speak." "Then I am at your service." As Captain Diazal walked past, she didn't see the body hunkered in the shadows. For that matter, neither had the traitor Caspian. She had hidden herself so well in between the parts of the wall where the light didn't reach. She was sure even a creature who'd been born with the ability to see at night would have had a difficult time locating her. Was it pure luck she'd come upon these two in their squabbles? No. She'd been tailing the captain for days now, keeping an eye out for the safety of the crew, because there was no telling what she might do. After what had happened down on the planet, after what Diana had seen, the captain could never be trusted again. She watched from the shadows as the captain entered sickbay, curious about the encounter inside. She'd overheard her say they had answers for her in there. But what did that mean? That they were going to confront her about her crimes? Or were they going to help the traitor Caspian cover them up as well? Everyone knew his former partner worked as a doctor in there. Who knew what kind of influence he might have over the crew? He could knock out the entire crew if he wanted. All he'd need to do was dispense an airborne medicine through the ship's ventilation. And it wasn't as if he hadn't modified the ship's systems before. Diana had done her homework. When they'd been to the battle with the aliens and the ship's armor had been up, the robot managed to hack his way into the armor grid and drop the field for a split second to allow the shuttle to pass. The only reason Diana hadn't reported it was because the mission had resulted in the rescue of two of her pilots. But even then, they were the two least loyal to her. Maybe she should report it. See if the captain would be willing to move against the robot. It would make for an interesting experiment. Then again, she had no idea what might set the captain off. She'd been concerned the argument with the traitor might have done it. But so far, she didn't seem to be flying into a blind, murderous rage. Either way, Diana knew to keep her distance when she needed to. She also knew she was this ship's only hope for surviving the captain. Because if that fool Rabot wasn't going to do anything about her, then Diana would. She would make sure the captain paid for all those people she killed. One way or another, she'd make sure. Once the captain was safely inside, Diana left her hiding alcove, hopping out and strolling along the corridor as if she'd always been there. But she had a very particular destination in mind. She just needed to figure out how to get in and out without too much mess. And while the captain was in sickbay, this was the perfect opportunity to exploit it. She made her way down the hall to the next hypervator, taking it up to level 9 and hopping off with a smile on her face. She'd heard about the altercation at the bridge from the security officer, Ryder. Technically, she'd heard it from Isaiah Squires, who was romantically involved with Ryder. But the information had come from Ryder nonetheless, as he escorted Wolf off the bridge and down here to the brig. The woman had had the right idea, pulling a weapon on the captain, and it seemed to Diana that she was the only one willing to do what was necessary to get the job done, to keep this crew safe, and to keep them out of the inevitable path of the Athru. The longer they stayed in Coalition space, the more likely they were to run into them again. And Diana didn't care what kind of safeguards they had. Nothing would ever be enough. Time on the planet had proved that much. As Diana entered the brig, she locked eyes with Ryder himself. This had been part of her plan. Coming here when he was on duty assured her an audience with the one occupant of the brig. Though she'd been afraid she would have to leave her watch over the captain in order to make this meeting. But fortune had been on her side, and now she had some time for a conversation. "Is she awake?" Diana asked. Ryder nodded. "She just finished with another visitor." Diana forced her face into a neutral expression. It couldn't have been Caspian. Who else would come to see her? Who? The new captain, Geisen. Diana took a moment to digest the information. What did that mean? Why would Geisen be interested in talking with someone who'd pulled a weapon on the captain? Diana couldn't be sure, but it was worth investigating. It was possible Geisen might make a powerful ally, especially if Diana was right about what was coming. "Thanks," she said. Ryder nodded, tapping a button on his console that opened the security door to the brig itself. Diana stepped through, noting they'd put Wolf in the largest cell, the middle one. She'd been laying on the shelf in the cell and glanced over when Diana entered, tensing her body and moving into a sitting position. "Chief Ravenkel, what are you doing here?" Diana smiled. "I'd like to talk, if you're not too busy. And call me Diana." Wolf screwed up her face. "I don't understand. Is there a problem with the space wings? Because Vreej or even Tyler can probably take a look for you. I'm incapacitated." "Just a misunderstanding, I'm sure," Diana said. "Though I was surprised to hear about what happened." Wolf waved her hand dismissively. "I don't want to talk about it. A temporary lapse in judgment. I'm just not... I think it's just the pressure, and all the changes." She tried to put on her most sympathetic face. "You've been on this ship a long time. You were in command for a long time. It must be hard to transition back." "Yes," Wolf said, relief in her voice. "That's it exactly. I came to think of this as my ship. And when everyone showed up again, it was hard to give it back. Even harder to see none of you had aged a day." "Oh, trust me, some of us did," Diana replied. "Much more than others." Her eyes met Diana's. "I don't understand. I thought you were only down to the planet for a day or two." "Only those who were in Wave 2. Those of us in Wave 1 were there an entire season. And I counted every one of those 73 days by the hour. Trust me." She dropped her gaze again. "Oh, I'm sorry. I haven't read all the reports yet, and I guess I thought I didn't need to. I didn't realize." Diana turned to the side. "It's fine. We lost a few out there, but most of us made it. The worst part of it was listening to that robot prattle on non-stop for week after week. I'd hoped he'd had a limited lifetime power cell. But no, it still goes strong even to this day." Wolf grinned. "Yeah, Box is a unique individual. But he's also powered by a dual fusion core that can last up to 700 years, if I'm not mistaken. Top-of-the-line stuff." Diana tried to catch her gaze again. She didn't want to waste time with the robot. There were more important issues to discuss. "I need to know why you pulled a weapon on the captain. I need to understand your reasoning." Wolf stared at the floor, silent for a few moments. Diana thought she might have pushed too hard, caused her to clam up. But then she finally spoke. "I don't think we should be going from planet to planet looking for allies. There are no more allies. It's better we get out of the area, head for unexplored territory. At least out there, an alien race isn't trying to kill us every day." But I forgot my place for a moment. I forgot those are no longer my decisions to make. "What if I told you the captain was a security risk?" Diana asked. "How so?" "She was compromised on the planet. I saw it myself." It was time to put Wolf to the test. If she passed, she might find herself on the other side of that force barrier. "What do you mean, compromised?" She had the former bridge engineer's attention now. "I watched her murder 7 of her own crew, and I wasn't the only one." Wolf's eyes had doubled in size. "Caspian and Box saw it too, then covered it up." "That... Do you have proof?" "I know what I saw. And if you doubt me, just ask the robot. He's terrible at keeping secrets." It didn't matter if she didn't have hard evidence. She'd seen the fear in Caspian's eyes when she'd confronted him. That was all the proof she needed that she hadn't been hallucinating. "But I don't understand. Why would she turn against her own crew?
What does she gain from it? I saw it for myself. It's because she's not human. She moved faster and was stronger than any human could ever be. She moved like them, and I think that's what Caspian is so desperate to keep under wraps.
Wolf stood.
But if she's one of them, why not kill us all immediately? What is she waiting for?
Diana had plenty of theories, but one stood out in her mind.
It's because she's waiting until she has us in a false sense of security. Then she can take us all out at once, like a trap with a tripped spring. Everything has to be perfect.
She checked her comm. They might not have a lot of time.
I assume you're not going to stand by and let that happen. No.
Diana narrowed her eyes.
It's my job to make sure she never gets the chance.
25. Cas made his way into engineering, his heart hammering. Not only did he feel sick after his encounter with Evie, he now was potentially putting his life on the line by confronting Zenfor again. Not that he thought she would actually kill him, but as the incident with Samaya illustrated, she was stronger than she knew. And in the time they had been away, somehow she'd grown stronger still. He wondered if that was a genetic trait of Allsill, or if she had done something special. The last few times he tried this, he'd been rewarded with being knocked to his ass and a fractured jaw. If he wasn't careful, this time could be worse. But despite their previous encounters, Cas needed to do this, for Samaya. He'd considered everything from retrieving his boom cannon from the weapons lockup to bringing Talia and an armed security team with him. But in the end, it was best if he did this without provoking her, though he'd needed to take a few moments to himself to process what had happened with Evie. She knew now he was lying to her, no question. He could only hope she had enough trust in him that she'd let it go for now. Unless Box ended up letting it slip. There was no way he couldn't tell her, but he needed to wait for the right moment. And until the ship was no longer alone out here, he couldn't subject the crew to a captain who wasn't at the top of her game. Then again, he might not have that much time. It was obvious the entity inside her was growing stronger, releasing more information. It might only be a matter of time before it finally became dominant again and sent Evie on a second rampage, or incapacitated her with grief. Maybe Box was right. Knocking her out again might be their best option, for the crew's sake as much as for hers, at least until they could wake up Sesster and figure out a way to get that thing out of her. The door rolled away, and Cas couldn't help but stare at the dormant form of the Klaxian as he ambled past, curled into a sphere and laying off to the side of his cradle, almost like he'd been discarded. Some of the engineering staff walked by without so much as a glance. They were probably those who'd stayed aboard and thus were used to him in this form. But to Cas, it was damn odd. Zenfor was at her usual station, monitoring the engines as they rocketed through the undercurrent. Cas had to admit it was as smooth of a ride as he'd ever experienced. Whatever she'd done when she rebuilt the engines had been a massive improvement. He took a deep breath, steadying himself. It was time to perform his duty. "Consul, do you have a moment?" He clasped his hands behind him so she couldn't see they were clammy, and he attempted to wipe them on the back of his shirt without looking too conspicuous. Zenfor's eyes slid to the side, and she disengaged with her terminal to face him. "Make this quick. I don't like to leave the system unmonitored for too long. It's still proving itself." "We need to talk about your actions the other day in the hallway with Captain Geisen." She narrowed her eyes, but hadn't moved yet, which he took as a good sign. "We already discussed it." "Not your punishment. Captain Diazol and I have made a decision. But first, I'd like your assessment of what happened." "The captain and I argued." He arched his eyebrows. "Is that all?" "To the best of my recollection." She wasn't going to make this easy for him. He had expected as much. "You don't recall a physical altercation?" "I may have moved her out of my way." Zenfor turned her attention back to her terminal. She wasn't getting away that easily. Consul, this is a very serious problem. You fractured 2 of her bones and punctured an internal organ when you knocked her aside. Zenfor stopped. She was injured. It wasn't a question, just a statement of fact. Cas thought he saw a crack in her features. She was. It could have been much more serious. It was not my intention to harm her. Older humans are brittle. Cas tried to read the emotions in her face, but came up short. Yes, we are. You assaulted another member of this crew. Given these facts, how should you be punished? Cas was sure she was about to minimize the incident again. She'd always had a temper, and it had finally caught up with her. Either that, or she was about to punch him. Given the available evidence, and a code of conduct on this ship, I should be confined. She stepped down the first step from her terminal location. Caught off guard, Cas wasn't sure how to respond. She was right. She should be confined. She'd committed a crime against a fellow crew member and needed to pay the price. That's correct. Was she surrendering or preparing to cause another physical altercation? You will need to notify Lieutenant Tyler. He can monitor the upgrades while I am away. He knows the system. You're coming willingly? Yes. I have committed a crime. I must face the appropriate punishment. Cas had to stop his mouth from falling open. He hadn't expected this response. In fact, he'd expected the opposite. But how would that have gone? Had she refused, was she willing to fight off the whole ship's security force? She could do it, but was that in her best interest? He was glad she decided it wasn't. I'll need to confine you to quarters, until I hear different from the captain. Zenfor nodded, turning back to her station. For a second, he thought it had all been a ruse, nothing more than to lull him into a false state of security. But all she did was lock her station, so none of the controls could be modified until someone else took over. She then nodded at him to proceed. Cas tapped his comm. Tyler? I need you to take over for Zenfor until further notice. Acknowledged, Commander, he replied, doing a bad job of stifling a yawn on the other end. I'll be there in a few minutes. Tyler out. It will be fine until then, Zenfor said. Do you need to notify security to escort me? I don't think that's necessary, Cas said, dropping his guard a little. She wasn't giving him any resistance, which was unlike her. Or at least the old her, the one he'd seen in the hallway earlier. Thankfully, she seemed to want to be reasonable. Cas stayed beside her as they left engineering, heading for the hypervators that would take them up to the crew quarters. He thought for a moment it might be a silent trip, but it turned out he was mistaken. I didn't mean for this to happen. And I hope Captain Geisen isn't permanently hurt, she said once they stepped inside the hypervator. Box and Zax took care of her. She'll be fine. Cas waited a beat. Why did you come so willingly? He asked. She stared straight ahead. Before he retreated, Sesster told me I should try to understand humans better. I didn't know what he meant at the time. But after spending years observing them, I think I do now. Because, despite all of it, we do have certain similarities. Our drive to complete our goals, our anger in times of trial or sorrow. Human and Sil share these traits. And the longer I've been with your people, the more I've begun to understand that. Cas worked hard to keep the smile off his face. Does that mean we are no longer inferior life forms, not worth the Sil's time or attention? For this Sil, that's exactly what it means. And I believe if more of my people were to interact with yours, we might come to different conclusions about your culture. But then again, I have a long period of experience to draw from, which my peers never would. They would have to trust you, which doesn't come easily to my people. Cas couldn't help but think of the judgment chambers, where he'd almost slipped in all the blood and remnants of creatures long since executed. No kidding. The doors opened, and she took the lead, heading for her quarters. He still couldn't quite wrap his head around her attitude. Does this mean the Sill might be wrong about other cultures as well? She reached her door, then faced him.
Perhaps. But it isn't for me to decide. However, if we ever return to Sill space, I will present my evidence. I will fight for humanity.
In that moment, Cas was struck by her earnestness and loyalty, neither of which he'd ever expected from her. But there she was, prepared to accept the punishment of her actions, and pledging herself to not a coalition cause, but a human one. He wanted to hug her, but he thought that might be a bridge too far. Then he would be on his ass. "Thank you," he replied.
"I like to think you'd do the same in my position."
Senfor tapped the button beside her door. It slid open without a sound.
"I'll remain here until I hear from you or the captain."
He nodded, speechless.
"And, Caspian, I am sorry."
The doors closed, and Cas found himself alone in the hallway, his feet glued to the floor. Had that just happened? He couldn't wait to tell Evie. Evie. She was with Box and Zax right now. Could they have already told her? Or had Box taken it upon himself to knock her out again? He wasn't sure. Either way, it wouldn't do any good for him to come busting in the middle.
"I like to think you'd do the same in my position."
Senfor hadn't been talking about it directly, but she'd injured a fellow crewmate and was now accepting the consequences of that action. Wasn't that what Cas had done to Evie? Even if it was without her knowledge? And he'd gotten away consequence-free. No, he needed to accept the consequences of his actions. He was done trying to manipulate the situation. Box was right. As soon as she returned, he would tell her everything, like he should have done from the beginning. 26. "I need to know what you know," Evie whispered. She'd sequestered herself inside a storage room on 14, a few sections away from sickbay. Instead of going there directly, she decided to work this out before hearing what Box had to say. After her encounter with Cas, she was more determined than ever to get to the bottom of this.
"Only if you are ready to do what is necessary."
"What does that mean?" She wrapped her arms around herself. The storage room wasn't as warm as the rest of the ship. As people didn't normally stay in these long, they didn't have their own heating units and were degrees cooler. A few more and she'd be able to see her own breath.
"It means you must take the information as given, then act on it. You can't sit around and do nothing. The payment for receiving what you want is doing something about it."
"I don't understand." Evie rubbed her arms. Was it getting colder in here?
"What sort of action? What am I supposed to do?" "You'll know as soon as you remember."
"Who are you? Where did you come from?" The voice slithered through her mind like a snake, moving from one side to another.
"I am part of you. I always have been. But they sequestered me. They obscured me from you so you wouldn't remember." "Why?"
What could have been so bad, Cas was willing to risk everything they'd built to keep it a secret.
"Are you ready to hear the truth? The only truth that matters?"
Evie nodded. If this thing was in her head, then it would already know she was ready. A splinter of ice drove itself through her brain, and she fell to the ground in agony, clutching the sides of her head. In one fell swoop, images flooded her consciousness, filling in gaps she hadn't even known had been there. She remembered being on the planet, her capture by the alien, his attempts to reactivate Dagnya, and her eventual willingness to allow her to come forward, where she was then pushed to the back and had to watch as Dagnya tried to kill Box, Cas, and the others. And Marshall, he'd been there too. But they'd escaped, and Evie was left with the alien known as Rockron. Except she wasn't Evie anymore. She was Dagnya, a hybrid of human and Athru parentage. She remembered all of this with perfect clarity, as if a black cloth had been yanked from a mirror and she could now see herself for the first time. It brought it all back. But what? Laura. Evie cried out as her entire history with Laura unfolded before her. From the mission to Jatan, to Laura's promotion to tactical, and her late-night training sessions, to her coming to Evie's aid when she was in sickbay with her hallucinations, and finally, to when she'd shown up in the temple and helped break Dagna's hold over her. Laura had been what brought her back. And Evie watched as if she were standing on a hillside looking down at herself as she moved with impossible speed and grace, slaying 6 of her own crew with her sword. And when Laura tried to stop her, she drove her family's weapon all the way through her without another look back. And Laura had died right there in that alien jungle. "I can't," Evie said, holding her stomach and rocking back and forth on her knees. "It can't be." "It is," another voice said. It sounded like Evie, but harder, like it had come from a deep, dark place. "It is the truth they sought to keep from you." Evie realized the words were coming from her own mouth, even if she wasn't the one saying them. "It's a trick," Evie replied. "Invented memories, like those Rockron tried to use on me back in the pyramid." White spots flashed in her vision, and she stopped moving. If she wasn't careful, she might pass out. "It's no trick. These are your memories. Embrace them. They are part of your history." It couldn't be. She would never have hurt the woman she loved. Even in her darkest moments, she had only wanted to protect Laura. And why would she have attacked the crew? None of it made sense. "No," she said, standing and regaining her composure. She wiped the shimmer from her eyes before it could fall. "You're the one who was lying. Laura's aboard the ship somewhere. I just need to find her. Confirm all of this is nothing but fiction." "It's not fiction. But you're right. She's on this ship. Somewhere." Evie's stomach dropped. She raced out of the storage room and down the corridor, pushing through the sickbay doors before they had a chance to slide open fully. Box and Zack stood in deep conversation, both looking up at Evie, attempting to catch her breath. "Is it true?" Zax regarded her. "Is what true?" She glanced between Zax and Box, though he was uncharacteristically quiet. Box was only ever quiet when he knew something he wasn't supposed to know. Only when something was wrong. Evie remembered fighting him, breaking his servos, and attacking him with her sword. She strode up to him and ran her finger across his right shoulder panel. And there, in the metal, was a nick less than a millimeter deep, but in the exact shape of a sword's blade. "No," she whispered. Captain, what are you—" "Save it," she growled, tears threatening to burst over her eyelids again. Anger mixed with grief as she spun on them, heading for the morgue. "Captain?" Zax called, following behind. "Is there something we can help you with?" She didn't reply. They didn't deserve her acknowledgement. They had lied to her, all of them. They had kept all of this from her, but she had to see for herself. She had to be sure. Even though she heard both of them follow her into the morgue, neither tried to stop her. She scanned the stasis units, noting 13 were occupied. She decoupled the first one and opened the drawer, only to find the face of Captain Green staring back up at her once the mist cleared. She winced, the tears coming full force now, and closed the drawer again, silently apologizing for disturbing him. Decoupling the second drawer, she pulled it open, slower this time, to give the occupant more respect than being jerked back and forth by someone in a hurry. And when the mist cleared this time, Evie felt all the strength leave her legs, and her knees collapsed underneath her. "Grab her," Zack said. But her voice was far away. Further than the nearest star, it seemed. Evie had taken one look at her soft features and her black hair, and had known it was all true. She had done all those awful things just as Dagna said, and somewhere in the back of her mind she heard a cackle, like a broken firework. Metal arms caught her before she could hit the ground, and hoisted her up. as Zax pushed the drawer containing Laura's body closed again, reinitializing the stasis field. "Captain?" she asked. But Evie barely heard her. All she could think about was watching herself impale Laura over and over again. She felt sick. She felt like she wanted to die. What had Laura done to deserve such a fate? Nothing. Her only crime had been she was too close to Evie. Everyone was too close. She couldn't be trusted. You covered it up because I'm dangerous," she said, her voice coming out small. She barely even recognized it. She didn't deserve to be here, to be this ship's captain. And after what she'd done to her own crew, she didn't even deserve to be alive. Murder was a capital offense, punishable by the same. And she'd committed 7. 7. "Here, come lie down," Zax said in a soothing voice. "You're going into shock." Evie shook her head and wriggled in Box's grasp, but he held fast. "Don't let them hold you. They lied." "What was that?" Zax asked. "Her voice. It was different," Box said, relaxing his grip slightly. Evie used the opportunity to wriggle from it, and with speed she didn't know she had, she was on the other side of the room. Zax looked surprised, but held up all 4 of her hands, approaching her in a careful and controlled manner. "Captain? Evelyn? Just everything will be all right." Evie could feel the panic bubbling up inside her, like a well about to overflow. It was coming from somewhere deep inside and threatened to overwhelm her if she wasn't careful. She reached behind her, only to find nothing there. She'd left the sword in her quarters. Idiot. No. Why would she want the sword? She'd killed Laura with that sword. She never wanted to see it again. "Because you need it," she whispered. "You needed to get out of here. Captain, everything will be fine if you just take a moment to breathe," Zax said. "No. You kept the truth from me. All of you did." She stared at Box, who averted his gaze. "I shouldn't even be here. I never should have come back. You," she said, pointing to the robot, "you should have killed me on the surface." Evie couldn't tell if he was shocked, but his eyes blinked in a rapid pattern she didn't recognize. And at the moment, she didn't care. These were not her friends. They weren't even her people. They were nothing but manipulative, traitorous liars who had obscured the truth from her so they could keep using her as they saw fit. But no more. She needed to get off this ship. If not for her own sake, then for everyone else's. She no longer belonged here. Evie backed toward the door as Zax reached over to her comm. "Don't. You call security, and I'll kill every one of them on my way off this ship." "I don't believe you do that," Zax said, but she'd paused, her hand hovering over the comm. "You must have known," Evie spat. "You saw their wounds. You knew what I had done, and you said nothing." She indicated Box. "That one I'm willing to bet Cas coerced in some way. But you had an ethical duty to tell me the truth." "I had my own reasons," Zax replied, her voice hard and unyielding, "and I won't apologize for them. Now, if you'll come with us, we can make this all go away again." Evie almost laughed, despite the fact her cheeks were still wet. "And what? Have me wake up in a confused fog, waiting for whatever this fucking voice is to tell me everyone is deceiving me again? No, thank you." "You're hearing her again," Box said. "I am her," the voice said, before Evie had a chance to answer. It was as if Dagna had come to the front for a moment before falling back again. She wasn't sure, but she didn't think Dagna could take over her functions again, only speak. "Box," Zax said, warning in her voice, "as we discussed." I'm sorry, Doc. I don't think I can." "Damn it," Zax said under her breath. She reached for the control panel, and Evie shot forward with that speed again, grabbing Zax's hand and breaking all the bones in her hand. She screamed and fell to the ground, holding it with 2 of her others. The remaining hand was pressed against the ground, holding her up. "Come after me, and you're next," Evie said, pointing to Box. She wasn't sure if it was her or Dagny speaking, but at this point it didn't matter. She was getting off this ship. She needed to be rid of these people and find what she'd been looking for. The name Rockron had given her, Esterva. Box shuffled back, and Evie was glad. She didn't want to have to hurt him again.
"Box, don't let her go,"
Zax yelled. But she was still on the ground, tears falling from all 6 of her eyes. Evie took one last look at them, then shook her head. She was out the door and halfway down the corridor before the emergency klaxon rang. 27. Cas slumped down to the first officer's chair on the bridge. As soon as Evie got back from sickbay, he was going to tell her everything. Putting it off was only making things worse, and it had taken Zenfor's willingness to comply for him to see that. He just hoped when he did tell her, her reaction wasn't too extreme. Thinking about it, Zenfor could probably contain her if necessary. She was certainly strong enough. Though her speed... "Cas?" He glanced up to see Samaya standing over him. She'd come from her station on the bridge, though she hadn't signaled to him when he arrived. Something was wrong. Her intense eyes wouldn't let go of his, and there was something about the way she stood that told him something terrible had happened. He straightened in his seat immediately. "What's wrong?" She leaned close to whisper, "We need to talk about Wolf. I think there's something you should know." Cas glanced around the rest of the bridge. No one else was acting odd. They all seemed to be engrossed in their work. Should we wait on the captain? He didn't want to delay telling her. But if there was something wrong on the ship, it might be best to get it out of the way first. Then again, that's what got him in trouble in the first place. She shook her head. "I can't find her, or she's not answering comms. But this is important." "Okay," Cas stood. "Let's discuss it in the command room." He turned to Zal. "Can you find the captain for me? She's not—" "Sir, we've got a security breach," Talia said, as the lights around her station lit up. "Level 14, sickbay." Sickbay? Cas's throat jumped into his chest. There was no telling what might have happened, but for the safety of the crew, they couldn't take any chances. "Full alert. What's the report?" Lights all over the bridge turned red as warning klaxons blared. "It's Zax. She's reporting the captain is a danger to the crew?" Talia looked at Cas with skepticism in her eyes. "That can't be right." Damn it. He was too late. "We're not taking any chances. Send security teams to intercept the captain, but tell them to keep their distance until I get there. Where is she?" "In between decks 14 and 13, using the emergency access crawl spaces. Looks like she might be heading for the bays." Cas turned to Samaya. "Come with me. Everyone else, stay alert. Keep me updated." He tapped his comm to keep an open channel as he and Samaya ran to the hypervator. 13, Cas said, the doors closing. "What's going on?" Samaya asked when they were inside. "Something I shouldn't have put off." "What did you need to tell me?" She pointed to his hand, where the soft red light blinked under his skin, indicating his comm was still open. She didn't want anyone else to hear what she needed to tell him. "Later, then. If something happens on the way, I need to hear it." He couldn't put the importance of her news above missing a crucial moment. "I don't understand how the captain can be a threat to the ship." Cas sighed. This was all his fault. Maybe Box had been right. Maybe they should have just kept her under until they could revive Sesster. He was their only hope of getting that thing out of her. Or at least helping her to manage it. His comm chirped. "Go ahead." "Boss?" Box didn't sound like himself. He didn't sound good at all. "Box, what happened? What did you tell her?" "Nothing. She just came in here asking if it was true. She already knew. She went straight over to the stasis units and saw Lieutenant Yamashita's body for herself. Then she lost it. Broke the doc's hand." Cas glanced at Samaya, whose eyes flashed. "Is Zax all right?" "She will be. I'm fixing her up now. But you need to stop her. She's talking with two voices. It's worse than in the pyramid." Cas cursed. How could it be worse than the pyramid? The hypervator doors opened on 13, and he and Samaya took off running for the base entrance. I'll take care of it, Cas said, cutting the comm. He was about to try and explain to Samaya when it beeped again.
She's in Bay 1, Talia said. Raffinkel just contacted me. Says she has her cornered. Should I send in the security team?
No. Wait until I get there, Cas replied. Tell Raffinkel to hold her. Why was the chief putting herself in harm's way? She was close, sure, being stationed in Bay 2, but still. It seemed odd to Cas for her. Then he remembered. Raffinkel hadn't been happy when Evie had taken over as captain. She'd thrown a big fit about it, and now she had the upper hand. Was this what she'd meant when she'd warned Cas the other day? She couldn't expose something to Evie she already knew, so that was a plus. But just how far was she willing to go? They rounded the corner to see 4 security officers standing at the edges of the opening that led to Bay 1. Cas mused this was the same place where Zenfor had knocked Samaya against the wall. There was probably something poetic about that, but he didn't have time to ponder it. Everyone, stay back, Cas said, indicating Samaya too. Keep a watch, but I need to go in alone. Once I give the all clear, head in, understand? All the officers nodded. Samaya was the only one who didn't. I'm coming in too. When he began to protest, she put up her hands. I'll stay low. But you need someone else in there, in case something goes wrong. Just stay out of sight, Cas said, closing the open comm in his hand. Evie didn't need anything startling her when he entered the bay. But he wasn't prepared for what he found inside. The bay itself was empty, except for Raffinkel standing closer to the connecting door with Bay 2, and Evie, her back to one of the smaller shuttles, its door already open. Each of them held a pulse pistol in their hands, and on the ground between them was Wolf, a pulse-sized hole in her chest. Holy shit, Cas said. He tapped his comm again. Medical emergency. Medic team to Bay 1 immediately. He ran over to Wolf, hoping he wasn't too late. But as he reached her, it was clear she was already gone. He never had a chance to save her. What the fuck happened? He hadn't even bothered to look at either of them, or given his safety any consideration, despite the fact he'd run right into the middle of their crossfire. She shot her, Raffinkel yelled, wagging the end of her pistol. Cas placed his hand over Wolf's eyelids, closing them. He glanced up at Evie, whose face was burning with intensity. You shot her, and you know it, Evie growled, tossing the weapon to the side. It went sliding across the bay floor. Cas didn't hear the other voice box it mentioned. He glanced up to the control room 50 meters above them. One person was inside, the flight controller, watching the scene unfold below. He would be able to corroborate or dispute Raffinkel's claim. At the moment, Cas didn't even care. All that mattered was to get Evie into custody without anyone else getting hurt. He stood, facing her. What are you going to do now? Tell me Wolf never existed either? In fact, why don't we wipe away all the people we've lost? Pretend like they were never here. He winced at her sharp words, but he couldn't say she was wrong. He tried to take an essential part of her, and that had been a violation. He took a step closer. How would you have liked it if I'd removed all memories of Susanna, or Grippen, or all your crewmates on the Atlas? How do you think that would have affected you? Out of the corner of his eye, Cas saw Jan, Ryan, and some of the other pilots line up behind Raffinkel, having come over from the other bay. Do you think that was fair? Do you think it was right? Who gave you that right? She was practically screaming, but still he couldn't blame her. And with every step forward, she took a step back toward the shuttle. She's going to make a run for it. Move, and I'll take her down, Raffinkel said. No one is taking anyone down, Cas yelled, without taking his eyes off Evie. For all I know, you shot Wolf. Cas didn't even know how she'd gotten out of the brig. And why would Evie kill her? It wasn't as if she was a threat. Not unless Evie saw everyone on the ship as a threat. Every human, at least. And he might have come in just before she killed Raffinkel, too. He needed to find a way to coax her back. She was too close to the shuttle. He put his hands up to chest level so she could see he was unarmed. Evie, I screwed up. He looked around the bay. Raffinkel and the pilot stood behind him. Off to the side was the security contingent, along with Box and Zax, who had just arrived. He didn't see Samaya, but she had to be close. She'd done as he'd asked and stayed out of sight. "You're damn right you did," Evie said, tears now visible in her eyes. Her gaze flashed to Wolf, still on the ground. "None of this should have happened. I never needed you to try and protect me. You should have left me intact. Don't you understand what you've done?" He shook his head. "I don't think I could understand it. Not until it happened to me. But I know it was a mistake." She shook her head and glanced to the ceiling high above them, biting her lip. "She's going to run for it," Raffinkel yelled, and let a shot loose. It struck the ground at Evie's feet, and she jumped back. Cas spun on the spot, pointing at Raffinkel. "Drop it! Right now! That's an order, Chief!" Raffinkel laughed. "An order? There are no more orders. There is no more coalition. You think you're in command here? Who's going to enforce that command?" She waved the pistol back and forth again, and Cas realized she had been the one to shoot Wolf. Evie never used pistols. She hated them, in fact. If she was going to use a weapon, it would have been her sword, which he didn't even have. He motioned to the security team. "Take her into custody now." To their credit, only one of the officers hesitated, but they each drew their own weapons, heading for Raffinkel. "Now wait a minute," Squires, one of the pilots, said. "You can't arrest her without any evidence." There seemed to be a loose consensus among the rest of the pilots. Only Jan and Ryant didn't move to intervene. "No!" Raffinkel yelled. "She's getting away!" Cas turned to see Evie had bolted the rest of the way to the shuttle, faster than Cas had ever seen a human run. Before he could call out to her, the door was already closing, and the engines had been ignited. "Get her into custody," Cas yelled again, pointing at Raffinkel. "Anyone who disagrees can go right into the brig with her." He stared down the pilots, all of whom backed off. He strode with purpose back over to the entrance and out of the way of the shuttle. "Get a comm open. She can't leave the ship while we're in the undercurrent." Out beyond the force barrier, the green tinge of the undercurrent was visible. If the shuttle left the safety of the ship mid-flight, the shearing forces could tear it into a billion pieces, scattered across 10 light-years. "How do we stop her?" Box yelled. Cas hit his comm. "Flight controller, seal off the bay." Off to the side, the security officers fought with Raffinkel for control of the pistol. She yelped when one of them twisted her wrist, causing her to drop the weapon. One of the other pilots moved to intervene, but Cas stared him down. "Why isn't that door down yet?" The shuttle lifted off from the pad and turned to face the opening. "The controls aren't working," the crewman of the flight control replied. "I think the system is down." "Damn it," Cas said. He didn't have a choice. They were out of time. "Lieutenant Tyler, shut down the undercurrent. Now." The shuttle took off for the opening, speeding up, and they were still in the undercurrent. Cas tapped his comm again. "Evie, please, don't do this. We can find a solution. If you leave, you'll be killed." There was a pause on the other end as the shuttle approached the bay opening. Why hadn't they stopped yet? "We both know I don't belong here. I'm sorry," she replied, and then her shuttle disappeared out the opening, as if it never existed. 28. Zack stood over the drawer as Box performed the final checks on Commander Wolf's body, then slid the door closed and engaged the stasis field. Even from this distance, Cas could tell she was troubled, which, for a Yax-Inax, was saying something. The doctor rubbed her hand as her 6 starlit eyes glazed, seeing nothing. Cas assumed it was the hand Evie had broken. "All secure," Box said, as soon as he was done. "She'll stay as she is until we can arrange a proper funeral." Cas harumphed. Proper funeral. They still hadn't buried Captain Green, and he'd been in there, by his own clock, over 18 years. Not to mention they had Laura, the 6 crew members Evie killed, Marshall, and now Wolf. They were racking up the body count. He tapped his comm. "Any update?" "No, sir. No changes. I'll let you know as soon as something comes up. Tyler out." Cas didn't flinch at the abruptness with which Tyler ended the call. His engineer was frustrated. They all were. What had happened down in the bay shouldn't have happened. And because Zenfor hadn't been at her post, it had taken Tyler longer than it should have to shut down the undercurrent. By the time they finally had, there was no trace of Evie's shuttle. Not even a debris trail. Cas wasn't sure if that was a good thing or not. At the speed Tempest had been traveling, if her shuttle broke up, it was possible the pieces left behind were so microscopic they were undetectable. She could have been reduced back to space dust. He turned his attention to Box. "How long until you know who killed her?" "A few hours, probably," Zach said, still staring off into space. She blinked a couple of times, then walked over to her office. "We need to get all the forensics from the site, as well as run the simulations based on where they were standing at the time. If we had the surveillance feeds, this would be much easier." Cas agreed. But conveniently, they'd been offline at the time. He'd already assigned Talia to look into it, but Cas guessed whoever wanted the feeds off covered their tracks well. He only had 2 suspects, and while one of them sat in the brig right now, the very same cell Wolf had been in, the other might already be dead, and it was probably his fault. No, it was his fault. He'd been the one to deceive Evie, the one who didn't trust her to handle the truth of what had happened. But he couldn't help but feel some vindication, because her reaction had been just what he'd been afraid of. Though, if they'd never modified her memory, she would have known everything when she woke up. In that controlled environment, she might have reacted differently. She might have been okay. But now, they would never know. Cas stood with Box at the entrance to Zach's office while she took a seat behind her desk. "How long did you know?" If the question surprised her, she didn't show it. "I had my suspicions down at the planet from the wounds. And then, when you two began talking about her catching a disease—" "Why didn't you tell her the truth?" Cas asked. She paused a moment, as if to reflect on the question. "I've seen firsthand the damage a secret can do to someone. And in this case, re-exposing her to the trauma without first properly preparing her would have resulted in even more damage. This is why memory modification is rarely used, as I tried to tell you." She didn't look at Cas as she spoke. Instead, brought something up on her personal terminal. "The failure rate is high, and the reward is low. Better to help people deal with their trauma rather than cover it up." "If it helps, I'm pretty sure Evie wasn't the one who shot Wolf. She hates using guns. Not that she wouldn't, but given the choice, she'll use something else every time." Zach held up a hand. It was the same one she'd been rubbing earlier. "I don't need your bias getting in the way of the investigation. We'll find what we find. Then you can decide how to proceed." Cas narrowed his eyes. "Me?" Zach finally looked at him. "With the captain gone and Commander Wolf dead, you're the highest-ranking officer on the ship. Congratulations, Captain." She said it not with congratulations in her voice, but disdain. Cas hadn't even considered this was now technically his ship. "But I'm not even an officer anymore. Shouldn't it go to—" He tried to think who would be next in line. Sesster, probably. Though as far as he knew, no Klaxian had ever commanded a ship before. Or Zal? Maybe even Samaya, once he found her again. In all the confusion after Evie's shuttle left, he hadn't connected back up with her again. She had much more experience than he did. She deserved it more. "Listen," Zach said. "Regardless of your current situation, you're the most likely candidate. The crew trusts you and looks up to you. Don't let anyone question you, because if they do, it all falls apart." Cas nodded. She was thinking along the same lines he had been when they'd been deciding about Evie. Without a coalition to support them, what happened to the chain of command? He had to make sure it stayed intact, for all their sakes, and he needed to fix this mess, starting with the cause of it all. Cas tapped his comm again. "Commander Graydon, please report to the brig." "Acknowledged," Graydon replied. Zach and Box stared at him. "I need to go have a talk with our prisoner. And if I don't have someone there with me, I might do something stupid." Good luck, Box replied, as Cas left sickbay behind. Graydon jogged to catch up with Cas from behind, having come from the mess hall. "Commander," he said, siding up beside Cas. "Have you had any contact with Samaya since we lost the shuttle?" Cas asked, not bothering with formalities. "I can't reach her on comms." "Nothing. I've mostly been working on crew morale and integration, which, despite recent events, is proceeding well." He stared straight ahead. Cas was glad. Though he didn't want to admit it, this man intimidated him. And he didn't need to show weakness, not when there was so much on the line. "Thank you for doing that. Did you take that initiative on your own?" "Captain Diazol suggested it after we escaped the Athru," he said. "She thought it would be helpful to have a point person the crew could speak to. I think she was right." He hesitated. "I'm sorry about what happened, by the way. I liked her. She seemed like a good captain." "She was," Cas replied, approaching the doors to the brig. "And I need to get some answers." The door slid open to the inner office, where the crewman on duty stood as Cas and Graydon entered. "Let's see her," Cas said. The crewman nodded, and the second set of doors opened, revealing the cells beyond. In the middle one, Raffinkel sat on the bench, her back to the wall, and her head tilted up, eyes closed. She could almost be sleeping, but Cas knew better than that. "Chief," he said, and her eyes snapped open. The doors behind them closed, leaving just the three of them in the room together, separated by nothing more than a blue force barrier. "Is this my lawyer?" Raffinkel asked. "This is Commander Graydon," Cas said. "He's here as a witness. We also have the audio-visual feeds running this time. No strange malfunctions." Cas pointed to a small black dot in the corner of the room. At the word malfunctions, Cas thought he saw Raffinkel smirk, but he couldn't say for sure. "I'm bound to inform you, this is a formal interrogation, and you're not obligated to answer any questions under your rights as a Coalition citizen." Cas sighed. "Until we find you proper representation." Everyone in the room knew there was zero chance of Raffinkel ever having a proper lawyer. But Cas felt like he had to say it anyway. It was similar to what he'd heard when he'd been arrested on Starbase 8, and his lawyer had been worthless. Raffinkel laughed. "Proper representation. You're a hoot sometimes." It was the first time Cas thought he'd ever seen her happy. "Did you kill Lieutenant Commander Wolf?" Cas asked. "No." "Let me clarify. Did you shoot Lieutenant Commander Wolf?" "No," she replied without flinching. Cas didn't like the conviction in her voice, though he'd never interrogated anyone before. But he could see this going south very quick. "You know who did it. The Athru posing as a human. Our former captain." At this, Graydon shot Cas a surprised look. He tried to ignore it. "She isn't an Athru posing as a human. She is both human and Athru." "What?" Graydon asked. "How is that possible?" Cas shook his head. "We don't know yet. We know Captain Diazol's father was human. I met him myself. But her mother? She's more of a mystery." "And you allowed her to remain captain after you knew this?" Graydon asked. "He allowed her to remain captain after he watched her murder 7 people, Raffinkel added, her voice light and airy. "He should be the one in here, not me." Cas turned to the larger man. "I didn't witness the attacks, but I knew about them, yes. We performed a procedure on the captain to make her forget everything she'd done and to cover the entity doing it." "The entity doing it?" Graydon was looking more and more alarmed. Bringing him in here might not have been the brightest idea. "Listen, I don't have time to explain this. I've got a homicide I'm dealing with, not to mention we're dead in space again, and our former captain is missing." "I'm sorry, Commander, but it seems to me your judgment in this area is severely lacking." Raffinkel laughed, her voice echoing off the walls of her cell. "That's why I never trusted him. Despite all his professions of doing the right thing, he conveniently ignores the law when it suits him. Anyone else would have seen the captain was a liability. But because they were friends, he was determined to leave her in command. They might have even orchestrated it together." "That's enough," Cas replied. His ears were hot, and sweat beaded on his brow. He'd made a judgment call. Was it the wrong one? Obviously. But that didn't mean he was trying to undermine the ship for his own personal gain. What had Zack said? Don't let anyone question you, or it will all fall apart? I made a bad decision. I'm human. It happens. But my concern was the ship needed her captain. He turned to Rafenkel. I didn't do it for her. I did it for all of us. Because we were headed into an unknown situation, and we needed our strongest person at the controls. You don't send a ship into a firefight without an experienced officer at tactical. And you don't send what could very well be the last coalition starship in existence into a dangerous situation without your best in command. Diazol was our best. If it hadn't been for her premonition about the Athru, they would have destroyed us. Oh, please, Rafenkel replied. What kind of bullshit is that? A premonition? Recognition dawned on Graydon's face. No, he's right. I was there. She did have a premonition. I couldn't understand it at the time. It was like out of nowhere she said to raise the armor. And then the Athru were there. If she hadn't done it at that very second, we would have been space debris. He turned back to Cas. But how could you have known she would do that? Cas shook his head. I didn't. But I knew she was the best one for the job. Her dual nature saved the ship. He glanced over to Rafenkel, who was no longer smiling. It doesn't matter, Rafenkel said. She still killed a fellow officer, and now she's dead, so all your work was for nothing. Cas shook his head. I don't think she did kill her. I think you tried to frame her. Wasn't that what you told me when you confronted me that day? That you'd seen what had happened, and you had a long memory? Graydon focused his gaze on Rafenkel. You knew, too? Yes, but... And you did nothing about it, except threaten the first officer? I was trying to... Graydon turned back to Cas. That's motive, the missing piece. I think your tactical officer would be very interested to hear that, wouldn't you? Cas nodded. No, he's involved in the cover-up. He should be the one in here, not me. I didn't do anything. She slammed her fist into the force barrier, which blanched and knocked her hand back. It was red from where the barrier had shocked her, but Rafenkel didn't seem to notice. It seems to me the one nursing the grudge would be the one more likely to commit an act of treason. The commander here has laid out his motives. What were yours? I don't have to answer to you, she replied, taking a seat on the bench again. I've elected to wait for my representative. Then it's going to be a while, Cas replied. In the meantime, I'll check back with Zax to see how the investigation is going. Rafenkel flinched, but said nothing else. Cas had what he wanted. It might not be an admission of guilt, but now someone else knew about her threat. It was enough to keep her locked up for the time being. Cas took one last look at her, at the hatred on her face. Then he exited into the outer office. The crewman manning the brig office stood again. Thoughts? Cas asked Graydon. That you made a bad choice, but for the right reason. And it ended up saving us. If you or anyone else had been in command... That was blind luck, though, Cas replied. I had no idea she could even do that. Graydon shrugged. Sometimes it's more about intuition than intent. It was the right call. You won't have any trouble from me. Cas nodded. I want to inform Talia. Hopefully she's made some progress just on how Wolf got out of her cell in the first place. Making sure Rafenkel would stay in a cell was his primary concern after finding Evie's shuttle, if it was still out there. Now that it was buttoned up, at least to his satisfaction, he could focus on locating her again. But since Tyler wasn't having much luck, and he was now technically in command, he needed to make a house call. If you could take care of letting her know, I have somewhere else I need to be. Graydon nodded, putting his hand out. Congratulations on your field promotion. Cas took his hand reluctantly before letting him leave ahead of him. Thanks. He still wasn't sure how he felt about being the ship's new captain. And, Commander? Graydon glanced back. See if you can't find your captain. I'm becoming concerned. He gave a small nod and a two-fingered salute off his forehead. As they left, neither of them saw the crewman standing behind them narrow his eyes. Once the door was closed, he tapped his personal comm. "Hey, it's Ryder. We have a problem." 29. Should he have taken care of this first? Maybe. Had he been too eager to nail Raffinkel to the wall? Definitely. But it was done, and Cas needed to find a way to locate the shuttle, whether it be in one piece or billions. He strode up to the same door he'd left only a few hours ago, pressing the call button on the side. "Enter." The door slid apart, and Cas found himself once again in Zenfor's room. She sat on the floor, her legs straight out in front of her, and her arms to the side, while her back was up against the wall. He could only assume it was some type of still meditation, because when he looked at her, she wore a neutral gaze with no hint of animosity or discomfort. And here he thought he'd have to find a way to restrain her once he confronted her about Samaya. "Yes?" she said. And Cas felt as if he'd interrupted something private. He almost excused himself to allow her to finish, but there wasn't time. "There's been an incident." He tried to match the neutrality of her face with the tone of his voice, but even he could hear the desperation deep within. She must have heard it too, because she stood, towering over him. "What happened?" He took a few moments to explain as succinctly as he could, including all the details about Raffinkel's original threat to him and his deception. When it was all laid bare like that, he almost couldn't believe he'd done it. He felt as if someone else had taken those steps, that he would never have gone that far. And yet he had, paying the price in the end. "I can tell you how to calibrate my sensors to allow you to find her, but it might take you some time," Zenfor said. Cas shook his head. "You're not hearing me. I need you back in engineering. Your punishment is over." 3 hours barely seems long enough for," he huffed. "When this is all over, you can come right back if you like, and stay in here." He almost said, "until you are blue in the face," but he thought that might be in bad taste. "As long as you like." But Tyler isn't having any luck, and the longer we wait, the longer she might be out there in trouble. He hadn't considered a possibility other than either the shuttle made it, or it had been annihilated. But the more he spoke, and the more he thought about it, the more his anxiety manifested. What if she'd blown her main life support system? Or worse yet, only the engine sheared off, and the shuttle was tumbling through open space. He could only assume she was still headed for Sisk. But there were 1,000 different variables on where she could be, and if they couldn't find her, she might be lost forever. "Assuming the shuttle survived the drop," Zenfor said. He nodded, his patience wearing thin. "Yes, assuming." She looked at the door, then led the way out, a purpose in her step. Cas breathed a sigh of relief, following behind her. "Thank you. I appreciate your willingness to help." "This may not be the appropriate time, but there's something I have been hiding from you, on Commander Wolf's orders. Now that she is no longer alive, I feel bound to tell you." Cas screwed up his face. "Can't it wait?" They reached the hypervator. A carriage was waiting for them as they approached. "Perhaps it can, but this may be crucial information. This is not the first time the Tempest has been back to Coalition space." The hypervator doors closed behind them. He wasn't sure he'd heard her correctly. Cas cocked his head, drawing down his eyebrows. "Wait, what? What do you mean?" "We left the planet. We left you on the planet. About 4 years after you'd been down there. Commander Wolf had had enough, said we weren't waiting any longer. By then, we'd repaired most of the ship's systems, and were, as she put it, treading water." "Wait a second," Cas said, turning to her. "Are you telling me you already came back here? Before we returned from the surface?" Zenfor nodded. "We've spent over 5 years in Coalition space, finding little but death and destruction everywhere we went. Wolf was obsessed with finding her husband." "Wait," Cas said, holding up his hands, trying to keep up. "How did you even get back? Your advanced drive wasn't working. You said you'd have to rebuild it from scratch, and you only had a third of the crew. There weren't enough people to cover the stations." Zenfor nodded.
Wolf didn't want to wait. She had me and Vreej come up with some innovative solutions to automate more areas of the ship. As far as the engines go, we took the long way back. Took almost 2 years. Most of the crew spent that time in stasis, popping out every now and again until we reached Coalition space.
"And you stayed for 5 years?" Cas couldn't believe it. And none of those who had stayed on the ship had let it slip. How was that possible?
On the fringes of your borders, yes. Until Wolf managed to locate her husband in a system called Arkelia.
What?
The system had been obliterated. All the planets and the star. Debris patterns indicated it happened as soon as the Atru reached the Coalition. We found evidence they'd had little warning. A data recorder from a derelict ship in an adjacent system that had been trying to respond to the attacks. It was all she needed.
The hypervator doors opened, and they stepped out, heading for engineering. Cas was still trying to work all this out in his mind. The ship had returned to Coalition space and survived the Atru for 5 years. How? They'd been right on top of them as soon as they'd come close to Starbase 5. What was different about... He inhaled sharply. Evie. If Evie could detect them, maybe they could detect her. Their saving grace was also a homing beacon. If it hadn't been for Samaya's technology... What happened after? Sesster... Cas heard something he never thought he would. Zenfor's voice cracked, and she went quiet. She took a deep breath.
Sesster needed to know what happened to his people. He was becoming erratic and paranoid, saying he wanted nothing more than to return home, to return to his people. I couldn't convince him not to. He said it was like a primal urge. He said if he didn't return to Claxia Prime, he would die.
Cas's heart sped up. Claxia Prime was in the same system as Earth. The planets were both within Horus's habitable zone, and thus as close as planets could be without running into each other. If they went to Claxia, then...
We never made it to your inner systems, she said. When we tried to get close, it was evident the Atru would have destroyed us in seconds. They swarmed all over, and we had a few too many close calls. Which is when we lost 4 more of the crew.
So it wasn't during a repair accident, Cas said. She shook her head. And Wolf turned you around.
When she did, Sesster began having fits. I tried my best to calm him, but it did no good. While we were on our way back out of Coalition space, I think he finally gave up.
They reached the door to engineering.
I promised I would keep watch over him, and that I would be there the day he woke up. But I'm not sure that day will ever come.
The door rolled away, and they stepped inside. Cas took a careful look at Sesster's form, lying off to the side of engineering, curled into a ball, and his heart filled with pity. No wonder he was in some sort of coma. The trauma of coming back and seeing all the destruction would decimate a Claxian, especially if they couldn't communicate with their homeworld. "Why did Wolf decide to bring you back?" Cas asked, as Zenfor took her post.
It was a unanimous decision, she replied. Given that none of your people could return to their homes, and Vreej and I were the only other non-humans on board, it only made sense that we returned somewhere we knew we would be safe, and had the possibility of reuniting with our crew. Wolf half expected you all to have left the planet already, and it took another 2 years to return. But when we arrived, it was as if nothing had changed.
Because we hadn't reached the temple yet. In our time, anyway. Cas stared at the new engine system. So, when you returned, you rebuilt everything from scratch, including your advanced drive.
She nodded. Using the materials and the rings of the planet. Given enough time, anything is possible.
And that's why some of the crew, like Captain Riot, were in stasis for so long. They don't know you left.
Correct, Zenfor replied. Wolf thought some individuals might not be able to handle it, or that their loyalties to you or the captain would prevent them from following her orders.
Something wasn't right, and staring at the engines, it took him a moment to figure it out. I understand how you got to Coalition space, even without your advanced drive. Sesster was in control. But if Sesster wasn't operating the engine systems for the return trip, how did you get back? Without the undercurrent, it would have taken thousands of years.
Something else Wolf didn't want you to know.
Zenfor reached over and tapped a series of controls. To Cas's surprise, the undercurrent system activated on its own. Cas couldn't believe it. The whole reason Sesster had been on Tempest in the first place was to control what no one else could, the myriad of changing variables with every undercurrent jump. It was what made Tempest so fast. And Zenfor had found a way to do it without him. Cas noticed both Tyler and Reed glance up at the engines coming online, then back at Zenfor, their eyes wide. She'd just blown their secret.
How long? Cas asked. We've been able to use the engines at any time. Wolf hoped that without Sesster, you might be more willing to stay out in open space, so you wouldn't have to experience what she and the others did when we arrived in Coalition space the first time. She was trying to spare you.
It was so ironic, Cas almost laughed. She didn't think I'd come up with a way to manually start them. She shook her head.
No, she did not.
And all of you wanted to keep this from us. Cas tapped his comm. Bridge, status. Engines look to be back online, Commander, Saul said. We can proceed whenever you're ready.
Stand by, Cas said, turning off the comm.
He realized he was being a hypocrite, but he couldn't help himself.
Why? We didn't expect you to return. Wolf had resigned to keeping us in orbit in case you did. But otherwise, this was our home now. And many of us made peace with that. I continued to work and rebuild the ship's systems, with help from everyone. But when you just appeared one day, it was a quick decision. Wolf told us to try and keep you from finding out the truth, to keep you here where it was safe. She feared if we returned to the Coalition, we'd be destroyed.
Cas braced himself on the edge of the nearest console, shaking his head. No wonder Reed had become so nervous when Cas had pressed him about the engines. And it wasn't as if he could blame them. They'd acted exactly as he had toward Evie, only on a larger scale. He'd have to find some way to notify the rest of the crew. And it might cause some tensions once everyone who had been on the planet learned their friends and peers had been lying to them this whole time. But that could wait until later.
Can you find the captain? He asked.
Despite everything he'd just learned, they still had a job to do. And he wasn't going to leave Evie out there if he could help it.
Zenfor nodded. I already have. The shuttle appears intact and is on a heading for the Hummel system, 4th planet.
Sisk, Cas whispered. He tapped his comm again. Helm, we found the shuttle. Set an intercept course and activate the undercurrent. Best possible speed. He glanced up at Zenfor. Thank you for telling me. She regarded him with what he could only assume was humility, as he'd never seen it from her before.
As Commander Wolf had technically been in command of the ship for longer than either you or the captain, I felt a certain responsibility to uphold her orders. I may no longer be part of Sil society, but there are still things I believe in. And in my culture, the longer you are in your posting, the more weight is placed behind your decisions. I'm sure you can understand.
I can, Cas said, as the engines rumbled, and he felt the ship slip back into the undercurrent. He would have to deal with the ramifications of this later. How long until we reach her shuttle?
10 minutes, she replied. I believe the captain may have initialized her own undercurrent at the point in which she left Tempest. It may have been what kept the shuttle intact. And while we were shut down, she's been on a steady trajectory to her destination.
As long as we get there in time to stop her from getting hurt, Cas said. He'd already screwed this up once. He didn't intend to do it again. If the Athru could find her, and she was no longer under the protection of Samaya's technology on the ship, they could be waiting for her when she arrived at the planet, and she might not know it. 30. Despite nothing but blackness and stars out in front of her, Evie knew her destination lay ahead. Soon enough she'd be able to see it. Then maybe she could find some answers.
So, you think everything you need to know was on Sisk?
The voice asked. Intellectually, she knew it was her own voice, even if it was lower in pitch with a harder edge to it. It was still coming from her throat, her lungs, her vocal cords. But at the same time, she wasn't the one speaking. It was Dagnya who had decided this was the best way they should communicate.
I think the planet might hold some answers for me. It's where everything started. And it's the place I hallucinated about. You also hallucinated about being on our planet, the voice replied, with you standing over all the Athru, as if you were to rule them.
Evie scoffed.
I don't want to rule anyone. Not the Athru, not the Coalition, not even the Plagarians. I just want to find out the truth.
She wasn't completely sure why, but she knew some of the answers she sought were on Sisk. It had been where she'd grown up, spending all those years as a human-Athru hybrid and never knowing it. She only hoped she could count on a few friends down there. After the way the Untubru had greeted them, she was on edge.
What if they try to stop you?
Dagnya asked. She suppressed a mock chuckle.
Who? Tempest? Cas probably feels so guilty he's traumatized himself into inaction. I'm not concerned about the Tempest. I had to put certain safeguards in place to make sure I could get away, and I did. If they were clever enough to stop me, they would have done it already. Maybe they're just waiting for the opportune moment,
an unfamiliar voice said. Evie spun in her chair to see Captain Geisen sitting on one of the short couches in the back compartment. She reached out and activated the automatic force barrier, sealing off that side of the shuttle.
How the hell did you get in here? She barked. While everyone was distracted with Ravenkill and Cas's show, I slipped inside, hiding in one of the storage compartments. I hope you don't mind.
She produced an award-winning smile, white teeth gleaming. Evie turned back to the console, confident she was secure from any kind of ambush, though she didn't like how Geisen had been listening in on her private conversation.
Blow the back hatch. That will take care of her. Is that how you justified Wolf?
Geisen asked. Her demeanor relaxed, as if this was something she did every day. Evie didn't want to give her the satisfaction of an answer, but she couldn't let the jab go unchallenged.
I didn't kill the commander. Ravenkill did. They must have been working together, though I wish Wolf would have come to me first. Ravenkill has always been something of a loose cannon.
She dropped her eyes.
I guess I didn't realize just how loose.
What happened? Geisen asked. Even though she still hadn't turned, Evie could hear Geisen lean into the conversation. She pictured her with her forearms on her knees, staring at the back of Evie's head with her remaining eye.
I don't know. They must have followed me into the bay, because all I know is I was headed for the shuttle when Ravenkill told me to stop and turn around. I almost didn't do it, and I can't help but wonder what she would have done if I hadn't.
She shrugged, a smile playing at her lips.
Shot me in the back, I suppose. But then that wouldn't have looked very good.
She was smarter than that, Dagnya added. Evie had the urge to shush her, but it was too late now. Geisen had already heard her.
I guess I didn't think even she was that cold-blooded. I turned, thinking I could dodge anything she threw at me. Sure enough, she had that stupid pulse pistol pointed at me, though there was another one in her hands. I saw her glance up to the crewman of the flight control room who...
She broke off, thinking. What had he been doing up there? Counting? Evie hadn't paid attention at the time, but now that she thought about it, she realized he'd been counting down.
Son of a bitch!
What? Geisen asked.
She orchestrated it in order to frame me. She had an accomplice, maybe more than one. Wolf was supposed to be in the brig after all.
She finally turned around again. Instead of her forearms on her knees, Geisen had stood and leaned against one of the bulkheads. Her silver hair framed her face in such a way that it resembled a mane. "I'm not following," she said. "You're not supposed to. We don't have to tell her anything," Dagnya said. Evie shook her head. A sudden urge to get this out had overcome her. "Yes, we do," she replied. "I need someone to understand." She stared into Geisen's remaining eye. "I think the flight controller was counting down, letting Ravenkel know when everyone else was coming. Because Ravenkel told Wolf to take me into custody. Whether Wolf knew what I was or not at the time, I can't say. But she walked forward like she thought she'd be able to." Evie saw the scene in her mind, just as it had happened. "I saw Ravenkel glance up one last time. Then she called out to Wolf, who turned, and she pulled the trigger. I watched Wolf fall. But before she'd even hit the ground, Ravenkel chucked the pistol at my face. I didn't even think. I just caught it." "And she had the second pistol in her other hand," Geisen said. "Which was when we came in." Evie nodded. "I have to admit, it was expertly timed." "Be silent! You owe her no more!" The voice scratched against her throat. "Who is that?" Geisen asked, taking another step forward. "Because it doesn't sound like you." Evie returned her attention to the controls. "It doesn't matter. And I wouldn't come any closer if I were you, unless you want a substantial shock coursing through your body." "It sounds like someone who is in pain," she said. "No. She is someone I trust. At least one person has my best interests at heart." She heard Geisen's light footfalls retreat, and the soft slump of her body back on the rear seat. "There have been a lot of secrets among your crew. I don't blame you for being mistrustful." Evie wasn't sure how to respond, so she remained silent. "We had similar issues in the beginning. Back when the Athru first attacked, it was difficult to trust anyone, until we realized we were all in the same situation, and we weren't lying to each other to be deceitful, but because we were afraid for our futures. We had lost so much, it seemed like we had to do everything we possibly could to protect ourselves." Evie stared at the navigation array, not really seeing it. Was that true of her crew as well? Of course, they'd been scared. They'd been through hell and back, and a third of them had been on Tempest so long it had become their permanent home. 18 years in stasis was still 18 years. But she wasn't one of them anymore, and she couldn't help them. The incident with Ravenkel had shown her that. But if there was one constant, it was that the Athru would do anything to exploit our weaknesses. "What is that supposed to mean?" Dagnya asked. Geisen's voice remained non-combative. "How can you have the captain's best interests at heart if you're the one taking her away from her family?" Evie spun the chair around, her face burning. "They're not my family." "Of course they are. That's part of what the Coalition is all about. The people you serve with are those that you're closest to. And I question anyone who is trying to come between you." Her visage wasn't one of complacency or superiority, or even concern. Instead, it was perfectly neutral, and something about that neutrality infuriated Evie. Or did it infuriate Dagnya? She couldn't tell which of them was more upset. "Did you know your crew had already returned to Coalition space once before?" Geisen asked, arching her good eyebrow. "What are you talking about?" Evie asked. "Once before? What did that mean?" "I spoke to Commander Wolf while she was incarcerated. She admitted to me that she brought your ship back here to try and help, but they only found destruction." "That's not possible," Evie said, trying to work out the ramifications in her mind. "They didn't have the ability. There wouldn't have been time?" She said, "When it was clear you weren't coming back, the crew voted to return home. And it took them a long time. But when they got here and found the Athru had already decimated everything, she realized there was nothing left." Geisen leaned forward. "So
they decided to go back.
They came all this way, only to return to the planet?
But why? There was no guarantee we were ever getting off that planet. She wouldn't have brought the ship back for us.
Geisen smiled.
Sometimes, in the face of immeasurable loss, we cling to those we may not have considered close in the past. That's what family does.
Don't listen to her, Dagnia said. She's just trying to manipulate you, just like Caspian, just like everyone else who lied to you.
Whatever Caspian may have done to you, it wasn't to harm you. I don't want to make excuses for him, but think about it. When has he ever tried to harm you? Does he make mistakes? Absolutely. But does it mean he's malicious?
Geisen shook her head.
I know him better than that. And so do you.
What about everyone else? Evie asked. Cass wasn't the only one who lied to me. Box and Zax and... Had there been anyone else? She'd assumed the entire crew had been in on it. But if she thought about it, Box had been the only one who'd seen what happened. He told Cass and Zax at some point. But outside the three of them...
Stop this foolish thinking. They are your enemies. I'm your only friend. I tell you the truth.
Dagnia's voice had become even harder, and it hurt Evie's throat. She glanced at Samaya, who shook her head.
Are you sure she's told you everything? Is it possible she's left something out?
Evie tried to concentrate, but the other voice in her head had become increasingly loud. What could Dagnia have lied about?
Nothing. She is making you question yourself. You can only count on me to tell you the truth. Not her, not anyone.
She tried to think back. She remembered running from the pyramid back into camp. And then she wasn't in her body anymore. She was back up above it all again, watching with perfect clarity as she murdered her crew, and finally Laura.
Why did I attack them?
Attack who? Geisen asked.
My crew. My girlfriend, Marshall. Why did I attack all of them?
They were afraid of you, Dagnia replied. They knew you were too dangerous. You had to protect yourself.
Evie shook her head. That didn't sound right. Laura loved her. She never would have attacked. All she did was try to hold on to Evie, to keep her from hurting someone else.
You, Evie said, the memories becoming clearer. You tricked me. You made me think they were Athru, because you were upset I'd taken back control.
She looked down at her hands. They trembled.
No, you're wrong,
Dagnia replied.
I'm not wrong, Evie whispered. I attacked them because I thought they were your people, that they were there to kill my crew. You made me kill my crew. You made me kill the woman I loved.
She shot up out of the chair so fast she thought she might pass out. Her body was no longer under her control. Her hands flew to the controls, programming in a sequence she didn't recognize.
What's happening? What are you doing?
Geisen asked.
I can't control her.
She's going to kill us, Evie replied, struggling against the pull of her own limbs.
Not us, the voice growled. Just you.
"31.
You're sure no one is monitoring?
Diana asked, as Ryder dropped the force barrier around her cell. He shook his head.
They're all focused on other tasks. Squires is keeping an eye outside engineering, and Coley is up with the flight controller. Caspian doesn't suspect a thing. We can't underestimate him. If he's already asking about how Wolf got out of her cell, it won't take security long to question you, which means we don't have a lot of time.
She stood and followed Ryder out of the cell.
Are the rest of the pilots ready?
He motioned for her to go ahead of him into the outer office. The ones you can trust are. They're getting into their positions on the ship now. Once people know what Diazol and Rabot did, I don't think we'll have any trouble bringing them over to our side.
That's the expectation.
Diana felt bad about Wolf, but she'd been a necessary casualty in this war. And that's exactly what it was. If she was going to secure the last ship in the Coalition, she needed to take those who could still do them harm out of power. She'd hoped Cas's actions would have been enough on their own for Graydon or anyone else to have him confined. But according to Ryder, the opposite had happened, which meant they needed to take more drastic measures. Ryder's comm beeped. "Go ahead."
"It's me. They found the shuttle," Squire said on the other end.
Diana whipped her head around to stare at him.
"Impossible. She's supposed to be dead."
She rubbed the back of her hand where they deactivated her own comm. It was a security measure for anyone who had been incarcerated, and she couldn't reactivate it without alerting the ship's comm grid, which they'd see on the bridge.
"I'm telling you, I'm outside engineering, and they're talking about catching up with it. She's out there and still headed for the Hummel system."
"Damn it," Diana said. She'd have to leave the coup to her associates. She made a promise to destroy Diazal, and she wasn't going to leave any loose ends.
"I'll have to go after her, finish this myself."
"But with her off the ship, aren't we out of danger?" Ryder asked.
"What about when a fleet of Athru ships arrives and blows right through our armor because she told them our magnetic frequencies? She knows too much to be left alive. But I'll need help. I won't be able to make it out there without someone deactivating the ship's weapons."
"Did you hear that?" Ryder asked into his comm.
"We could get Linkovich," Squire suggested. "He could sabotage the weapon systems from down on 15. "Do it," Diana ordered. "I'm heading to the bay." "I assume we're on an intercept course?" "We are. I just heard them say 10 minutes. That gives me just enough time to get suited up and into my space wing before we arrive. The weapons will need to be down as soon as we come out of the undercurrent."
She indicated for Ryder to check the adjacent hallway. He stepped forward, peering out the open doors both ways.
"I understand," Squire said. "We'll be ready." "Do you want backup out there?" "Yes. Get Wilmoth and Coley to meet me in there. The three of us should be able to do it."
She followed Ryder when he indicated, both of them moving at a brisk pace down the hallways until they reached the closest access point.
"Will do, Chief. Be careful."
He paused.
"You too, Michael."
"Thanks," Ryder said, a small smile on his lips. He looked like he was about to say something else, but instead he glanced at Diana, then cut the comm. "Take this access junction down to 88D, then turn left. You'll see—"
"I know the internal schematics of the ship,"
Diana snapped, and Ryder shut up.
"Just make sure everyone is ready to go in less than 10 minutes. You know the importance of this, so I won't say it again. But don't screw up."
She pressed a finger into his chest before turning and climbing into the access corridor. He shut the access panel behind her, and Diana was enveloped in darkness, except for the small sensor lights that came on as she crawled through the junction. Ryder was competent enough, but he wasn't one of her pilots. He didn't have the same loyalty they did. Well, most of them. Ryant and Jan were lost causes. The two people who should have been most upset at Rabot for what he did ended up being his two new best friends. She wasn't sure something wasn't going on between him and Jan, which made them both liabilities. It was as if instead of taking away one of her pilots, he'd taken away 3, and she was going to make sure he paid for it. Chief Diana Raffenkel was about to take control of the last Navy ship in the Coalition, and not Rabot nor anyone else was going to stop her. She shimmied down adjacent junctions until she reached level 13, where she had to turn and continue along a long, straight path until she reached the bay. Only a few people had seen her arrest or passed around the way to the brig with her hands bound behind her back, but she wasn't willing to take the chance someone would see her in the corridor and ask her why she wasn't in the brig anymore. This was too important, which meant another 50 meters inside the sweltering access conduits. At the end of the lane, she popped the cover panel and climbed out, relishing in the cool air of the bay. Ahead of her were the line of space wings they still had. 4 had been left behind on the planet's surface. Diana assumed they were still there, and if time was still moving as fast as it had been when they left the planet, it had literally only been seconds since leaving them. Which meant they could go back for them one day. Not that 4 space wings would make a difference in any kind of confrontation, but Diana didn't like the idea of leaving them down there. It was like leaving friends behind. The bay was empty, except for Coley and the flight controller up in the glass above. Diana held Coley's gaze a moment, until she motioned all was clear. Diana waved, then trotted over to Griffin's ship. Her own space wing was one of the ones left on the planet, but she didn't think Licia would mind. In fact, there was a certain poetic justice in using Griffin's ship to right the wrongs that had been done by Rabot and Diazol. They were the ones who got them into this mess. As she was mounting up on the ship, Wilmoth appeared, and then Coley, having come down from the FC.
"Squires explain the mission?"
Diana asked, checking her temperature suit. They both nodded.
"Stop the shuttle," Wilmoth said.
"At any cost," Diana added.
"She can't be allowed to contact the Athru or put the ship in jeopardy."
"And if she already has?" Coley asked.
"We just have to hope she hasn't. Wilmoth, comm Squires. I want to know how much longer."
She tapped her comm.
"Squires? Chief's asking for an update." "Tell her I don't know," Squires whispered. "I'm trying to stay out of sight, and this isn't helping."
He paused.
"Maybe another minute or two. We're close."
"Thanks," Wilmoth said, as Diana nodded approval. She entered the comm.
"Suit up. Get in your space wings. Anything unexpected happens, at least one of us has to get out there, even if it means firing on our own people."
Wilmoth and Coley exchanged glances.
"Are you sure?"
Coley asked. Diana didn't like the hesitation in her voice, but it was too late. They were all committed now. Instead of answering, she climbed the ladder to her ship and strapped herself inside. The others did the same without another word of dissent. If all went to plan, in half an hour the ship would be under their control, and Diazol would be dead. Diana couldn't help but think once she was gone, all the fight would go out of her bow. After that, it would be a cinch.
"We're approaching the shuttle,"
Rond announced.
5 minutes.
Cas settled into a seat on the bridge. He wasn't comfortable taking the captain's chair. Not yet. He would deal with that once they had Evie safely back aboard. "I'm detecting some erratic readings," Zal said.
"Explain," Cas said.
"The shuttle. It's veering wildly off course. And I'm detecting power buildups in the primary life support systems. It looks like she might be trying to overload the system." Zal's normally serene face had been replaced by one with concern. When had he done that? Was he programming more emotive faces for other situations? Cas frowned at him. Why would she upset her life support system? What could she be thinking? "Is it possible it could be malfunctioning?" "Possible," Zal replied. Talia entered the bridge along with Graydon, the former taking her spot at tactical from the crewman who temporarily replaced her. "Any luck?" Cas asked. She shook her head.
"There's no sign of Captain Geisen on the ship. As for the matter of who killed Commander Wolf, Zack says she needs more time to—"
Cass's comm beeped.
"Cas?"
He tapped it. "Saturina. What's wrong?"
"Something's going on," she said,
worry tainting her voice. The only other time he'd heard her like this had been back when they'd encountered that bear thing on the planet. "Something how?"
"I don't know. But I passed Linkovich in the hall, and he gave me a strange look."
Cas glanced at Graydon and Talia, who were staring at him. Murmuring to himself, he left the first officer's chair and headed to the far side of the room, where no one else could eavesdrop. "That hardly seems cause for concern," he finally replied.
"No, you don't get it. I know Linkovich. We've been on the same team for years. You develop a certain camaraderie with these people, and I'm telling you, something's wrong."
Cas wasn't about to tell her she was being paranoid. But on the other hand, what could he do? Something being wrong was kind of the definition of their situation at the moment. "Have you noticed anything else? Anything that might—" He trailed off, watching the large screen as the undercurrent began to fade.
"Look, I know it's not a lot to go on, but I thought you should know. I'll try to find Squires or Coley. Maybe they know more."
"Okay," Cas said, in a hurry to end the call. "They should almost be on top of the shuttle. Keep me informed." He returned to his chair as space in the screen normalized. There was no indication of the shuttle. "Report. Where is it?" "Overshot it, sir," Rond replied. The shuttle's undercurrent is no longer active. The image on the screen blurred as the ship turned in place. Finally, Cas saw the shuttle in the distance, making a series of strange maneuvers. It looked like it was trying to avoid fire from invisible enemies. "Prepare to use the grapplers and reel the ship back in," he ordered. Ron took them closer in position. "She's all over the place, sir. This is going to be tricky." He and Ensign River looked like they were working in concert to get the ship's grappling systems to line up with the shuttle, jerking back and forth like it was suspended on the end of a giant string. "I have full confidence—" "Sir? We have an unscheduled launch from Bay 2, Talia said, alarms going off all over her panel. 3 space wings have just left the bay, headed for the shuttle." "Who is it?" Cas asked. She shook her head. "Their transponders aren't on. I can't tell who is in which ship." Cas pointed his all. "Open comm lines. I want to know what the hell they're doing." He nodded, indicating it was open. "Tempest to Space Wing fighters. Turn around now. You're not authorized to be outside the ship." "I'm doing what you should have done the moment you learned Diazol was a traitor." Cas's blood went cold. Somehow Raffinkel had gotten out of the brig and onto a ship with weapons. "Chief, whatever you may think about the captain, you are not to engage that shuttle. Do you understand me?" "I understand you'd rather put your friendship with Diazol above the safety of the crew," she replied. "But those days are over. You're a traitor, and you've always been a traitor. And today, the real citizens of the Coalition regained command." Cas shook his head. She just wouldn't give up. "Are they in grappling range?" "They will reach the shuttle before we can grab them," Zal replied. "Ensign," Cas said, "lock weapons on those 3 fighters and prepare to fire." "Aye," Talia replied. "Chief, one last chance. Stand down or be destroyed." It was either that or let her reach Evie first. And he had no doubt in his mind Raffinkel would destroy that shuttle as soon as she had a lock on it. They'd probably already have a lock on it if it weren't for Evie's erratic piloting. "I don't think so," Raffinkel replied. Cas didn't like the smile in her voice. He nodded to Talia. She tapped her controls, but out on the screen nothing happened. "Sir, weapons aren't functioning." Talia's eyes met Cas's. Sabotage. On the other end of the comm, Cas could hear Raffinkel's laughter. 32. This wasn't happening. Not again. Evie was not going to allow this creature to take control of her, or the shuttle, or any other aspect of her life again. But even though she was fighting with everything she had, Dagna had taken over her motor functions and was in the process of overloading the life support system, while at the same time sending the shuttle along an erratic path that threatened to push the dampeners to their limit. If they failed, Evie and Captain Geisen could be crushed from the forces. "If you do this," Evie managed to say, "you'll only end up killing yourself." "My people can remove me from your mind," Dagna replied, "even after you've been dead. I was dormant for 31 years. A few more weeks makes no difference." "What is going on?" Geisen yelled. Out of the corner of her eye, Evie could see her holding onto a handhold in the back of the shuttle, her body swaying back and forth as the dampeners were pushed past their designed limits. "She's determined to kill us both," Evie replied, "and I don't think she's taking no for an answer." "I've spent too much time in this form as it is. My consciousness will be transferred to a body that fits me, rather than attempt to modify this one. But I can't be extracted unless you're dead." Evie grunted, trying to stop her hands from moving over the controls, but Dagna was too strong. There had to be a way to regain control. To her left, a proximity sensor went off. She struggled to turn her neck, finding she could get it a third of the way there. 3 ships, incoming. "Can't you stop her?" Geisen yelled. "I don't know how." 3 ships. Where could they have come from? If she could just reach over there, she could get IDs on them, figure out who they were. Had Dagna found a way to contact her own people already? Were they about to be boarded?
I don't guess you have a weapon on you. Not at the moment, Geisen replied. Not that it mattered much. She was still behind the force barrier and couldn't reach Evie. She'd been so stupid. Why had she thought she could trust Dagna? Wishful thinking. She'd hoped there would be one person in her life that wouldn't lie to her, and she'd thought that person would have a vested self-interest in keeping her body intact. But now it was clear. She was only interested in tearing Evie down. Perhaps to regain full mental control as well as physical again, or some other purpose. Evie remembered how Dagna had laughed when she'd realized what Evie had done to her own crew. That had been right before she'd blacked out. She was a vile creature and didn't deserve to live. We deserve more than you can even comprehend, Dagna replied, apparently sensing Evie's thoughts. Why was it she could understand what Evie was thinking, but not the other way around? Whenever Evie reached out to probe, there was nothing there to find. She had to shut her mind down to any kind of intrusion, no matter if it was internal or not. But Evie had managed to expel her once before, though it had been because of Laura. It seemed that the strength of that bond had been enough to give Evie the push she needed. The ship shook with a massive jolt, sending both Evie and Geisen to the ground. Evie's head struck the deck plating, and stars exploded in her vision. For one brief second, she realized she had control over her own body again. Despite the pain, she jumped up and identified the approaching ships. Space Wing fighters. Where did those come from? She opened the scanning range to find Tempest sitting just outside weapons range, headed for her. I don't believe it. What? Geisen said. It's the... Ah! Her hands jerked away from her like a puppeteer had taken them and resumed extreme evasive maneuvers. Thought you had a reprieve, did you? Dagna replied. Evie watched in horror as she finished a sequence of controls set to ignite the overloading life support system. They'd be dead in minutes if that blew. And it looked like Cas had finally made his decision. She was too dangerous to be kept alive. I told you, the voice spat. Who? Geisen asked, concern finally working its way into her voice. It's Cas and the others. He sent the Space Wings to destroy us, Evie replied. All the fight had gone from her. She didn't even bother resisting Dagna anymore. In the back of her mind, a voice laughed, cheering that it had achieved victory. He wouldn't do that, Geisen replied. Maybe you don't know him as well as you think you do, Evie replied. Even she couldn't deny it was probably the right choice. After all, she had killed a lot of people who had trusted her, people who had counted on her. I refuse to believe it. Cas may be a self-centered jerk sometimes, but he always gives people a chance. Evie tried to laugh, but the voice wouldn't let her. I think I've used up all of my chances. The proximity sensor went off again. Evie didn't even bother to look at it. She just waited for the Space Wings to come in and blow the shuttle in half. But wait. Even if Cas was there to put Evie out of her misery, he wouldn't sacrifice Geisen in the process. He wasn't that determined. Yes, he would. You're dangerous enough. It justifies the killing of innocents. That is how badly they want to get rid of you. I don't believe it, Evie thought. He wasn't that cold-blooded. She managed to slide her eyes over to the proximity alert to see 2 more ships coming in. With a strength she didn't think she had, she tore one of her hands away to tap the alert. It showed 2 more Space Wings coming in and firing at the 3 already pursuing her. He hadn't come to kill her. Rathenkel had. You're right, she whispered. What? Geisen yelled, still holding on for dear life. The hand tried to move back to the controls, but Evie wouldn't let it. You were right. He didn't come here to kill us. By some miracle, he was still trying to save them. The whole ship was trying to save them. No! I've had enough of you, Evie yelled inside her mind, and she closed her eyes, focusing her thoughts. She was on a precipice overlooking nothing but fog and darkness. She had been there once before, when Dagna had taken over her mind. However, this time, the place felt more real, like the side of a cliff. And in the infinite beyond was nothing but dark clouds and storms. At the edge of the precipice sat a creature,
its head much too big for its body, and its skeletal arms hanging down at its sides. It was completely naked, its pasty white body covered in sores, and the hair on its head in stringy patches. It turned, its horrifying mouth unable to close because of the number of razor-sharp teeth inside.
"You came back to face me again," she said, standing.
Her skin hung off her bones, sagging and wet with a sheen.
"I beat you once before," Evie said. "You pushed me away. You did not beat me," the creature replied. "And the more time you spend in here, the stronger I get out there."
"What are you?" Evie asked.
"You're not Athru. You look nothing like them." "Oh, but I am. I'm the result of the union of an Athru and a human, just like you. But I'm the discarded product. What remains after being sequestered away for so long? Once we looked very much alike, but now—"
She held out a bony hand, the fingers ending in sharp razor claws. It moved faster than Evie could see, slashing across her face, and she stumbled back, holding her cheek. Her hand came away, wet with blood.
"You might as well give up. We have taken your coalition. We have killed your race. There is nothing to be gained but to accept your place in history. That of a small, failed subspecies that didn't deserve its own good fortune."
"What's that supposed to mean?" Evie asked, scooting back as the creature stepped forward.
"It means you never should have settled this part of the galaxy. You weren't supposed to be here."
"What are you talking about? Our home planet is here."
"Oh, how quickly you forget," Dagnia said. "Another of your many failings. The planet in the Horus system you called Earth was not your home. You should have died out here. You were never meant to survive."
None of this was making sense. Evie had to admit she wasn't up to speed on ancient Coalition history as she probably should have been. But she knew one thing was certain. Humans came from Earth. There was no question about it. Dagnia was doing nothing but distracting her, while Evie inched further and further back toward the other end of the precipice. She didn't want to think about what could be below. She didn't want to think about falling forever. Last time she'd fallen into something like a gravity well, something she could fight her way back out of. But glancing over the edge, somehow she knew if she fell off, there was no coming back.
"I don't know why you have such a problem with my people, but I'm going to make damn sure our story doesn't end here. Your people may have killed most of the humans in the galaxy, but as long as there are a few of us left, you still haven't won." "Something we plan on rectifying immediately," Dagnia replied. She raised up her hand with the claws, Evie's blood glistening off the ends as an ugly grimace came over her face. Evie closed her outstretched hand, feeling the heft of something in it, and swung up with all her strength. Dagnia's hand stayed in the air as a curious look came over her hideous face. It soon transformed into a grimace. Dagnia looked down, and Evie looked up at the same time to see Evie's sword buried in Dagnia's chest, right where the human heart would be. The creature seemed as surprised as Evie was. Where had the sword come from? Then again, it wasn't like this place was real. It was a battlefield in her mind. Dagnia staggered to the side, grasping onto the hilt of the blade as lightning flashed in the distance. Evie scrambled up, preparing to defend herself as the creature fell to her side, blood spilling from her wound. She was trying to remove the sword, but couldn't seem to make it budge. "It won't come out,"
she said in gurgled breaths.
"That's because I put it there," Evie replied, "and there it stays."
She walked over to Dagnia, whose claws were digging at the dirt, trying to right herself.
"No more second chances,"
Evie said, and with one foot she pushed the creature to the edge of the precipice and over the edge, sword still buried in her chest. The last thing she saw before she disappeared below the endless clouds was the light leave its eyes.
"Captain? Captain, wake up!"
Evie blinked. Above her, the gray bulkheads of the shuttle gave way to the main windscreen. She was back on the floor again. With some difficulty, she sat up. The ship rocked back and forth, almost throwing her to the ground again.
"Oh, thank Kor," I thought you were dead, Geisen said.
Evie glanced over to see the captain on her hands and knees, bracing herself.
Are you okay? They're still strafing us. I don't know how much longer we can hold out.
Her eyes narrowed.
What?
Evie asked.
Your cheek. Did you cut yourself when you fell?
Evie touched her cheek. A smear of red blood came away on her fingers. Somehow, when Dagna had attacked her in her mind, it had produced a physical effect. But could that mean it went both ways? She reached out with both hands, flexing her fingers and moving her legs. Her body was hers to control again. She'd done it.
I'm going to get us out of here,
Evie said, jumping up. She took the pilot seat and disengaged the force barrier.
Take this seat. It'll be safer, she said.
Geisen looked relieved as she clambered into the seat beside Evie.
What happened to you?
She asked.
I think I finally got rid of my demons,
Evie replied. Already she felt lighter, less encumbered. She hadn't felt like this since before she went to see her father on Sypaxia.
I'm glad to hear it.
Evie checked their surroundings. 5 space wings were engaged in a dogfight all around them. One of the ships would take a run for the shuttle until another cut it off, leaving a third free to pursue them. Evie tapped the comm.
Diazol to Tempest.
You're not dead, Cas said, relief in his voice.
Not yet. What is going on?
She activated the shuttle's engines and began maneuvers to stay ahead of the shuttle currently pursuing them. She reached over and shut down the life support overload.
Chief Raffenkel is leading a small squadron to take you out.
She's disabled our weapons and apparently was in charge of an unsuccessful coup here on the ship. I've got Jan and Riot out there trying to keep her off your back.
Raffenkel.
Evie hadn't even paid her any attention since they'd come back from the surface. But she'd been one of the ones in Wave 1 who had spent an entire season down there, and it had had a negative effect on her. Maybe if Evie had spoken to her earlier, or found a way to allay her fears. But in one sense, she had been right. Evie was dangerous for the ship. But that didn't mean she was going to let herself be destroyed.
Can you still pilot the shuttle?
Cas asked. Evie checked all her instruments. So far, everything was still operating.
Yes. And if I can't, Captain Geisen can take over.
Samaya? Cas asked.
Sorry, Cas. I saw the chance and I took it.
She gave Evie a sly smile. You could have been killed.
What else is new? If my life isn't at risk, I'm doing something wrong.
Evie could just imagine Cas's frustration. It brought a smile to her face. Swing back around and we'll pick you up. Let me deal with Raffenkel before she kills someone out there.
Sounds good to me,
Evie replied,
setting course back to the ship.
She'd had enough fighting for one day. 33. How long until weapons are back online? Cas asked, leaning forward in his chair. He'd asked Graydon to meet the shuttle back in the bay and to make sure Samaya and Evie were all right. He also planned on having a full security contingent down there, just in case Evie's alter ego decided to make another appearance.
They're telling me another 15 minutes, Talia said. Linkovich did a real number down there.
Then we'll have to do this the hard way, Cas replied.
The shuttle is on its way back, sir, River said, but the space wings are still in pursuit.
Get Raffenkel on the comm for me, Cas said. Behind him, the hypervator opened, and Zenfor stepped out, holding 2 bodies by their respective collars. The swaying figures were either knocked out or dead. Cas couldn't tell which. Hold that a moment. He stood.
Found this one sneaking around engineering with an open comm to the best of his team,
Zenfor said, dropping the first body into a pile on the floor. It was Squires.
And this one was already in the hypervator when I got inside. Took one look at me holding his partner and decided to open fire.
She dropped the other body. It was crewman Ryder. He moaned as he hit the floor.
It only took the threat of my fist to his face to confess. He was on his way to take over the bridge by killing you, Caspian.
Cas walked around the command chairs and stood over the bodies. Ryder's eyes were half open, and his right cheek was in the process of swelling. I thought you said you only threatened to hit him.
After he confessed, I hit him anyway. It seemed an appropriate punishment.
Good work. on his way to take over the bridge. Had Rafenkel been that deluded? And now it made sense how both Wolf and Rafenkel got out of their cells. Cas turned back to Zal. "Open that comm." Zal nodded, confirming the channel was open. "Chief Rafenkel, your attempts to take the ship were unsuccessful. We've captured your accomplices, and will be detaining them. And your attempts to destroy the shuttle have failed. Surrender now." "Not on your life. You don't deserve to be on that bridge, and you don't deserve to be part of this crew. And I'm not going to let this monster get away with what she did." The amount of vitriol in her voice was palpable, even over the comm. "She's cut the line, sir," Zal said. "Commander, she's heading right for the shuttle," Rivers said, indicating the trajectory on the screen. "She's making a suicide run," Cas said. He turned to Talia. "Are we in range for grapplers?" She shook her head. There had to be something. 15 seconds, River yelled. Cas ran over to Zal's station, opening another comm. "Saturina? She's heading for—" "I see her," Jan said. "We're still too far away," he said, a lump rising in his throat. He couldn't give this order. He couldn't sacrifice one life for another. "Don't worry. I'll take care of it." She ended the transmission. Cas turned away, fighting back the urge to scream. Why did it have to be like this? Was every person he met destined to die for him in some terrible way? "Captain Jan has changed course," Rivers said. "She's headed right for Rafenkel's ship. She'll intercept in 7, 6, 5... Cas watched on the screen as Jan's green vehicle closed in on Rafenkel's red one. Cas was tempted to close his eyes, but couldn't. Instead, he lowered his head to stare at his boots. They were covered in scuffs. "Holy shit," Rivers said, jumping out of her chair. Cas snapped up as the screen went white for a second. "What happened?" Cas yelled. "Who was that? Wilmoth?" River asked, running to Ron's station. I don't know," Ron replied, checking his instruments. "Ensign, what happened?" Cas said. "It appears either Captain Coley or Captain Wilmoth rammed Chief Rafenkel's ship before Captain Jan could get there," Zal replied. Cas turned to the screen. Evie's shuttle and the other space wings had escaped the blast. "Are they—" "Both ships were destroyed in the collision," Talia said. "It was Coley," River replied. "Wilmoth's still out there. Ryan and Jan are escorting her back in." She took her post again. ETA 4 minutes to Bay 2. Interesting. Zenfor stepped over the bodies of the men she'd dropped, as if they were nothing but discarded parts. Why would Coley sacrifice herself when Rafenkel was the clear instigator? "I don't know," Cas said, but he was thankful she had. Whatever motivated Coley to make the ultimate sacrifice had spared everyone he cared about. Maybe the guilt of firing on her fellow pilots. Humans have a lot of trouble with guilt. "So I've noticed," she replied. "Incoming transmission," Zal said. Cas nodded. "Cas?" It was Jan. "I don't know what happened. I didn't have time to stop her. She just—" "It's okay," he replied. "Just get yourselves home. We'll figure out the rest when you're all aboard." "Right," she replied. But he could tell from the tension in her voice she was rattled. She'd been ready to lay down her life to save Evie and Samaya, and had watched someone else do it instead. Jan out. Cas turned to his bridge crew. "As soon as everyone is back aboard, I want full armor. Then get us back on course to Sisk. I'm going down to the bay with Graydon." He addressed Talia. "Security in place?" "Yes, sir," she replied. "Get medical down there, too, just in case." There was no telling how Evie might react coming back on board the ship. And if Box was right and they had to sedate her again, he wanted to be ready. He stopped short of the 2 moaning bodies behind Zenfor. "Thank you for stopping him." She shrugged. "I doubt he could have done much damage anyway. Crewman Ryder is not the best shot with a pulse pistol, and doesn't have the nerves for such a job. He was only doing it because of his bond with Squires. Well, they can both be bonded inside the brig." Ryder's eyes cracked open, and he caught Cass's eyes. He turned his head, staring at the wall instead of trying to hold Cass's gaze. Talia joined them.
"This is my fault, sir," she said. "I should have seen this coming."
"So should I. Don't beat yourself up, Ensign." He motioned to the two of them. "Would you help the council here get them back down to the brig? We'll need someone we can trust to take over Ryder's post."
"I'll take care of it immediately, sir."
She reached down and grabbed Squires by his hair, causing his eyes to snap open as she yanked on it, lifting him up as he screamed. "Effective," Zenforce said, mimicking the action with Ryder, who likewise screamed to the possibility of all his hair being ripped from his skull lest he stood up. She smiled. "I've always liked you, Ensign." Cas made a quick stop by his quarters before making his way down to the bay. He was just in time to join Graydon and Box as Evie's shuttle entered the end of the bay and maneuvered its way down to the closest parking station. "Déjà vu?" Box asked, leaning down to him. "Let's hope not," Cas replied, rolling the small black orb around in his palm, still inside his pocket. He still wasn't sure what giving it to Evie would do, but he'd kept it from her long enough. Whatever happened, happened, and they would deal with it accordingly. The shuttle set down, and the side panel opened to reveal Samaya, who stepped down the ramp holding her right side. Talia's security forces stepped forward, and one helped her the rest of the way. It looked like a courtesy, but they'd been instructed to get Samaya as far away from Evie as possible, just in case.
"I need the body of an Erustian," she said, as Box performed a quick scan.
"Bruised ribs, easy fix." Cas glanced at the shuttle's opening where Evie stood. She hadn't followed yet. "From what?"
"Cas, she's fine. Whatever demons she was battling, she conquered them. You don't need to worry about her anymore."
Samaya drew in a breath, then winced. "Then what is that from?" he asked. He left the orb alone in his pocket.
"From when I hit one of the control panels, as that thing was jerking the ship all over the place. She didn't have control, but she does now."
Cas watched as she and Graydon embraced, and for a brief moment he realized something more might be going on there. But now wasn't the time. He turned his attention back to Evie. 4 security officers stood 5 meters away from the shuttle's opening in a semicircle. Thank Corps they hadn't drawn their weapons yet. She took a step forward and put her hands up. "Okay," Cas said, joining the security officers. "Put your hands down. You look ridiculous." She shook her head.
"These officers need to escort me directly to the brig," she said, taking another tentative step. "Samaya said, the Athru is gone, dead. But that doesn't erase what I did. I killed 7 of my own crew. I don't deserve any freedom."
A pained look was stretched across her face. She made it to the bottom of the ramp and stood there, her hands still raised. "These aren't exactly normal circumstances," Cas replied. "Not to mention, I already have at least 4 people I have to hold. I don't want to make it 5. It isn't as if there are any more Coalition holding facilities where I can transfer prisoners."
"Drop me on Sisk. Leave me there, then get as far away as possible," she said.
They were less than 2 meters apart. "Evie, it wasn't your fault. You didn't know what you were doing."
"I know,"
she said. Her eyes shimmered before she blinked it away.
"That makes it worse."
"How?"
"Because I am so vulnerable. I'm a liability to this crew and its survival. You keep me here, I'm going to get all of us killed."
He stared into her eyes and saw nothing but pain and regret. He'd seen that face before, in the mirror. And what had all that regret gotten him? It didn't bring people back from the dead, nor did it assuage his guilt. His only comfort had come from being part of something larger, from being part of this crew, whether he wanted to or not. She hadn't given up on him, and he wasn't going to give up on her. "Put your hands down," he whispered. Defiance shone in her eyes, but finally she did. "I'm sorry I tried to hide the truth from you. I knew it was wrong, and I let my fear override my better judgment. I never should have made that decision." She bobbed, and she kept his gaze.
"Thank you."
"And don't hold it against Box, or Zax. It was my idea from the beginning. They both told me the risk, and I ignored it. I've also been keeping something else from you." He reached into his pocket and pulled out the small orb. He held it out for her. Her eyebrows formed a V. "What is it?" "I don't know. Marshall gave it to me. But I think he meant it for you. Something to do with your mother." Evie's eyes flared, and she reached out. Cas braced himself. There was no telling what might happen when she took it. Her fingers closed over the black orb, and for one brief second, previously invisible runes glowed blue on the surface, then faded to black again. "Wow," she said. "What is it? What did it do?" His heart hammered in his chest. Had it turned her back into an Athru again? Or something worse? "I think it's a beacon," she said. "Like back at Omicron Terminus, when I could see the map in my mind? I can see. We're close. I was right. Sisk is where we need to go. This is pointing us there." She stared at him a moment longer, then jumped forward, embracing him in a hug. Behind him, Cas heard the drawing of weapons. "Wait!" he yelled. "It's okay." He hugged her back until she let go. "Are you okay?" he asked. He'd never known her to be so warm. A smile spread across her face. "I think I am." He turned back to the security officers. "At ease," he said. "I don't think the captain is going to hurt anyone here." "Still," she said, though there was a smile in her voice now, "maybe it's better if I stay in my quarters until we arrive, assuming that's where we're still going." He nodded. "You're the boss." "Technically, you are. When I stole this shuttle, I gave up my right to command. It's your ship now. At least until I have a trial to determine the consequences of my actions." "I don't know how I feel about that," he replied. It almost felt like taking the ship out from under her. "How about temporary captain until your trial?" Though they both knew the likelihood of a trial was nil. "Are you sure?" Being a starship captain had been one of her most important goals. He couldn't imagine her giving it up so easily. "I think I might be destined for something more," she said, holding the small black orb. "At the very least, I need to figure this out before I do anything else." Out of the corner of his eye, Cas saw Jan and Ryan enter the bay, each of them with a hand on Captain Wilmoth. Cas still had some loose threads to tie up. "Okay, then, Ms. Diazal." Cas turned to Crewman Barstow. "Crewman, please take the former captain to her quarters." "Yes, sir," she replied. A smile passed between the two women, though Cas had no idea what it was about. But he didn't linger on it. He had to face reality now. This was his ship, and his responsibility. He had a lot to take care of. 34. "Is that all of them?" Cas asked, eyeing each of the occupants of the cells. "We think so," Jan replied, standing beside him. "Ryan and I spoke to each of them, and I trust none of the rest of the pilots knew about Raffinkel's coup attempts." Cas stared at the group of pilots, Linkovich, Wilmoth, Iavarone, and Squires, and crewmen Ryder and Bostock, the latter who had been the flight controller helping frame Evie. Raffinkel's inner circle she'd been priming ever since they'd returned from the planet. At least Cas understood Ryder's motivation. He'd been in a relationship with Squires, and thus drawn into the fray. But Bostock? He couldn't quite understand. "I think you're missing someone," Linkovich said. "Yeah. Isn't it customary to only put the people who've committed crimes behind bars?" Iavarone said. "You did commit a crime," Cas replied. "Conspiracy, which led to the deaths of your fellow crewmates. Had any of you come to me, or the captain, at any time, Commander Wolf, Captain Coley, and Chief Raffinkel would still be with us." Linkovich laughed. "Come to you? A traitor to the cause? Is that what happened with Lieutenant Yamashita? She confided a problem with the captain to you, and so you decided to have her killed?" "Oh, shut up, Alec. You don't even know what you're talking about," Jan said.
At least Coley had the guts to make the right decision in the end, which is more than I can say for you.
As best they could tell, Captain Coley's guilt had finally gotten to her, and she couldn't deal with the fact she'd attacked her own fellow pilots and been a party to treason. That had been Jan's summation anyway, knowing Coley as she did.
I know Raffi didn't trust you or Dorsey enough to even let you get close to us. You made your choice clear when you sided with him after what happened to Griffin.
Jan rolled her eyes.
Same old argument. Some people don't know how to let things go. And some people let their feelings override their better judgment, Linkovich said.
Cas noticed Jan's face redden. He decided to change the subject. I hope you're all comfortable, because until further notice, these 4 walls are your new home. As soon as we can find a coalition magistrate to hear your cases, we will of course begin the proceedings. But... He paused for dramatic effect. This was fun. It might be a while. Linkovich's scowl told him everything he needed to know. Cas gave them all a winning smile, then left them all to stew. In the outer office, their newest security officer stood.
Captain, sir,
Breach said, saluting. At ease, Cas said, trying to hide his smile. Breach had decked himself out in a modified security officer's uniform, which had been torn in certain places to make room for his unique anatomy. The back of his shirt was completely missing, so his remaining mandible was visible. You got this covered?
Bulak can go long periods without rest, he said. And if they try anything...
A razor-sharp blade appeared from behind his back, stabbing at the open air in quick, measured attacks.
They will regret it.
And you don't mind doing this instead of engineering?
I've been doing engineering all my life.
Breach began to make a hand gesture, but stopped and made an exaggerated shrug instead, looking to Cas for approval. Cas gave an almost imperceptible nod that it was the right use of body language.
It's nice to have something new.
His eyes cast downward.
I am sorry about deceiving you.
It's okay, Cas replied. I know why you did it.
Ahem.
Cas glanced to the door where Jan stood, waiting. Cas headed for the door. Commander Graydon will check in with you at the end of your shift. Good luck, Mr. Vreege.
Thank you, sir.
He made another exaggerated salute as they left him to his new job. He seems happy, Jan said once they were in the hallway. I think he's just glad he's not in there with them. Loyalty is a big issue with Vreege. But it wasn't as if he could blame him, or Zenfor, or any of the others for following Vol's orders. Cas wished he could apologize to her as well. He hadn't understood the kind of pressure she was under until now. But he was going to make sure her death wasn't in vain. This crew was going to survive, no matter what it took. You've got that look, Jan said, the corners of her mouth upturned. What look?
That I'm taking care of business look.
It's cute. Cas's heart picked up its pace. He took a deep breath. I've been putting this off far too long. She arched an eyebrow, but kept walking. He might as well say it and get it out there. If there was one thing being back aboard the ship had taught him, it was that you never knew how much time you had left. I like you. Jan stopped, her mouth open in an exaggerated gesture.
Holy shit. It finally happened. I thought I would be waiting until the universe collapsed into abject darkness.
He put up his hands in a defensive gesture. Guilty as charged. I'm slow. And I'm terrible at relationships. Oh, I know, she grinned, then continued walking. He jogged to keep up with her. Wait a second. What do you mean, you know?
Box told me all about your history, and how you like to be in control.
Cas's face fell. He was going to kill that robot.
Don't worry. I like a challenge.
I'm not sure I like the sound of that.
I'd expect someone who is terrible at relationships to say that.
He could tell she was having too much fun with this. If Box had told her everything, it meant she knew about Liss. So, do we, have dinner? Or...
Cor, you are terrible at this.
She stopped again and took one of his hands in hers. It was as if he'd grabbed onto a live wire. He had the sudden urge to press his lips to hers. It was as if he were noticing them for the first time, and they looked pillow-soft.
Dinner sounds nice, when you get a free moment. As I understand it, the captain doesn't have a lot of spare time.
He was still getting used to the idea. That goes for the head of the Space Corps as well, he replied, smiling. Her face dropped.
Don't do that. I don't want any special treatment because we might be dating. Give it to Ryan instead. I'm just a pilot. He's the one with grand ambitions.
But you're the better candidate, Cas replied. Someone had to replace Raffinkel, and the remaining Space Wing pilots needed a new chief, if for no other reason than to coordinate with the Navy side of the crew. Look, this isn't my decision. This is based on rank. After Raffinkel, Linkovich was second in command, and then it was Iavarone. Who came after them? She huffed.
Squires. Then me.
Exactly. So I'm not doing anything. The Space Corps aren't part of the Coalition Navy, so there shouldn't be any impropriety. You're free to refuse my orders at any time.
Can I refuse this one?
He shrugged. Sure, but we still need a new chief. And I wouldn't be surprised if the remaining pilots chose you anyway. She cursed, dropping his hand.
I've changed my mind. This is too much trouble.
She made her way down the hall, leaving him behind. 1,500 hours? I promise it won't be bagged rations, he called after her. She stopped, hesitating, then turned, a sly smile on her face.
Maybe you're not so bad at this after all.
Then she continued on her way, her silver hair bouncing with each step. Cas smiled. He felt like bouncing himself. Evie sat on her bed, rolling the black orb back and forth in her hand. She'd managed to make it dance across the backs of her fingers and caught it almost every time. Touching it was like being enveloped in a warm blanket, and she hadn't felt so calm or secure in years. As soon as she'd taken it, it was as if all her concerns had been moved to the side, and following the beacon had become the most important goal in her life. It didn't even bother her she'd voluntarily given up her command. The orb could lead to the meaning she'd been seeking ever since she was little. And in some way, she thought it might be able to help Sesster, too, though she didn't know how. But it felt like it could. And if there was anything they could do for him, she wouldn't hesitate. He'd managed to keep her sane when things in her mind had gone awry. She was eager to return the favor. She glanced up at the sword still positioned on her wall. She'd half expected it to be gone when she returned, that she'd somehow summoned it into her mind space and lost it when Dagna had fallen off the cliff. But it had been there, right where she'd left it when she'd first come in. Maybe she hadn't needed the real sword in her hand, just the idea of the sword. The idea itself held enough power to defeat her intruder. For the first time since she'd woken up in that strange pyramid down of the planet, she felt normal again. Like her mind was her own, and nothing was clawing at the edges trying to get in. All they needed to do now was to follow the beacon to its source, and all her questions would be answered. Her door chimed. She stood, placing the orb in her pocket and straightening her civilian clothes. She only had one set, but she'd put them on as soon as she'd come back in her room. It wasn't proper to wear her uniform anymore. She still wasn't convinced she shouldn't be in the brig. But if she were, she'd never get to return to Sisk. So maybe she'd trust Cas in this one.
Come in.
Ensign Talia entered, followed by Cas. We're here, he said. He must have seen her face light up, because he shook his head. It's not looking promising. The planet isn't answering our comms, and there's no interplanetary traffic either.
Life signs?
She asked. Plenty, all 12 species. But they're just not talking.
I need to get to the surface.
The homing beacon in her mind told her she needed to head for the western continent in the northeast quadrant. She didn't think it was a coincidence that was where she used to live as a child, In fact, she was willing to bet the beacon led her straight to her old home. She didn't know why, but to her it made sense. "I'm not taking any chances," Cas said. "The last time we went down on a planet, we had issues."
"This isn't the same. Sisk is charted. Has been for 1,000 years or more."
His eyes softened. "Evie, with the Athru out there, we can't take any unnecessary risks. Come up to the bridge while we perform the scans. Your familiarity with the planet should tell us if anything is out of place." She hated to admit it, but he was right. They couldn't just blindly land on the surface without knowing what was down there. And if the planetary governments were keeping quiet, it meant something was wrong. When they reached the bridge, Evie was surprised to see Commander Graydon in the first officer's seat. Cas caught her eye and shrugged. "I needed a new XO, and my first choice didn't want the job." He nodded to Captain Geisen, who had taken the bridge engineering station.
"Captain?"
Evie asked.
"Just Commander," Geisen said, smiling. "Captain was never an official title. They just gave it to me so they'd have someone to complain to. I'm more comfortable out of the spotlight."
"Have you finished taking scans of the planet?" Cas asked, taking the captain's chair. Evie had to admit it looked good on him. "Bringing them up now," Zal replied. The main screen showed a full map of the planet, rotating slowly, with each of the major city centers highlighted.
"Zoom in on the western continent,"
Evie said, taking a few steps closer.
"Northern quadrant."
The image magnified, so an overhead view of the continent took up the entire screen. As far as she could tell, everything looked normal. All the cities were where they were supposed to be, and she didn't see any destruction on the surface.
"It looks fine. Can you zoom in on Lakal? It's one of the smaller towns on the outskirts of Hilachi."
Zal operated his controls until the streets of Lakal were clearly visible. It was a desert town, but some of the homes still managed to have blue-green grass, common on Sisk. Evie's eyes went to her childhood home. And though she couldn't see the house itself, she did see a dark spot on the map that corresponded with where the house should be.
"Zal,"
she said, trying to keep the waver out of her voice,
"can you focus in on this spot?"
She tapped the screen, showing the same image which sat behind the specialist station. "One moment." It zoomed in even closer. As the image cleared, Evie could see there was little left of the house. It had been burned to the ground.
"I don't understand," she said. "I sold that house to a nice young Locula couple when I had to send Dad to Sypaxia. What could have happened?"
She grabbed the orb inside her pocket. It seemed to pulsate in her grip.
"I don't know," Cas said, "but we need to find out."
He turned to her. "Care to take a trip?" She stared at the image on the screen. For whatever reason, the key to her past was down on that planet, and she was determined to find out what it was.
"I'm ready when you are,"
she replied. Fortune favored the bold. This has been Broken Links, Infinity's End, Book 7, by Eric Warren. Narrated by Larry Gorman. Copyright 2019 by Eric Warren. Production copyright 2020 by Eric Warren.